and one that they're probably looking to race at youth nationals for that, big time showing. But this is beautiful, beautiful racing, beautiful rowing. I would say commendable here. Really incredible courses, straight down in the buoys, looking good. In between the buoys, I should say, in case they feel a little offended. There we go. That's Greenwich. And then we're gonna have Maritime. And it's looking exceptional. I would commend all these athletes doing just an amazing job. I'm getting a little.
That's really good. Turn down the volume.
I don't know how to turn it.
Top right corner.
Oh, it's this one. Is this one, Mike?
Good, you did it. You got a solid operation. No, took us a while. What we should have done, you're right. We should have come out here. And the schedule's tough, but
All right.
a lot of this we didn't even have it.
This is exciting. So now we're going to move on to the men's quad event. So we're going to have some fast boats. Really excited to see all this sculling. You think that maybe a lot of these athletes have spent some time in the single through this pandemic period and really trying to put it to use as they transition up and getting into these team boats. So in this race, I think we're going to have
We have Brookline, Lane 1, Saratoga, Lane 2, Maritime, Lane 3, Maritime B, Lane 4, Port Jefferson, Lane 5, and Burnt Hills, Lane 6.
So once we get our feed, we can tell you this is going to be lots of fun to watch again. We're talking blind boats, 6 lanes across, putting all their steering, on their own rivers, now coming into the straight lines and hoping to go straight and fast down the course. Remember, the quad is a fast boat, so steering is going to be, straight lines are fast lines. So really excited to see what we can see. Um, Definitely looks like we're going to have some, inter squad racing here with Maritime A and B side by side, lanes 3 and 4. But lots of good racing to be seen. We have again this shot of the beautiful Saratoga racecourse, flat water, which, we don't know. We've been told, as I said, that it's like this 99% of the time except for the head of the fish. And we definitely have a boat race. It's a little far away from us. We're sitting here at the finish line. But it looks like from here, everything is on track to be a race. And as a reminder, it's going to be top 3 here looking to move on to the final. And if the seating is accurate, you'll see what you would think would be a V shape coming down the course, but I would never count out those outside lanes. Lots of pressure on both sides. Oh, and I've been updated that again, like our straight four race, this will be all boats to the final. So you never know who's willing to show their cards early in the event, pressuring people to, showcase their speed, or are people going to take it conservatively and hold out for the final? We'll see. Remember, this is a 2-day event, and it looks like, from our vantage point, lanes 3 and 4 are pushing out here, and that's going to be Maritime A and B. Maritime absolutely known for putting together some exceptional quads. But definitely a race in the behind these two crews. Looks like yeah, Maritime and Maritime are definitely up. I think on the outside we have Brookline sitting in between that and some racing at the back of the pack here. Maybe a little trouble steering behind, but again, really well done. Here you can see that race forming. And lane 3 definitely pressing out a little bit here. We've got Maritime. Like, sorry, we're just getting a little caught up in the racing, watching as the two crews pressure in the front and watching a little bit of the racing from behind. And calling it a little bit backwards, Burnt Hills on the outside, separating from the rest of the pack. And here we go. Probably driving each other up here. Maybe a little bit of pride pushing the Maritime A and B boats, really wanting to make sure taking it to the line here in this last 500. But honestly, all these crews doing an exceptional job, really pushing it here. On the back, there is some racing side by side coming down the lanes, and you just never know who's willing to show their hand early and who's kind of being conservative, wanting to make sure that they can showcase their speed in the final. And from this view, you can definitely get that excellent aerial shot of Saratoga Racecourse. Yeah. So lane 3 definitely pressuring up with Maritime's next boat in lane 4. So it makes sense, the A boat and the B boat. Now is a little gamesmanship. Can we tell? Is anybody in quads A or B here from Maritime willing to just put it on through this 250 as we come to the line in the last strokes? Looks like definitely sitting up here. And you're hearing their teammates cheer for them as they come across. Beautiful, beautiful sculling. Timing is looking impeccable through the line. Sitting up nicely. Then we have this Burnt Hills boat really coming through, sitting up again. That's it. All crews, as we've said, it's just exceptional to be here watching some racing. I think this is important. And here we go, Burnt Hills sitting up. And as the first 3 crews have crossed the line, the next 3 are coming. Good, so Brookline and Saratoga pushing it now through the line for us. Yeah, we're right. And then as Port Jeff crosses the line, we'll switch back up, going into another fast race. This is going to be the men's 8s. In this race, we're going to have Greater Lawrence in lane 1, Saugatuck lane 2, Greenwich lane 3, then Row America Rye lane 4, and CRI lane 5. So all of these crews have, in some capacity, raced each other this season, except for Greater Lawrence. So Greater Lawrence will be on that lane 1 outside. Getting some beautiful shots now of Saratoga, a wonderful training center. People have definitely enjoyed it, I think, through this training period. Some exceptional people up here in Saratoga. Also, shout out to all the volunteers. Paul and I have been witness to the background here, and it is an operation that they have.
Um, you don't really have to. It's live. Are we out? Are we out? Yeah. Sorry, we're running tight without the Evo up. Great job, though.
Yeah.
Sorry.
For all of you watching the finish line, we are getting ready. We can see the eights coming into the 1,000, but for us, it is just a boat race. But we suspect from the line this is going to be a boat race. Again, all these crews will progress to the final, so kind of watching to see whose strategy is to go hard early, test their speed, work out the kinks, who's also thinking about conserving. This is the men's 8 again, as we said, men's 8. This is 8, and so who was willing to show their speed early on? Who's going to save for tomorrow? We just don't know, but we are looking for a real showcase in men's sweep racing here. As we've said, the rivalry here is pretty substantial. Everyone within a length sitting here. Greenwich up as they push through. CRI coming through on the side. Ryan Sagatuck, stroke for stroke. This is looking awesome. Clear lead now from that Greenwich boat, but everybody in the pack looking amazing.
Did you win and you lost? Is that what you're saying?
No, we're all on the same team.
Oh, you are? Oh.
You're right, Catherine?
I was thinking
I'm
you
good.
were-
I'm
I
good.
was thinking you were
Oh, we
Saratoga.
live?
No. Yep, I don't, probably live.
It's okay.
We're not, nobody's afraid of a hot mic here. Everyone's having good fun. Here we go. We've got Greater Lawrence coming through here, sitting up strong, looking good as well. And one thing to think about here is we don't know whose pandemic restrictions have really kept them out of team boats for a long time. This could be, this could be the start of their big racing season coming into summer. Really proud of everybody putting it out here. And here we go, Greater Lawrence coming across the line in this competitive men's 8 race.
There is actually. You can just roll it. Let's test it.
Okay, I'm all the way off on my. You hear me? Oh, okay. Test. Oh, now I'm muted on the mic. Test.
I'm all the way off.
That's okay. I don't need a mute. I'm not going to say anything. Cool. We're going to be back live with the U17 men's single. This is going to be Heat 1. We're going to have Andrew, I'm going to say Fife, but I could be wrong, from Norwalk River, Connor Costello from Albany, Lucas Salazar Anaya from GMS, Preston Bidenkamp of unaffiliated USA, and Charles Maxwell from Bromfield Axton Boxborough in lane 5. So this will be a 5-boat race. From this, we're looking to see 3 move on to the final. So this is going to be some do or die, racing from these guys, making an impression in this U17 event. And as we've said, this could be, some marquee speed that we see. These guys have been training all year, probably in the single, or some of them might be just stepping up to take the 2 oars, a skilled boat. But, we're going to see good racing. We know that. Good racing in these young scullers, first initial steps, or as we've said, they could have been racing since they were 10. We don't know. But we're excited. We're excited to see what they lay down. As you can see on the screen, we're going to get some nice shots of the aerial view. As a single sculler, I know being pretty mediocre, I think these conditions are setting them up to have some nice strokes. The wind is, probably not that challenging. So hopefully they're having an enjoyable time on the course as they sit up and race their hearts out. All right. So looking back again, we've got some shots of the dock area here. As we said, this Saratoga operation is incredible, under the leadership of many, many wonderful people, including Chris Chase and Eric Catalano, people who have really set the standard for what junior rowing and rowing in America can be. Really excited. And now we're back. We're hitting this, and we see that looks like Andrew Fife, but again, we could be pronouncing it wrong, from Norwalk River is putting out a substantial lead here, a little bit spread out across the course, so looking like Andrew Fife, Lucas Salazar, and on the outside, this Charles Maxwell from Bromfield Axton Boxborough, putting together three top performances. The next two scullers, Connor Costello and Preston, a little bit back here, a little bit back, but again, in the single, it could be anyone's race. Some nice clean strokes here coming down the course, and we definitely see that the Norwalk River crew single sculler is getting challenged by GMS. No, I don't. Might be calling this backwards, and we apologize. Who's the launch behind? Oh yeah, I think we're lane 5. This one is that's lane 1.
That's lane 6.
This is lane, but on the drone it's lane. It switches. Remember,
Yeah,
this is lane 5. This is excellent racing, and just so you know, Paul and I are amateur commentators. As we come across, though, definitely 3 boats have separated from the pack. Lane 5. So it looks like Charles Maxwell in lane 5 is pushing with Lucas Salazar of GMS. And again, Andrew Fife on the outside, pushing here, those 3. And Connor Costello and Preston Bidencap are trailing the pack a little bit here. It'll be interesting to see who's willing to take it up here as we come into the last few strokes. And who's willing to shut it down a little bit as they come through.
Tell them.
Looks just like Lucas Salazar, coached by G-Man of GMS, edging it out there. We have definitely established that lane 5 here. Lane 5 is along the Saratoga shoreline, so he's now challenging. Yeah, as we said, Charles. Yeah. Yeah. And lane 5, lane 3 coming through here to the line. Just, again, so exciting to see these crews, seeing these athletes be able to show what they've done in this single this season, showcasing it now in the heat. Oh, and they are willing to take it up. This is it, sitting up here, willing to go a little harder through the finish, bringing the rate up as they come through. We've got the last, I would say, 5 strokes of the line here as they come by our little booth. Always fun to see people willing to race it out. And now we see Norwalk River rowing coming through. Few lengths ahead of Connor Costello of Albany and Preston Bidenkamp of Unaffiliated USA. Okay, thank you. Okay. Oh, okay. We'd like to shout out our comments section. We're definitely willing to do some horse racing, but I think the real horse racing is happening on the race course today. These kids, giant hearts, giant lungs, really brave racing, already demonstrating brave racing this morning. Really special to see this. So now we're going to be heat. This is a single heat 2. Oh, they're just heading over. All right. So we'll be switching to the next race of the men's U17 single. Everybody always knows it's fun times and the one times. And this race will be in lane 2, Ian Warner of Greater Lawrence. Adil Kadarov of Oak Neck Academy in lane 3. Lane 4 will be William O'Connell from the Port Jefferson and Kaifu Kai from CRI. And we expect some big cheering on the shoreline from the CRI team. We see you. We know you. We see you sitting there. We expect lots of cheering when this single sculler comes through. Okay, I don't know if this is going to be 9B. 9B. Again, a beautiful shot of this Saratoga morning. Couldn't ask for anything better. We would request this at the head of the fish, though. They might just request audio after this one. Okay, so we've got a race on the course. Looking good. There is definitely a single sculler out in front of the pack with some open water, but a race behind him, and you never know the pressure people feel when they're racing right behind the leader. The leader, out there, but it is a boat race. 3 boats across behind him. And yeah. And that CRI athlete is definitely going to be in the red single. CRI's color is red. And this is Yeah, and this is Port Jefferson's single sculler pushing the pack here, setting the pace, just establishing that time out there. Everybody doing a fabulous job, though, keeping it moving. Got a definite race between Greater Lawrence and Oak Neck right here on the side. And, as we said, it's top 3 to progress. And we know that people are going to be willing to do anything to hold on to that next race. So let's watch this race behind, because it could be very, very interesting. As we've said, CRI on the shoreline over here on our finish line side. We expect big things from the cheering section. Just excellent racing all around. We'd like to say we are flying a little blind in the bios, but we think all of these athletes are doing a fabulous job. Really impressed by their level of skill at such a young age. And, there is a difference between rowing the team boats and rowing the boat by yourself. And these guys are pushing themselves without the help of a coxswain, without the aid of, a little bit silent out there on the race course right now. So you wonder what's motivating them to get from point A to point B. Uh-oh. We've lost we lost a little. We lost the race, but now it's back.
Oh, sorry.
Don't worry, nothing happened on the race course. We just lost a little video feed. Oh, and it is getting exciting side by side here between Greater Lawrence and Oak Neck. Greater, as Paul just said, Paul said Greater Lawrence and Oak neck and neck. Maybe we'd say Babel to Babel, but stroke for stroke here, pushing it. It looks like Oak Neck just taking it up a little bit here over that Greater Lawrence boat. We're getting excited to see those CRI guys cheer. A little more silent on the race course than we're used to with the spectator policy today, but nothing like the sound of your own heartbeat to keep you racing harder. Again, Oak Neck stretching out, pushing it up just a little over this Greater Lawrence boat. CRI back just a little. But everybody making a statement about their season right here as they move through this heat. Definitely Oak Neck surging here, pushing for a little bit more of a lead, probably wanting to get that open water, as we've seen. William O'Connell just taking it away by lengths, but you never know the time between heats and heats. It'll be interesting to see when they line up 6 across tomorrow where they stand. I'd like to say again, excellent steering, which the drone can really highlight, so coxswains take notice. Okay. And we're going to have O'Connell coming across that line beautifully, sitting up. And as we go,
Am I muted? We'll be back in a couple minutes.
there is.
And we're back. We have event 10A men's U17 double heat A. All four of these boats will advance to the final. In the distance, you can see that this race has started, but all you can really see are some dots coming down this beautiful race course. I'll say it again, we're truly lucky here with the weather this weekend. I hope you guys are all enjoying the beautiful weather and this amazing racing. It's hard to tell here, but it could be anyone's race. We have in lane 2, Oak Neck Academy, lane 3, CRI, lane 4, Narragansett, lane 5, Albany. Looks like we have Oak Neck Academy out in front, followed by CRI, Narragansett, and then Albany. All crews here are pushing it in this beautiful race course. Nice to finally have some buoyed courses to row on. That's Oak Neck Academy out in front in the white boat. CRI followed closely behind in the red. Narragansett just on the outside of your screen. Looking to make a move here in the last 1,000 meters. Looks like Oak Neck sitting comfortably in the lead here at a 28 strokes per minute. Of course, all these boats do advance to the finals, so we'll see who's holding back here today. Just kind of getting a lay of the land, getting a practice run down the course, and we'll see some sparks flying tomorrow. These doubles are not easy to row. I tell you, most of the time I spend in the water instead of on top of the water. Coming up on the last 250 meters here, as they approach the red buoys, you'll see these white buoys start to change to red buoys, and that signifies the last 250 meters. Oak Neck still out in front, CRI in second, Narragansett in third, and Albany just off of our screen. The crews start to pick up the stroke rate as they approach the line. Oak Neck looking really relaxed here. Moving that boat well. CRI also looking good. All these crews, all looking good. All worked so hard to be here today. You have to admire the heart and the passion that these athletes have for this sport. And Oakneck coming to the line here. Looking strong there. Now here comes CRI to the line. Followed by Narragansett coming into the final strokes. And here we have Albany. Here we go, Albany. You got to really admire these young athletes. Work so hard. Here we go, Albany. The next one is. Next event is 11A. Albany in their final strokes of the line. Putting everything they have behind each stroke. And Albany through the line. Next up, we have event 11A, men's U17 4, Heat A. We have 2 heats here in the men's U17 4. Top 3 will advance to the final. Heat 2 is empty.
I think it's because there's no
That's a beautiful shot. Gotta love that.
Just looking out at this beautiful shot of the Saratoga area. So lucky to have this windless, sunny day. So just a correction here. This next event, the men's U17 4, there will only be 1 heat, 3 boats. All boats will advance to the finals. Couldn't get any luckier here, folks, with the weather. Just a beautiful day for racing.
Yeah.
Let me know when you want to plug in. Actually, I shouldn't do that because it goes through the thing.
So we're back here, folks. Men's U17 4 in lane 2, we have Greater Lawrence, lane 3, Greenwich, lane 4, Saugatuck. The event number is 11A. We are in 11A, men's U17 4. You can see off in the distance boats coming down. So finally, we have some coxed boats out here. Still could be anybody's game. Looks like we have ourselves a tight race. Sorry, I now have an updated heat sheet. We have Lane 2, Greater Lawrence, Lane 3, Greenwich B, Lane 4, Saugatuck, and Lane 5, CRI B. It's hard to tell here, but it looks like Greater Lawrence and Saugatuck are having themselves a little bit of a battle for first. We're back. We're back here. Still anybody's race here. Coming up to the 1,000-meter mark. Looks like Greater Lawrence making a push. There's a lot of movement going on between all these boats. Still could be anybody's race with 700 meters to go. You can't hear the sounds of the race course right now, but that must be an exciting race. We probably hear those coxswains yelling to their crews, getting them pumped up for that last 500 meters. So Greater Lawrence maintains their lead over Saugatuck. Greenwich maintains their lead over CRI, all within about a boat length of each other. So that's Greater Lawrence, Greenwich, Saugatuck, CRI. So right now, coming in the last 250, Greater Lawrence, Saugatuck, Greenwich, CRI. That Saugatuck boat starting to pick up that rating. Looks like they're closing in on Greater Lawrence. Greater Lawrence maintaining their lead, still holding on. As Greenwich battles back and CRI holds on here in the last 200 meters. Going for stroke for stroke. You can feel the excitement here on the sidelines as CRI cheers for their team. Let's go, CRI.
Oh man.
It's a battle here into the finish. Saugatuck making a move.
It's getting hot.
It's electric here, folks. This will make for an exciting final. Saugatuck, Greater Lawrence, Saugatuck. A close race there. Looks like Greater Lawrence over Saugatuck. Greenwich passes the line. And CRI is through.
Is he calling me?
Yeah, he says he's dead.
He's dead? Yeah, I don't see.
All right, next up we have the men's U17 quad. Saugatuck got them at the line, it looks like. Looks like Saugatuck with a time of 7:48, followed by Greater Lawrence 7:50. Just squeaking it out.
I think it's when you switch the drum feed, the drum feed is like just 3 seconds away. Like,
Yes, you're still live.
there's some breakage in the next race. Sounds like there was a little bit of breakage in the men's U17 quads.
Sounds like there was some breakage in that U17 men's quad race, so they're driving up there to deliver them another ore. That's what it sounds like. We don't know.
I'm just sorry. You can hear the finish line chatter. You can hear a little bit of the finish line chatter over here, and it sounds like things are exciting up at the warm-up area. And we have a confirmation that there are ores zooming up to the start, so we think that the next race might be a little delayed in the men's U17 quad. As a reminder, these are boats that are not steered by a coxswain, warming up blindly in the start area. Anything could happen up there, and the other part of this is that people really want to race, so making accommodations to get some fixed broken equipment to save the racing day. We're going to have a 2-heat race in the men's quad, U17 quad, so it's going to be exciting. 3 boats will be advancing out of the next 2 heats. Paul, are you excited?
I'm so excited, Catherine. It's good to have you back. She provides such colorful commentary.
It's true. Thanks, Paul.
We're all agreeing.
It's pretty nice out here on Saratoga's lake. We heard that this is live streaming all across Saratoga. We hope you're enjoying whatever you're eating for breakfast this morning. We'd also like to shout out our reporter on the sideline, Heidi Hunsberger, who was quick to catch those oars zooming up to the start.
Still no race coming down the race course.
Wow. Mind if I mute for a second?
Oh no. course, with this U17 quad, we're going to be getting this shot from the finish line. We are looking at the last 250 here. And in this, we're going to have Burnt Hills in lane 2, Row America Rye in lane 3, Saratoga in lane 4, and Maritime in lane 5. Maritime will be the lane closest to us.
Yes.
I believe this is Maritime coming up to the line.
They'll be just coming into focus. They're just to the left of your screen. The race you can see. We have a very excited fan on the shoreline.
Saratoga really cheering for their team here.
So that was Saratoga crossing the line in front, buoyed by their teammates.
Go!
Looks like
Hard to tell.
Maritime crossing the line in third. On the outside, that was our Burnt Hills with the second place.
I'm sorry, folks. We're just having a little bit of technical difficulty.
Looking
right
for
now.
that Row America Rye boat, we think that maybe that was the boat that had a little difficulty at the start. And we'll see if they make an appearance in that second heat. There will be a second heat of U17 quads coming up right after this one.
That's good. Adjust your log.
And it looks like we can confirm that the Row America Rye boat that was supposed to go in the first heat has been moved into the second heat. So our next race upcoming will be the men's U17 quad heat 2. In lane 2, we'll have a Maritime B boat, CRI in lane 3, Norwalk River lane 4, lane 5, Greater Lawrence, and 6, the Row America Rye boat moving to the next heat. Again, this will be 3 to advance to the final. And in a 5-boat race, this is going to be pretty exciting, Paul, don't you think?
Oh, yeah.
Very cool. And we are definitely through the 1,000, coming to the line.
Oh, it says it is. Oh, it says it is. Yep, we're live. We're live. If he flies, we're good. We're good if you want to go up.
Okay. It's going to be exciting. I think we can switch back to some drone footage now. So we can catch this last 500 of the race for sure.
We just have to watch out for those low-flying planes that just sweep over the race course.
That is a fact.
Everybody, and I mean everybody, is out enjoying the beautiful Saratoga weather today.
Parents taking out the planes here trying to get a private view of the course. We advise you guys not to take out your planes to the race course.
To keep that a little charge one at a time. Oh, really? Yeah, yeah. The four-way charger one? One at a time. It's a smart charger, so I should have bought a four. Put one in the car. Got drone coverage. I'm not gonna be able to. Who's charging? Tell Scott he's live. Smooth. Plane, plane. Plane, Scott!
Sorry, folks, we have another plane flying up overhead over the race course. The length that some people will go to watch some good racing.
I believe we requested that he not buzz the tower, but he's for sure buzzing the tower. Guess you know it's an exciting day when the planes come out to watch the racing too. As we said before, here on the finish line, it's kind of amazing to see the setup Saratoga has. Many amazing people making this happen. We had a stop from Coach Manny before, who will excitingly be moving to head. And I think we're gonna get the view. All right, we have an 8 crossing the course, but we have the race coming down here. You can also see that plane.
All right, the men's quad are now approaching the last 250 meters here. So in lane 2, we have Maritime, lane 3, CRI, lane 4, Norwalk, lane 5, Greater Lawrence, and the new addition, lane 6, Row America, Rye.
Out in the lead, though, it looks to be Maritime.
Maritime does have a commanding lead here. No, I'm sorry, it is closer than it appears from our vantage. It looks to be Maritime up in front. Our drone footage suggests that this is a closer race than it appears. Here we have Maritime coming up to the line with Row America in lane 6, followed behind them.
Definitely looking cool and calm in that Row America boat. Would not know.
CRI and... Oh, this is between CRI and Norwalk.
CRI coming across the line now. Sitting up right with Norwalk.
And that concludes the men's U17 quad event. Next up, the men's U17 eights. That's event 13A, men's U17 8. Coming up next. Again, the event number is 13A, men's U17 8, getting ready to come down the course.
Row America and Lane 1.
It's under the leg. Unplug and put it under over the leg. Oh.
So, looks like some movement at the line. The race hasn't started. Looks like the crews are now moving back to the line. Maybe a false start in these men's U17 8. So bear with us. This race will get started shortly.
No, that was the Row America.
Are we back live?
And what we can see now here is what we think is the youth novice double event coming down the course. I think there was a little bit of breakage or a re-row in the U17-8, so we're waiting to see that. It is, stressful on the start line, and there are false starts. Anything can happen. So we are moving forward with the novice double in lane 1. We're gonna have Greenwich in the men's novice double. In lane 2, we'll have Albany. Lane 3, Row America Rye. Lane 4, Greater Lawrence. And pretty far away from us at the moment. I don't know if your eyes are better than mine, Paul.
I see some dots, and they're maybe getting bigger.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go. We've got some drone footage here of the doubles, the men's novice double coming down. This is heat 1. Trying to get a better shot for you folks.
So it looks like if this is the race, maybe lane 2, Albany, leading Greenwich. Oh. And it turns out the race is actually right in front of us. What lane? Oh, we have confirmation lane 3 is out. Yeah.
Yep, we're good.
So it looks like lane 3 followed by lane 1 or 2. It could be 2. Here's the thing, folks. This is the men's novice double, and it's very common to play whose lane is it anyway. Looks like lane 3 and 2 coming up to the line here. Lane 3 coming across. And lane 2 followed closely behind. Hopefully those are the lanes they started in, folks. Lane 1 in the high vis coming down the race course. This is Greenwich and lane 1.
That froze?
No.
you said you needed.
No. And then we'll have Greenwich coming across the line. Right here, a little out of focus, but they'll be back in focus soon with that high vis. This lane 1. Finishing up this first heat of the novice double. So following close behind, guys, there will be the novice doubles next heat coming up. So we're just finishing up heat 14B of the men's novice double. The U17-8 was recalled to the start line, so we assume that that will be the next race coming down the course. And we have confirmation. This is the U17-8 is following hot on the trail the men's novice double. In this U17-8 race, we're going to have Row America Rye in lane 1, Greenwich in lane 2, CRIB in lane 3, Row America Rye B in lane 4, and Saugatuck in lane 5. It looks like Greenwich in lane 2 is up at the moment. For all you watching, this is event 13A, Heat A of the men's U17-8. This is a straight Heat 2 final. All boats will be following through again for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon. I think you need to change the tag.
Title.
Yeah. It's actually, it's 13A, I believe. Okay, cleanly ahead as we come into our finish line viewing area is Greenwich. Followed on the outside, which is lane 1. Lane 1 is the Row America boat. Coming up behind them looks like Saugatuck in lane 5. So a pretty consistent rivalry in this area, the Northeast region, with Greenwich, Saugatuck, and Row America Rye. Followed right behind, it looks like another, could be the Row America B boat, then the CRI boat close behind. As we come, though, it is Greenwich with open water, followed by followed by Row America Rye. Saugatuck on the outside, racing up to try and touch the deck of that Rye boat, but just a little behind. Then the Rye boat B coming across the line for us at the moment, followed by CRI. But great racing. Obviously tough to restart a race once you've started it before. But all these young athletes defined as U17, so under 17, definitely showing some composure as they come across the line. The next race that we're going to see coming down the course after this U17-8 is going to be the men's Novice 4. As a reminder, a novice is an athlete in their first year of racing. So they have not yet completed their first calendar year of racing. A lot of these athletes, based on just having endured the pandemic, will probably be in their first spring season of rowing. So in this race, we're going to have lane 3 CRI, lane 4 Norwalk River Rowing. And as we pan out, you can see that it will be a 2-boat race. So testing their speed, their initial speed this morning. Oh. Really? Just CRI? Oh yeah, just CRI and Norwalk. A 2-boat race. Practicing for their perhaps collegiate season, going head-to-head duel, as we'd say, brain to brain on the race course. Coming down, a testament to who could pull ahead, who can challenge each other, side by side. Just 2 boats, toe-to-toe, heartbeat to heartbeat on the race course. It's probably pretty silent out there, you know. It's a little lonely on the race course. But these guys are lucky. They've got their coxswain urging them ahead in a bow-loaded 4. The coxswain will be in the front, looking to steer a straight line. As a reminder, straight lines are fast lines. And any coxswain who wants to check their course could always come back to the video feed and check, were you straight or was it 2,100 meters? Usually athletes prefer to race just 2,000 meters. It's a little lonely out here for us. We're just panning up. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Back to the big racing. As you can see, we're a little far away with the drone shot. As you're looking, it's going to get a little bit complicated, but when you're looking on the drone shot, your left side is going to be lane. Your left side, the Lees Park side, is going to be lane 1. And the right side, the side of the Saratoga, is going to be lane 6. So when you look at the launch, from the launch, it's going to be a left to right lanes 1 through 6. When we switch to the finish line footage, just to mess you up a little bit, the lanes will flip-flop. So the lanes closest to us on this side are going to be lanes 6. But from what we can see, it is definitely a race. It is definitely 2 boats. head to head.
Eyeball to eyeball. Face to face. Mano a mano.
And as we said, this is it. You know, when you're sitting there racing side by side, this is when your heart rate goes a little higher, just pushing. And it looks to us from here as if CRI is edging out. So CRI, as we said, lane 3, Norwalk lane 4. CRI seems to have a commanding lead, but I have to say, I have been told I am terrible at judging margins. Again, this is a 4-person sweep boat, men's novice 4, with coxswain in the bow loader. So the coxswain cannot see their athletes rowing. He has to have the sensitivity to really sense if the timing is off. Are the catches in together? Can he feel the finishes? And this, I am saying he, but this is the men's event, so, you know, no assumptions. But as we said, coxswain just trying to feel. Also, remember, the coxswain is going to have to put up with not just staying in the buoy lanes, but they might be contending with waterfowl on the course. We've seen some very close buzzing from some planes, you know. Rowing is an outdoor sport.
Looks like we have in, again, lane 3 CRI, lane 4 Norwalk, and in lane 6 a family of geese.
And sometimes waterfowl can be the fastest on the race course. CRI sitting up here, about to hit the 250 meter mark for us. As a reminder, in this race, in the Novice 4 race, we only have 2 boats. We have CRI and Norwalk. And Norwalk is in second currently. CRI edging out here, hoping to extend their lead. CRI is the juggernaut of the East, the Community Rowing Incorporated out of Boston, Massachusetts. Head coach Will Congram for the men's side. I believe Beatrice Sims over there coaching the novices as well. Not familiar with the full coaching staff. And in Norwalk, we have Norwalk of Norwalk, Connecticut. Here they are, stretching into the last few strokes for CRI, sitting up, really commanding the race course at this point.
Commanding the race course, they're looking confident, composed.
But that Norwalk boat really sitting up, stretching here, making a name for themselves. A 2-boat race is sometimes the hardest race to row, right? You don't have the luxury of 6 lanes across. And you are really testing your mettle against one other crew. This race will be rowed as a final tomorrow, and both crews definitely will be looking to up the ante, make sure they've raced out all the kinks today and come back, cleaning up their catches, cleaning up their finishes, really looking to put on the sprint. And this Norwalk boat is sitting up, making strides to really push through the line. Well rowed through the finish, going for it every stroke. Just wonderful racing here.
What's the next race?
Next.
So the next race we're going to have, so this was the Novice 4s, we're going to pan out hopefully to the men's Novice 8s. Heat 1. So this is going to be a total of, it looks like, 9 entries. In each race, each heat, three boats looking to move forward. So, you know, as we saw in the Novice 4 event, both boats will move on to the final. In the Novice 8 event, only 3. So in our first race, we'll have in lane 2 Saugatuck, lane 3 Maritime, lane 4 Saratoga, and lane 5 Greenwich B. And only 3 will advance. So whereas in the Novice 4 event, you could definitely be slightly conservative. In this Novice 8 event, you gotta go for broke if you want to continue on tomorrow afternoon. My apologies. And Paul, as a novice coach, does your heart rate jump a little bit as you see these novice boats come down? What do you think is running through these novice coaches' heads?
You know what? Anytime novices go down the race course, as long as they make it down and have fun, that's a win in my book.
Definitely looking to make sure that the athletes have a great race, but there's got to be a little bit of wanting your bell ball out first. Yeah,
That goes without saying.
Yeah.
Of course,
Okay.
that goes without saying.
Okay. All right. So from here, still not a lot to be seen. We can see that there are definitely some CRI 8s in this event, as their red unisuits stand out amongst the sea of blue, water, and black unisuits. So we can tell you that there are CRI 8s on the course for sure. So on your screen right now, you're probably seeing some boats warming up to the start line while the race is coming down. And again, on the Lees side, the Lees Park side, that's lane 1, but that's oddly enough going to be the left-hand side of your screen. But from Paul, who's now standing on the dock as far out as he can, trying to confirm it may be Greenwich out in front, lane 5. But it is a tight race. You can start to see it coming into focus in the drone shot you have. Are you sure? You sure? That's lane 5. Yeah. All right. So clear separation here. Greenwich lane 5 on the left-hand side of your screen, with definitely a boat race in the middle, looking like Norwalk and CRI pushing Maritime B on the outside, right side, coming. So all right, sitting up here, we see the Greenwich boat with clear, probably 3 to 4 lengths of open. Back to that Norwalk boat. Norwalk and Maritime, definitely a little rivalry, I'm sure they're urging each other on. CRI in the middle of that, in the fray. Everyone trying to make it for those top 3 spots. But Greenwich making a statement that they will, with some certainty and about 10 strokes to go, make it through the line as the first boat to secure a spot to the final. Now sitting up, we can see that it is definitely a race between Norwalk, Maritime, and CRI. CRI B-boat looks to be just a little off the pace back there. But again, 2 CRI boats in this very race. And we have that Greenwich boat sitting up, really making a statement, feeling confident in their last strokes to the line. And then, right behind it, we are going to have Norwalk River sitting up again, securing that place in front of Maritime and CRI. Maritime just about a deck ahead of CRI right here, but pushing, and CRI not wanting to lose that spot. This is a race for that third spot. As a reminder, this is going to be who goes tomorrow to the final. We have two boats going all the way, and it is bow for bow right here, bow for bow. And I am not sure. It looks like CRI has just squeaked it out. Yes, I think that's the case. CRI right through Maritime, right at the line. But what a race here. And then we have the CRI boat, the B boat coming through here. As a reminder, with COVID protocols, CRI has been on the water in team boats for a very limited amount of time. So showing great racing savvy, sitting up here, taking their strokes. And probably CRI's first race was very late April, scrimmage with Saugatuck and Greenwich and Rye, one of the two. But what a race for that third spot. Oh, um, and let us confirm it was a nail biter to the finish. CRI getting it by 0.5 seconds. I was talking. Okay, and just confirming in that first race run in the novice event, it was CRI at the line, nipping Maritime by 0.5 seconds. Breaker there, but what excellent racing! Just phenomenal. And remember, that's the stuff we've been waiting for. In our next race, in the men's novice heat 2, 3 boats again to move on. We have Saugatuck Lane 2, Maritime Lane 3, Saratoga Lane 4, and Greenwich B in Lane 5. Yeah, no, I'm okay. Sorry. No, it's okay. So, by our clock, we're about 5 minutes into this race. It is active. It is coming across the
Test. Testing. Good
Test, test. Sorry, we're back live. We were sorry to have missed you guys on that excellent racing in both novice heats, but really brave to the line. Three boats to move on from the heats. We'll be moving now into our men's youth second four event, heat one heat. So we'll be moving back to the fours, men's youth second fours here. In this event, we'll have Brookline in lane 1, Maritime in lane 2, Greater Lawrence lane 3, Maritime lane 4, Saugatuck lane 5, and Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough in lane 6. And we have a race on the course. It looks like it's about 1,000 meters through, maybe pushing to the 750. Be really interesting to see who's pushing the speed in these second fours. So the result of the last men's novice 8 heat 2 was Saratoga over Maritime, Greenwich B, Saugatuck. So Saratoga, Maritime, and Greenwich B advancing into the final. While we're waiting for the drone to get back in action, some nice shots of the CRI team launching. And just a reminder, these second events that we're going to get into, so heading into the second four, second quad, second and third eights later in the day, really showcasing the depth of the teams out here, really trying to show what kind of force you can bring as you go down the line. All these athletes working exceptionally hard. And we'll also be just switching out some drone stuff. Technology is beyond me, but we'll be up with some great footage in just a few moments. Batteries, yes. Switching out the batteries.
So while we're switching out the batteries for the drones, we'll still be able to provide you with some finish line video as they come up here to the last 250 meters. Looks like Maritime lane 4 out in front.
definitely a race on the outside. Could be Maritime B, and maybe out here.
I believe that outside boat in lane 6 is Bromfield.
Yeah, Bromfield definitely pushing for this.
All these crews will automatically qualify for the final tomorrow.
What's your strategy, Paul? You go hard. You go hard in the heat. See what you can work on for the final, or you try and save.
I always go hard, Captain.
Yeah, me too. But if you're gonna race, you might as well race, right? Never know what's gonna happen, right? Okay, sitting up here looks like it could be Maritime. Maritime to the line. What do you think, Paul?
Well, I've got a
Maritime,
tarp in
Bromfield?
front of me.
Ground turn. I think it's Maritime Bromfield.
I think you're right, Catherine. Looks like Maritime, about a boat length of open water, Maritime, and followed closely behind by Bromfield.
Yeah. In the race back in the pack, we have a good race developing between, does it look like, Brookline and Saugatuck. Looks like Brookline and Saugatuck pushing here with just Greater Lawrence a little bit off the pace. Here we go now. It looks like Saugatuck crossing just in front of that Brookline boat. Greater Lawrence coming through. But as we know, anything can change for the final.
Next up, we have the men's youth second quad. That's event 18A, men's youth second quad, top 6 to final. So all these boats will make it to the final tomorrow afternoon. In lane 2 is GMS, lane 3 Maritime, lane 4 Burnt Hills.
GMS and Maritime definitely perennial competitors in the quad event sculling programs. Looking to see some interesting depth here.
GMS. What does GMS stand for?
Well, Paul, glad you asked, because as someone who rode for the man, the myth, the legend, Gunter Buter, G-Man Systems, GMS is GMS. It's definitely getting hot out here, Paul. I don't know if you've noticed the temperature rising.
Sitting under this tarp, I definitely feel the temperature is rising.
And I think that the athletes also on the race course, a little affected by the heat. Looks like people just not as prepared. Remember, it's been one of those springs where you just never know what kind of weather you're going to get. But it is, as we've said many times, a beautiful sunny day in Saratoga. I didn't know the sun shined here.
Count ourselves lucky it's not snowing.
But, like, let's be real. This is a beautiful place, Paul. I don't know.
I mean, I'm moving here tomorrow. Chris Chase, please have a house lined up for me and ready, because this place is beautiful.
If they had a U19 summer program, I'd definitely sign up. Do they have a U19 summer program? I think they might.
I hope so.
All right, I think we can see something on the drone footage here.
We got some water and boats surrounded by trees.
Now we're back to boats.
Oh, now we're back to boats. I tell you, folks, you can feel the electricity in the air today.
with all these boats.
Do you feel like there's ever a better day to watch racing than a sunny day in Saratoga? I don't think so.
I'll take it over a rainy day. Any day, Catherine.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So let's see. Looks like a 3-boat race for sure. And that looks like GMS on the outside here. This lane leading the pack. GMS back to Maritime and then Burnt Hills. So sitting up, really pushing it. Our feet is cut out a little bit. There we go. GMS definitely racing it. It's a 3-boat race. All boats will advance to the final, but GMS looking to put a little sauce out there, be a little spicy, maybe put a little bit of their impression on the Maritime crew. And Burnt Hills right there. And as we've said before, we just don't know what people are saving for tomorrow. Again, excellent steering on all accounts. Looks from our end nice and in the buoys. Good timing, beautiful angles. Maritime, some excellent coaching over there with Jan and Sharon, Julia. But what a nice display of some sculling. You have to assume these athletes have had some time in small boats this past year to really work on their personal technical skills, and now being able to put them in the big team boats to really display how they work as a team. And GMS just keeps moving out a little bit off the Maritime boat. And the Burnt Hills boat pushing back up into that Maritime boat. So definitely probably thinking about what they're going to do. I mean, probably not thinking right now, just going, but trying to see what they can improve on.
Definitely, probably, maybe you're right.
Oh, God. Oh. Nope. We have some swimming on the shoreline from the CRI crew. Making this a biathlon? Rowing and swimming?
Maybe?
I don't know. It looks like somebody's swimming off the dock over here.
A little too early to be celebrating, as the finals will be tomorrow. Someone please tell that crew the finals are tomorrow.
I don't know, Paul. It's hot. People should be taking a little dip. All right, we're coming to the line. We are in the last 250 here as we go through the next 2 strokes. 250 here, GMS sitting up. This stroke seat, I don't know if it's pronounced Slamenko, but he is definitely slamming down the stroke rate, getting ready to bring up the rate for this 250.
But
Thanks, Paul. Maritime looking perhaps conservative, would you say? A little bit?
they're looking cool and collected.
Ah, there we go. The mic's got a front-facing
Oh,
section.
man, Paul. You'd think we'd done this before, but we haven't, ever.
No,
in
this is
lives.
our first time commentating.
To be fair, this is definitely not our day job.
We got lead commentator Catherine and Paul on the drums. Ba-dumps.
Paul, probably you have a lot of rhythm. That's why you were a rower and a drummer.
That's right. Here we go.
All right.
GMS to the line. Last 5 strokes.
Making a statement, looking strong. I hope this kid's name is Flamingo because he is slamming it down. Looking good. Okay, and now sitting up here we have Maritime crossing. Right in front of us, about 10 strokes to go, and then back by, let's say, maybe 3 lengths of open to the Burnt Hills boat.
But still looking strong.
Yeah, again, it's so much fun to see these crews racing, sitting up, putting it all out there. Wherever they are, straight or sideways, they are going for it. Really just taking the time to race down the course. Putting their hearts and souls into it. And we are done with the men's heat in the youth second quad. We are going to move on to the next event, which is going to be the men's youth second 8. We have confirmation it is already on the course.
So the men's youth second 8. This is event 19A. 19A, we have in lane 2, Saugatuck, lane 3, Greenwich, lane 4, CRI, and lane 5, CRI, with the CRI crews side by side battling each other out. So right now, that race has indeed gone off. Right now, they just look like tiny specks to us, but they're probably coming across the 1,700 meter mark. Sorry, that's 1,700 meters to go.
It's a big difference, Paul.
It's a long race. So these are the only boats in this event, so all 4 boats will be advancing to the final. Another shot of that beautiful Saratoga race course. Those dots slowly starting to get bigger, starting to see these boats maybe a little bit of a lead, and actually no, it's too close to call right now. We can't make that kind of call. But definitely
Also,
a battle.
I mean, a lot can change between the 500 meter mark and the 500 to go.
So sorry, this is an outdated heat sheet. We have Row America Rye in lane 1. That's the crew that I was missing before. So we have Row America Rye in lane 1, Saugatuck lane 2, Greenwich lane 3, CRI lane 4, and CRI in lane 5.
Oh yeah, I think Sierra.
Looks like a battle here. Looks like we have a battle here between Row America and CRI. CRI's other boat following closely behind. Coming through the 1,000-meter mark. It's anybody's race right now, but it's a close battle between Row America and CRI in the front. Followed by CRI, Greenwich, and then Saugatuck. Okay, go.
Definitely an exciting race here. Looks like Rye and CRI, stroke for stroke. You know, hard for the coxswain because the coxswain's going to have to look across to see 2 lanes across. Make sure they're really staying connected to that racing. That CRI coxswain looking across to the Rye, but must be aware of their other CRI boat pushing them. And you have to expect that they know the speed of their CRI boat, know what they're doing. But the Greenwich boat looks to be putting on a little bit of a move here, trying to push up into the pack, wanting to establish a little bit of speed here, making sure your competitors know, tomorrow who's the one they're going to have to beat. But also, again, we talk about that gamesmanship. Do you hold back? Do you sit up? But as Paul and I decided, you got to race. You get the chance to race, you race. Looks like everybody's in the corner of our screen racing for that corner. Looks like maybe CRI pushing up. What'd you say, Paul? CRI pushing up a little bit?
It's hard to tell here as they come up to the last about 300 meters.
It right there, pushing every stroke. This is what we've been waiting for.
I'd say Rye's making a push here.
Definitely
Yeah,
looks
no.
like Rye brought the rate up. I would say, do you think Rye? Yeah, Rye.
Yeah, it looks
bringing
like
the rate
Rye's
up a little
kicking
bit.
it
Yep.
up.
Oh, but across the line, even again every time, somebody goes, somebody follows.
Can't count
Just-
anybody out
This
today.
is just a great, great response. And now Rye seems to be sitting up, maybe a seat into this. Yep, I think pushing out a seat out. We're switching over to our camera view and you can see Rye with the neon orange hat, CRI in the red boat. Coxswain's looking across, making sure they're making those calls, putting the athletes in the right position, giving them confidence to sit up, put the legs down into the last 10 strokes. Rye definitely moving out here. Rye pushing for that length. You want to have that. Coxswain wants bow ball. You can see Coxswain is looking across, asking for that bow ball from her stroke seat, asking for it, his Coxswain person. Now can see maybe just a little bit of contact. Would you say open water? Just a tiny bit of open water?
No, I think they still have contact here.
CRI pushing for contact. Knowing what they need, that CRI B boat definitely wanting to push into their CRI A boat. Greenwich coming on, contact with the CRI B boat, sitting up, back to that Saugatuck boat by a little of open water.
And Saugatuck here, coming to the line, still looking strong.
And then Saugatuck crossing here.
Saugatuck crossing the line right here. Remember, folks, all these crews will advance to the final tomorrow.
So we'll be going to the last event of the day here.
Last event of the morning. Sorry, last event of the men's youth rowing for the day. Men's youth, third 8.
This is going to be event
20A?
It's going to be event 20A.
20A.
So, based on the great racing from that second 8, I'm really excited to see what happens in this third 8.
Yeah, just to recap that men's youth second 8 results, Row America followed by CRI only 2 seconds behind, then CRI B followed by Greenwich and Saugatuck.
Oh man, what a showdown. This is going to be CRI. We just saw those CRI boats push each other in that first race, so this is going to be really fun to see them pushing here, see what the Greenwich boat can do as it fights in here for 3 boats across.
So in this last heat, it is CRI in lane 2, Greenwich in lane 4, and CRI in lane 5.
Interesting to have that lane in between them.
Yeah, looks like that Row America boat might have scratched its men's youth third.
I think it's always really exciting when you can be just, boat to boat to boat here. So maybe hopefully they've switched them over a lane, but you never can tell.
What's that?
Wrap it up. So we don't have any actual footage to show you. They're just started off here, getting their start 5 in, start sequence to get them off the line, wanting to move powerfully off the line. Remember, they're moving a boat from a boat with 9 people in it, stationary, moving a boat from a dead standstill, locked in start docks, trying to get this boat up and running at speed over the course of about 5 strokes. So looking to be powerful off the line. Also, it is always a feeling of psychological dominance when you can get your boat out a little bit ahead of your competitors. So that start can be something that sort of sets up your race. But as a reminder, a bad start does not dictate the outcome of a race.
So for those just tuning in right now, this is our final men's youth race. Sorry, I should say our last one because the finals are tomorrow, not to confuse anybody. But please stay tuned for our women's racing that will commence at 1:50 p.m. Your announcers will be Carrie Wasserman and Richard Klein. Stay tuned for those two.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but both of those guys rode for, is it the Hobart Statesman?
The Hobart Statesman, that's correct.
Yeah. And I mean, just an excellent.
Very prestigious rowing college, I would say.
Yeah, and I would say also just two wonderful people.
Oh, stand up, guys.
Stand up. I'm really looking forward to that. Oh, we got some interesting footage of the drone.
Yeah, that's how we're getting this great footage here today. Oh boy, we got some races going. We got some boats coming down right now. I can see them, sort of.
Paul, do you think it's our eyesight, or are they just really far away?
No, I think it's partly my eyesight, and they're very far away. Or they're very small, Catherine. They could be very, very small.
We could have ants on the course. What is this, a race course for ants?
Looks like they're coming up to the 1,000-meter mark. No way to know who's up in front.
Just as a reminder, a lot of these races were seated, so we got to see some really fun formations coming down the race course.
Oh, the drone is up.
The drone is up. So we're probably over the 1,000-meter mark, would you say? Pushing into the 750, Paul?
Pushing in 750. It's anybody's race.
So as a reminder, we have in lane 2, CRI, lane 4, Greenwich, and in lane 5, CRI-B. Greenwich is going to be in blue, and CRI is going to be in red. We have time to shout out the referee corps.
Always. These refs doing an amazing job today, calling fair races, making sure everybody is safe on the water, and we can't thank them enough for all their hard work today.
Also, have you ever seen so many volunteers? Is the entire town of Saratoga here today?
I think so.
This is pretty cool. It's pretty cool to be in a place that celebrates rowing like Saratoga celebrates rowing.
So I'm going to tell you right now, this is a battle between CRI or Greenwich. I can safely say.
Yes, Paul. With two teams competing. But I think in the drone shot we can see that the Greenwich 3V has definitely pushed out for open water over the two CRI boats. But again, when you're racing your teammates, pride is on the line, right, Paul?
That's right. And these CRI boats, they're neck and neck. They're going stroke for stroke.
And in that other race, it was the CRI B boat really pushing the CRI A boat down the line, and they're not going to give in to this one either. Fun to watch. Sitting up here, really good clean strokes coming all across. Good steering from the coxswains. As we said, sometimes the drone footage can be a little bit telling. Are you going straight? But everybody seems to be doing straight lines in the buoys, looking fantastic, racing their hearts out. And I have to say, I think everybody is pretty excited to be racing 2,000 meters. Shout out Mike Winicky. There's nothing like the pain of a 2K, right? To really remind you you're living.
So we're coming up on the 250-meter mark here as these white buoys change to red. Greenwich out in front, followed by CRI and CRI. So two CRI boats battling it out. Greenwich with a commanding lead here. Of course, all of these boats will get the opportunity to race tomorrow in the final. Looks like Greenwich picking up the stroke rate here in the last 200 meters, looking to make a statement. Yes, they are sitting up.
They are. I think one of the best things you can do is when you get into that last 250 is just sit up.
You can tell we've said this to our athletes before. Sitting up is important.
After that, I'd say probably get your blades in. I don't know. It's a toss up, really.
It's a close second.
Blades in, sitting up, one of the two. Looking amazing coming across the line. These Greenwich boys just absolutely crushing. But the CRI boats also sitting up, really pushing to extend. Just excellent racing right across the board.
I mean, we're just so lucky to be here today with this buoyed course, 2,000 meters. This is just fantastic racing. Thank you all for joining us.
And I would like to just shout out Saratoga in general, putting together phenomenal racing. Chris Chase really setting this up. Eric Catalano, Manny Valentin, just a wonderful program up here, really making sure this happened. The depth that CRI is getting to showcase here. 2 boats in the third varsity 8. What a program. What a phenomenal first day showing for this Northeast Regional Championship. Really, really excited. Happy to be back.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Paul.
And that concludes our men's youth racing for the day. Stay tuned at 1:50 for our women's youth single. First race.
extender for that. Might have something I can use.
Can I take one of the DJI batteries over into the car and charge it in the car?
Do we have ones that are low? That one is almost full. This one is low. So that could go to the car. Totally good. So this one's okay.
I'll just take one because
What is that?
the cars have to actually, for some reason,
Yeah,
my
absolutely.
might.
So this one. So I made these tear off labels. The moment of dot, when it's fully charged, if I touch it here and here, just do that, and then pull that little creep, this goes out, and then it comes back on and goes out. So
We've said this thing isn't working, right?
I just realized I don't have my batteries. I know I probably oh, mine mine looks super new though. I mean the brand new. Well, yours might.
Can you give me the good one and I'll take it to the car?
Um, it tells how many times they've been charged, right? Not that it matters. They're both pretty new, right? Yeah. I don't even know how much those are. Better. The wind's we're still getting a lot of wind. From the microphone. I think it takes GPS data. Yeah. All right, so saying for speed? Really? Oh. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, you use I don't have I use UAV forecast. Yeah, I need something that actually yeah, tell. UAV forecast tells me well it has a wind table for altitude. It's not always accurate, but it gets the data from airports. Yeah, I mean a lot of these get the data from airports, but you know, you yeah, absolutely. We need something absolutely. Yep. Oh, that's not a bad price either. No. Prices. You also, do you have a temperature target done for your rotors? Point at the rotors just to make sure one's not overheating. Uh, Especially with Inspires, you can have one rotor overheat over the other one, and basically, they just don't have enough lift, or well, what happens is the motor can overheat and seize, and basically every time you so you're checking the motors, fire at the at the props or the rotors, and just see if the temperatures are safe, fast tolerance. My car all the way over there. Both the far. Is this your too? Um, my quad. I'm not sure if anyone can do that. Quad. Yeah. I fiddled once with Sling. I almost bought Sling. I just looked at it, it's like 1 o'clock, and I'm like, that's what they said. I think they'll launch it too. So did you get to see the start of the race or two? Maybe I was I'm wondering. it or wherever you can see it, let him go and kind of pan off. Yeah. And then that's what I was doing. And then I wish we could have seen it. That's I was basically I would start either from behind or the back side, track a little bit, and then just pause. Sometimes I come out and kind of arch out from the middle. I still don't have a good grasp of how we paired that. I just kept hitting the button, holding the button, and doing different combinations and paired. I think you just push them both, hold them down for a second. Pair. Uh, my questions are, I think that water smells pretty bad. It could be on the lake too, actually. I think she dumped water on the ice. My questions are when I change out the battery, do we have to repair again? If we do repair, do we have to? Well, I changed out the battery here. I didn't have a problem. Just immediately paired back up again. Oh, you came down and changed it, took back off again? Yeah, probably 3 times I changed the battery and I never had a pairing problem. As soon as I powered up, it reached out the battery. But out there, I don't know. Almost kind of wonder if we had the live deck on some kind of tripod, 10, 15 feet up in the air. That would help. I figured if I had a platform and I was down over there, and yeah, then you could get down that much further. Yeah, as opposed to because when I was riding in the boat, as soon as we cross where the land comes out here a little bit, it's probably about where I lost the signal. So I should plug this stuff in because I think she went to the car, but so really want to get this charged for the that one's almost done. So then I'll put this one on. This is the bad one. I'm gonna still charge it anyway. So Keith go to. He drove up from Texas this morning. Oh, last night. He got in late. Oh, 11:30 last night. Oh, okay. So he usually goes up to there. Yeah, sorry. I last night I didn't even think when you're talking about pairing everything up, I didn't think it was to this. I thought it was. No, I didn't even mean that. I totally forgot about this, honestly. Because what the guy I bought it from Zach at DroneWorks. He's like the Autel rep for New York State. He's pretty good and has direct conversation with him. So we did a conference call. Well, I mean, bought the drone. This I got this for free. But he basically said, start up the drone, pair it, off you go. Pair it for the first time, off you go. Yeah, I didn't even have to do that. They just, as soon as I turned the controller and the drone on, they were talking. I almost wish I could. Actually, this is battery powered. I think it's got like 6 or 8 hours. I wonder if I could just. It's too bad it doesn't have a tripod mount. Actually, you can make one. Just clip on that on a tripod. Yeah. I understand. Uh, shoot. That's just a fucking word.
Finally peeked in here because nobody else around here is. You're like, not the F bomb. I'm like, nah, I don't think that, but.
So they gave me this.
Water in the bottom.
Can I have one of those?
Yeah.
So that we have power here. And top. You hit it again and you go. Oh, I think the boost to talk. Yeah. So, 110. Can we run through these?
Yeah. You want to do that right now? Can I sit back
I,
here?
I
And
actually
pull
got
a
a
chair up?
pretty. Yeah.
Or sit
Wait,
over
so
there
is this
running.
still streaming? Wait, where is the? Alright, so I'll do
Car
it.
is running.
Is this for me? I'm gonna put it. Notice, so and
That
then
is
this.
good to know because I did not know that. I didn't want to mess with it too much.
Yeah, no, and this locks it down, but if you leave it loose, and if you change, this will make it tighter. So this is a problem. Wish this was longer.
Fine. I'm just taking random pictures. Yeah, just different things for your
Jenna said
website.
send stuff to
I know she's working right now. Oh, I have your chapstick in my pocket too because I know you're going to need that. Your lips are red. Rose, okay. I'll gather the cords and stuff. Go to the bathroom.
Ask in there.
Oh, yep. Yes, you are. You have to stand out like a sore thumb without it.
Not the best idea to. Yeah, I mean the big danger is if you get the drone downwind, the battery starts going low, and you're trying to come back. Wind is going almost the same speed that your top speed is, then you're just going to stand still.
natural to them. Like they can just do it. I think maybe because of like playing video games or whatever. Kids aren't really like just worried about breaking something, I guess. But that's the drone is out there, right? That feed. That's the yeah. At one point there was like 9 girls like standing out. Because it was hooked to Keith's controller, I think. Hooked to something in Keith's hand. Saratoga's a big operation. Yeah, we did. Thank you. Yeah, we.
Yep.
Thank you. They came in with Panera. That would have been nice. I saw like these huge bags coming in. But... So like when we were normally here with like our team, we'd be set up like you see that big white boat straight across. Behind that and like the swampy marshy woods is like all little tent sites. And so we would have a site back in there. So muddy. I've never been on this side. I'm like, well, this is luxury over here. I wonder if they beat everybody. Oh, I was gonna say, now this isn't anything of yours. I found this on the ground outside our car this morning. It was like behind the car, but it could be anything anybody dropped, but I didn't know if it was something that was ours, so I just picked it up. Yeah, this morning I ran out early to get something out of the car for Gavin, and I found it on the ground. I forgot to remember when you said you didn't bring something. I was like, wait a minute, I found something. I don't know if it goes to anything of ours. It could be.
I don't think I have. Check my luggage bag. Last night, well, you had a basket of food fall out of her,
Yeah, but this was in a different area. This was like on the other side. What were you wondering?
right?
One that
Yeah.
fell out.
I don't think it's mine.
Yeah, it just had some random food in it. I think she thought they got us.
Oh.
Oh no, we didn't get the y'all were bringing in. I didn't say that.
Okay, so that's set up now.
Yep.
So wait a minute. That
It's on the
goes.
floor, on the ground outside
No, but keep it just in case. So I checked the.
battery in the car.
It's on three lights blinking.
I didn't move anything.
That area. I don't want anyone here.
That's gonna be me.
Okay, yeah. Um, cleared out because it was pretty crowded. I got to come in and watch the stream. So.
Oh no, we gotta do the we gotta do the races first before we do anything. I'm like, hey, somebody took me here. What's like, when I came back and the commentators had our chairs, I was like, oh. You said something. We'll probably get those things done.
All right, so ready to go. Well,
Certain sci-fi you are.
certain sci-fi.
Have you? You watched?
Yeah.
Are you thinking it was? Or are you thinking Maze Runner?
I don't
Okay.
even know what Maze Runner is.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't. I assure you I don't. That's that were the bad guys in the film. Wait, what am I getting a feed from? Is your
It's somebody out there doing something like that.
Oh, you know what? No. This camera's on. Oh wait, so I actually want that in 3. So drone 1, drone 2, and camera. It is in 3. Why is it showing up there? Why would it show up there? Now I'm completely confused. Uh oh, I just turned it off. Okay. Well, wait. I'm getting. What on earth? I was getting a live deck feed. You're not on, right? Yep. That is weird. Yeah, I think it. Well, it's like when I lost connection. I think when it disconnects, it just leaves the last video on the screen. All right, so we only have one charged. Oh no, we're gonna have that one. Okay.
Oh, we got one in the car.
We still need to. Link at 4. Yeah. I turned the air on inside and put the windows up.
Oh, I didn't know if I should have the air running.
So get a thermal scanner for motors, huh? Is that like an infrared scanner? Should I care? Or should I just drink it? I certainly can.
And
That's true. I'm on a medication. I'm on a medicine. But it's a necessity. All right, Jess, here's what we got to do. So this is the craziest thing. Is that coming from that camera? I don't understand why I have feed coming in. I'll fix it when we go. Out of here that we're not using. Hmm? Oh yeah, yeah.
that's right.
Keith went somewhere. His daughter was calling him on the phone. Let's go. You know what? I'm about to go. I'm about to go with my shorts. All right. Can you get this on a charge for me? Apple charger?
Oh, yep.
All right here.
Two plugged in and stuff.
Actually, all went like the first few minutes did. No, I was out. They would have had me out of here by 9 a.m.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's plugged in.
Huh?
Plugged in, but it doesn't seem like it's charging.
It is. If you plug it in, you unplug it. It tells you to plug it back in again. It's working. Because it says, hey, dude, you can't charge if you don't plug it in. You know what I'll do? Can you pass that under? Yeah. I hope we don't. What if we overload that circuit? We're putting so many things on it. It's all low voltage stuff, though. What's
Here.
this? This is going to be my chair.
Here you go. Under.
Okay. All right, so let's fire this up. All right, let's fire this off. So I'll tell you what to do. It's very easy. I'm going to send you a link from my email. I'm going to give you an address. Yeah, you know. Can I email it to you? So okay, we got some time. Maybe we should have left that open to get a little air in. Okay. We need good chairs. These chairs. Because look how far my ass is. What? Okay, some can we do? What's this gray cord? Camera? Camera? Oh shit. Well, I'm setting this up. Can you check that battery?
Blinking all four, but it's still blinking. Like
Okay,
it's not
just
solid.
let it go. Okay, so I'm sending you this link. So I should have thought back to our regatta days because when do you ever get to a regatta at 8 a.m. and leave by 3 or whatever they professed, right? Well, they told me it was a shortened day, but I don't think they're going to be done by 3. They're not even starting till 2. Schedule goes till like 6 or something. I think like 5 something. And they told me it was a shortened day, but I was looking at it going, this isn't shortened. I appreciate that. You cleared the way for me. All right, so I sent you that link. It's this. So basically, what you got to do, you're gonna read like this morning's. Okay, so here's lunch. So basically, that's morning, right? This is morning. Okay, so just zoom in. Okay, see lunch? Yellow.
Break.
No, this is lunch.
Okay.
Okay. So starting with that, that's the afternoon heats.
Uh-huh.
Well, if you give me like 22A and then tell me what these are and what there's a certain order I need it though. We'll figure it out. But with you reading them, you're just going to click them off and I'm going to copy and paste and it's going to go much faster. Okay? Anyway, I do.
We're coming back.
Yeah, we were hoping.
Beginning to wonder. Gavin, this is Richard and Carrie.
Hi, guys.
Men's coaches.
Cool.
Scout and Jessica.
You are very good with names, dude.
That's so they're going to be our announcers this afternoon.
Oh, okay.
Are you going to take the masks off to announce? Yeah, I was going to say that's going to be hard. We are too. So why don't we give it a shot? Why don't we pair before you go out, and then I'll just monitor the pairing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was.
Or you turned it on and it was connected. We're good then. just turn it, and that's on. So it's like if you had it on your head and you flipped it up. So basically, there's a dot and a dot. Yeah, so just if you flip it down like this.
Do you want them
Like
going
this.
off of this or off of
That'll do it. Test before we go on. I don't know if you guys are going to measure up. There's a lot of yelling in the booth this morning. Oh, you heard the race. Oh, yeah, that's who was announcing it. Yeah. Yeah, they were pretty good, I thought. You guys going to rival them? Hard to go with. It's like, whatever, they're coworkers.
Yeah, they're the women's coaches.
It's calling me from.
Yeah, I got it for the. When's race to start? In a couple minutes?
So yeah, 7 minutes.
The password
Okay, so Jess, ready to go? So let's do. Wait, mic's on. Test. Test. Let me do this. I'm gonna unplug that for a bit because the mute is not working now. So it must be with the extension. Which is odd, but test. Nope. Computer speakers. Hang on, maybe I won't do titles this afternoon. Test.
want
Hang on one second. Test. Test. Jessica, are you picking up on those?
You got the police boat right away.
All right, your audio's live now.
Welcome back to the 2021 U.S. Rowing Northeast Championship in beautiful, sunny, and slightly windy Saratoga Springs, New York. My name's Kerry Wasserman. I'm joined with my dear friend and colleague, Richard Klein.
Hang on. I'm sorry, I don't have audio all of a sudden. Is your mute on or off? Is your volume on? All right, your audio's live now. Oh, it's getting something. It's baffling. Yeah. Test.
apologize profusely for the technical difficulties. We are now live, coming to you from Saratoga Springs, New York, for the 2021 Northeast Youth National or Youth Regional Championship here in beautiful, sunny Saratoga Springs, New York. My name is Kerry Wasserman, and I'm joined by my colleague Richard Klein.
Hey, thanks so much for joining us, everybody. We're going to have a great afternoon of racing. Winds picked up a little bit this afternoon, Kerry, from this morning. We've got a nice, strong headwind up here. Conditions are nice, though. Conditions are flat. It's just we've got a stiff headwind up here in the women's double that's coming down right now.
Yeah, we're in the first heat of the women's youth double, which is just coming across the line. We've got some great racing that's already happened earlier today.
Very faint. It's game's up pretty high. Test.
Is there a pull down next to that microphone?
This one?
Yep.
Oh, right here. Yeah, but
Turn that back up, Richard. Yeah. Just don't do an intro. Just go. What's up next?
We've got the women's youth double, Heat 3 coming. I'm sorry, Heat 2 coming up next year. We've got Brookline in lane 1, Norwalk River Rowing in lane 2, Narragansett lane 3, Riverside lane 4, St. Mary's Bayview in lane 5, and Saratoga in lane 6.
no, it was here.
Oh, that's definitely Carrie.
Not, but I didn't change anything. That's the crazy thing. It's defaulting back to the computer microphone. No, the only thing I'm doing. So that's your feed in. This gain lets me boost it a little bit if it's weak microphone. That's all I'm touching. Test.
Welcome back. We're my name's Kerry Wasserman. I'm here with my colleague Richard Klein in Saratoga Springs, New York, for the 2021 U.S. Rowing Youth Northeast Youth Championship. It's a beautiful day. We've had some men's racing this morning, and we've got some women's racing going on right now. Sorry for the technical difficulties earlier, but we're glad to be back and ready to broadcast our afternoon day one racing. I'm joined by my colleague Richard Klein, who's sitting right next to me, my left, your right. Richard and I have worked together for many years, and glad to be back broadcasting.
Yeah, this is it's great to be here, Karen. Right now we've got the women's double coming down. This is the second heat here. We started off with St. Mary, Narragansett in lane 2, Riverside in lane 3, Brookline in lane. Sorry, I got the bows wrong. Brookline in lane 1, Norwalk River in lane 2, Narragansett in lane 3, Riverside in lane 4, St. Mary lane 5, and Saratoga lane 6. And these women's double events, Carrie, it's a barn burner. We've got 2 to qualify for the final tomorrow, so you have to be top 2 here. So we already have the results that have come in, and we've got St. Mary and Narragansett who've come in with blistering times here of 9:29 and 9:43.
Super impressive racing by both crews. Just getting a glimpse of them here and crossing the finish line. Both incredibly well coached, incredibly well seasoned boats, and looking very much forward to their final tomorrow.
Yep. For those of you back home tuning in, you can get live results on herenow.com. You can go to herenow.com and look for U.S. Rowing Northeast Youth Championships, and you'll be able to follow everything there. Times are a little bit slower this afternoon, Carrie. The winds have picked up. Conditions are flat. It's great rowing conditions, but there's a very stiff headwind right down the course.
There sure is. I bet actually from where we are right now, the finish line flag is blowing straight up the course towards the starting line, and my slight tiny view of the starting area, it does actually look like it's a little bit rougher up there than it is down here. Still beautiful, beautiful conditions. Otherwise, nice and sunny. Probably in the mid 70s. We'll have to get you an actual weather check in a little bit here. But really just gorgeous conditions. And we've actually got our next race, the women's youth double, Heat 3, coming down the course right now. In lane 1, it's Row Boston. Lane 2, Row America Rye. Lane 3, Maritime. Lane 4, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. Lane 5, Cascadilla. And lane 6, Oak Neck Academy, coached by Amadeus Rowing.
And again here, what we're looking for is 2 to advance to the final. Top 2 advance to the final. The other 4, unfortunately, don't get a race tomorrow. Carries, so you can bet that 3rd and 4th place are going to be pushing. They're going to be fighting all the way down. We can expect to see some exciting racing coming into the last 200 meters here.
Yeah, it looks like a good race coming here right now. And it looks like Oak Neck Academy out in front. About 150 meters left. Last few strokes. Really long, really strong, good, strong finishes out of this crew. It looks like a very well coached crew by Amadeus.
Maritime is sitting there in 2nd place. Interesting to see their tactic. They're not bringing the rate up crazy amounts here. It looks like they're managing the wind a little bit. They want to control the blades, making sure they're placing in, don't get caught by the wind to catch a crab in the last few hundred meters. Secure their way into the final tomorrow.
Yeah, great. Maritime just going across the line.
We got followed by lane 5 right behind them, Cascadilla, and then we've got a tight race behind them with Row Boston and Row America Rye. They're duking it out for 5th and 6th place in this race here.
Yeah, it's about to come over your screen here in a moment. Really, really strong finish by both crews. Everybody's just happy to be out here, happy to be racing again.
That's Row America Rye coming in, and then lane 4, Bromfield coming across the line.
Wow, fantastic racing. Fantastic effort by all these boats, all these athletes doing such a great job.
We still have another boat on the course. We still have Row Boston still coming down the course here at Cary. So the event is not over yet as they're coming down here. It's really tough conditions for those athletes. We were saying this earlier, but you guys weren't able to hear us. Row Boston, some of these athletes haven't rowed in 1 or 2 years on a buoyed course. So for that, some people, this might be their very first race.
Yeah, this is definitely I would probably say as much as 30 or 40% of the athletes here, probably way more. We don't have a firm calculation. Have never actually raced in a real full U.S. rowing regatta before.
Yeah.
And this course here in Saratoga is absolutely gorgeous. It is perfectly buoyed across. We've got buoys every 10 meters, full fusel lanes here.
12 and a half meters regulation width.
Yeah.
And this is, Carrie, I'm happy to bring this up because this is very hard to come by. A race course like this in America, there's far and few between. We've got maybe, I'm throwing out a number here, but probably something like 10 buoyed courses like this in the States.
Yeah.
So to have the opportunity to come to Saratoga and race in these things, especially if they're preparing for the national championships, the youth national championships in Sarasota, you don't get a great opportunity to do that. And in these blind boats, like you called it earlier, there's no coxswain.
There's
right?
no coxswain.
So you have to learn a lot about how you're steering, how you're going around the course, navigating the wind. You have to stay in a small area coming down the race.
Yeah, most of these crews, especially the blind crews here, the boats without coxswains, so the double, for example, as we get a really good glimpse of Roe Boston coming across the finish line here. They have never even practiced for most of these teams on a buoy course. So this is their first time getting that experience. Everybody here will come out of this experience getting faster, getting stronger, getting better, rowing better lines, rowing better courses, and it's just fantastic experience for all of these athletes. We are just so happy to be here, so happy to be back here in Saratoga. It's been 2 years, 2 long years since we have had a Northeast Championship. So grateful to the Saratoga family here, Saratoga Rowing Association (SRA), all of their volunteers, all of the parents, Eric Catalano, the
Chris
director
Chase.
here, Chris Chase from U.S. Rowing. Thankful and grateful that they've stepped in and hosted the Northeast Championship. Usually, it happens every year in Massachusetts, either in on Lake Quinsigamon or in Lowell, Massachusetts, on the Merrimack River. That couldn't happen this year due to COVID restrictions, and we are just blessed by the entire Saratoga family to take us all in, let us come out here in this beautiful spot of absolutely gorgeous spot of the country here in Saratoga, and get out on the storied Fish Creek and have some great championship racing.
Carrie, let's talk about this women's doubles event that just finished. We've got 3 heats that just finished the race. Again, top 2 to advance. So tomorrow, our finalists tomorrow, we're gonna have Cambridge, we're gonna have Oakneck Academy, St. Mary's, Bayview, Narragansett, Oakneck Academy again, qualifying 2 boats to that A final. That's impressive. And we've got Maritime. I think the clear favorites right now are Cambridge with a time of 9:15. The second fastest time is Oakneck Academy at 9:25. There's a big 10-second gap there. Uh, what do you think about that, Carrie? Do you think they're going to be being able to hold on to that tomorrow? Or do you think that people are going to have some speed they're going to show tomorrow?
Listen, I think the conditions have varied from piece to piece here, so it's going to be really difficult to compare times, especially on a day like today, where they're right now that finish line flag is barely blowing, and just a few seconds ago it was pretty blistering. So comparing times to times, times from times to heat are going to be not a great way to look at things on a day like today. What I do think is that we have a group of athletes from a group of programs with storied backgrounds and have done great jobs and produced great athletes in the past. And I think we will see some very, very good racing tomorrow in that women's youth double final. All of these athletes have worked so hard. They've trained incredibly hard through COVID restrictions, through quarantines, through boathouse restrictions, working out from home, working out in their basements, in their garages, outside during the winter, grueling winter temperatures, and have done just such a fantastic job coming back. And here racing in gorgeous Saratoga.
Yep. Coming up next here, which you might be able to see in the distance on your screen. Hey, so we've got up here the next race coming down is the Women's Youth 4. So this is with coxswain. If you're following along, there's a plus sign or a minus sign or an X next to some of these. The plus, if you're reading, that means includes coxswain. The minus means does not include coxswain. So a boat without coxswain. And then we've got the X, which means it's a sculling boat. A sculling boat inherently does not have a coxswain as well. So in this next event, we've got the Women's Youth 4 coming down in Lane 1, Nobles, Lane 2, CRI, Lane 3, Greenwich, Lane 4, Connecticut, Lane 5, Concord, and Lane 6, Connecticut. And Kerry, I'm looking at the entries here, and it says that the average age of these 2 Connecticut boats is 15 years old. That's very young.
That's incredible. It's really really young depth out of the Connecticut Boat Club, and hopefully we'll get to see some fast boats here. I know this Greenwich Crew 4. I've actually gotten to see them practice many times. It is quite the quick boat. Very well coached by Heidi Hunsberger, Catherine Starr, and they are just a fantastic crew of athletes. Really excited to see CRI as well, coached by Sky Elliott, and Nobles, a storied NERA program coming here to Northeast Championship.
I mean, Keith and I have flown all around the
So we've got the women's youth Cox 4 Heat 1 coming down, and it looks like Greenwich with a substantial lead. CRI coming here with a strong in lane 2, a strong last 400 meters or so, looking really good.
Followed by lane 1.
Lane 1, Nobles. Nobles School.
And then we've got the 2 Connecticut Boat Club boats coming in after that in place 4 and 5. Coming down the course here, battling each other. And remember, these are 2 very young boats, but
Very young
But the
crews.
impressive crew here is Greenwich crew here, and I do think this crew is looking to go to nationals and make a statement here, Kerry.
Yeah, absolutely. Meredith Blanchard stroking that boat. Quite amazing athlete. Hannah Scott in the coxswain seat. They're coming across the finish line here. You're going to see them. Their last few strokes. There they are. Across the line. Interested to see this time here.
Great composure. Look at that.
Sorry, dude. It's really directional. Sorry.
Great composure by the CRI crew, holding it long, not bringing the rating too far up, pressing in this headwind, really difficult. And Kerry, look at this. We've got Connecticut going bow to bow here.
Bow to bow. Not before Nobles is going to come across the line here, looking also incredibly strong. A very well-known NERA 4 school. Always competitive at this event.
Hannah Peters, Emma Parrott, Morgan Kendall.
Wow, look at them go.
Sydney
Yeah.
Ansness. Look at this. Connecticut Boat Club.
Really strong effort by Liz Tron's crews.
This boat just giving it everything they have, gritting their teeth, trying to get across the line. And again, reminder, this is top 3 to advance. So what is that, Kerry? Who's advancing tomorrow?
Well, we still got this Concord crew out here from New Hampshire. Really awesome to see them coming down the course here, working hard.
And it's, we never know the situation that everybody's coming in here. Everybody had different COVID protocols over the past year. Some athletes might not have even gotten on the water until a couple of weeks ago due to where they are.
Absolutely.
So it's so incredibly difficult. So we're just, these kids are giving it everything they have. So we're just so happy to see Concord competing, everybody coming out here. So great job, Concord.
Great job.
Really throwing it down here on the course in the last 250 meters.
Yeah, these 5 athletes, they are going to be much better tomorrow than they were today, right? Every day they're going to get stronger, they're going to get faster, they're going to improve. This very well could be their first or second or third race. I know lots of programs have had many races. Some programs have had no races. This could be their first time on a buoy course, but they are just doing a spectacular job.
really working hard, really working together.
Look at that strokes. He's just taking up the rate in the very last few strokes. You're digging in, really digging in. I mean, that's what you like to see in an athlete, Kerry. You want to see them, even if there's no butts around, digging deep at the end there.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
That's true
Absolutely.
athletes.
What a great race. What a great opportunity to see these boats out here. And we've got a second heat here too. We've got a second heat coming up of the women's youth four. That race is active.
In the first heat of the women's youth four, we've got Greenwich advancing in a time of 8:37, CRI in a time of 8:52, and Nobles 9:11. Those are your three advancers to the A final tomorrow.
Yeah, and they'll go against the top three finishers of this next heat. We've got for heat two, we've got Saugatuck B in lane one, Brookline in lane two, Saugatuck A in lane three, Row America Rye in lane four, Bromfield in lane five, and Greenwich Crew, their B boat in lane six.
Now, Kerry, Saugatuck, the name is synonymous with success in women's youth rowing in this sport here.
Absolutely. I believe that they've won the past 4 or 5 youth national championships consecutively. Head coach there, Gordon Getzinger, a dear old friend of mine. We actually went to high school together. Has coached that program to amazing success over the past few years.
Kerry, you have any inside stories about this guy? Any dirt you can give the audience here about Gordon Getzinger?
Well, he's a pretty tall guy. If I know anything, you can pick him out of a crowd pretty easily. He's probably one of the tallest people here today. Sure. You can easily pick him out of a crowd, but he's a great coach. He really cares about his athletes and going fast, and I'm excited to see what his crews can do today.
So it looks like we've got boats on the course here. We can't quite pick out who is in what place here. We see a lot of white boats. It looks like we might have Brookline in the lead there, if that is lane two. Let me see. There's somebody in my way, so I can't see.
Looks like Saugatuck out front here.
We've got Kerry, I'm going to tell you the lanes, and you'll let the people know. Lane 4 is out front.
Lane 4, that's Row America Rye.
Row America Rye. Right behind that is lane 3.
Lane 3 is the Saugatuck A boat. Doing a really good job.
Right after that is lane 2.
Lane 2 is Brookline, another NERA program. Then behind them, it looks like we have that Greenwich boat out of lane 6.
Yep, this is another Greenwich boat coming down. Wow, and look at this first boat pouring on the heat. They're bringing up the stroke rate.
They sure are.
Rye is bringing up the stroke rate more than we've seen in the other heat here. They're really digging in deep. They don't want to leave anything behind. They're trying to make a statement.
They are definitely trying to make a statement with that bucket rigged 4 right there. Nice finishes, nice strong finishes, getting those blades in together. Those 5 athletes are absolutely going for it here. Coming across the line now. And here's the Saugatuck crew, also just strong, great catches out of that 4, powering it through with the legs, doing a fantastic job there across the line. And here's that Saugatuck B boat, also bringing up the rate for the last few strokes here. Look at Greenwich also moving.
Greenwich is going with a big sprint, not going to qualify for tomorrow's final, and they know that, but they're not leaving anything on the line. They're not giving up. They're going to the very end here.
No, absolutely.
Absolutely beautiful. Look at that. We still have another 2.
I see this Bromfield boat coming down the course here, doing a great job. Got some pretty gusty headwind coming down, pushing them a little bit, but they're having none of it in that boat. They're just inching forward of the line, moving everything, throwing everything at this headwind that they have. Doing a fantastic job.
Bromfield and Brookline coming up here.
Bromfield always has a very strong 4. Every year. Those coaches do a fantastic job with their athletes. Great program out of Massachusetts. And this last boat, another NERA, New England Scholastic School,
doing a great job. No Neras this year. No opportunity to compete against the other schools. They've come here to show their stuff. Doing a great job right outside of Boston.
In this Brookline boat, we've got Naomi Weisner, Annabelle Cox, Divya Raja Raman, Zoe Tessing, and Cecilia Wilson. Apologies if I mispronounce some names. We're trying to read these off quickly, but absolutely fantastic. Good job, Brookline. Thank you.
So happy to see those guys here, see those guys competing, getting faster.
And so, Carrie, who's going to be advancing tomorrow? We've got Greenwich from the first heat. We've got Greenwich, CRI Nobles, and in the second heat, we've got two Saugatuck boats advancing and Royal America Rye.
Yeah, those times haven't come through yet from here now from U2, the Here Now booth right next to us. So we're gonna yell at those guys, but I'm sure they're gonna come in here pretty quickly. The next race is a super exciting race that I'm very excited for.
I'm a fan favorite of this one as well, Carrie. I think you know it's a difficult, very difficult for steering. Back in college, hundreds of years ago when I was there, I'm 35 for those folks listening, so it wasn't actually hundreds of years ago. At the 2007 IRA National Championships, we were racing in the grand final, and with 400 meters left, we were in sixth place, fighting it out for fifth place with Harvard. And Harvard runs into us and crashes into us. I don't know if you were there, Carrie, and saw this, but they crashed into us because of steering, because it's so difficult, and they actually stopped the race completely. We reran it at the very end of the day, and the results turned, and we ended up getting silver on the day. But that just goes to show it's such a difficult event to steer. So to see high schoolers doing this event is impressive.
Yeah, I kind of remember that race a little bit differently than you did. I believe that your boat was the one that crashed into Harvard, and then they got disqualified, and you went on to get a medal. But we'll call it tit for tat here, and that was close to 15 years ago, and we're not going to blame anybody. But I see Greenwich just in our coming into our picture here in the women's straight four, doing a great job out in front of Row America Rye.
In this Greenwich boat, we've got Hannah Justice, Gianna Saviano, Allison Millspaw, and Alexandra Wilkowski.
Yeah, Allison Millspaw going off to Syracuse University next year. We're so excited for her, so excited and proud of her. Just a really hard worker, really great leader for that boat, and quite the athlete.
In the Row America Rye, we've got Maya Van Bison, Sydney Thompson, Arden Costello, and Gretchen Angelic.
Yeah, that's a strong showing from this Rye boat too, working really hard down the course.
And it seems like both of these boats are loaded with 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, so most of them are probably seniors moving on to college next year. So they're more skilled. You know, you will see the more aged athletes in this boat class. It's a very technical one. But seeing Greenwich come through here, at a quick clip, 37 stroke rate it looks like, and they are really moving. They're moving in the last 100 meters. Actually, we're in the last 50 meters here. They're not leaving anything behind. They want to put as much distance as they can between them and Rye to make a statement for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And, both of these crews will obviously go on and get to race again. But this is great practice for these crews. Absolute great practice. I mean, this boat is so difficult to row well. If you're a golfer, picture hitting the 2-iron every time. It's impossible, okay? This boat is just rowing like a giant pair. It is very hard to get going fast. You really have to work super well together. And once you get it, you get it. It's a really fun boat to be in, but it is a fright the first time you go in there.
Carrie, I'm just thinking here. Do you think Rye or Greenwich is playing any tactics in this race today? Do you think either of them held back or is doing anything to kind of get ahead or get mental leverage for tomorrow?
I mean, knowing some of the athletes in the Greenwich boat, and especially Allison Millspaw, I don't think that athlete holds anything back at any time in her life. But the Rye boat could be pulling some tactics here, and I expect to see a really close race tomorrow out of both of these crews.
Yeah, I agree, and it's with these events where there's all the boats advance to tomorrow, where there's 6 entries or less, there can be some gamesmanship here. right?
Always.
There's 2 days of racing that we have ahead of us. So maybe they're thinking, listen, I'm going to conserve a little bit of energy here. Tomorrow I'll go out hard, or we're not going to show our full sprint. We don't want to show all the cards,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
And this, especially in a two-boat race, right, where both boats are going on for final, they're racing 4 lanes for tomorrow. It's a really good opportunity to test some things out. Maybe the coaches are trying some different rigging, trying some different oars, trying new things. It's a really good opportunity to do that stuff in a race like this. The next race, we've got some fast quads coming up here. We've got the women's youth quad heat one. In lane one, it's the Port Jefferson Rowing Club. Lane two, it's Row America Rye. Lane three, Connecticut Boat Club. Lane four, GMS. Lane five, Brookline. And there are 2 heats, so it'll be 3 boats in each heat that go on to tomorrow's finals. Looking forward to this race here, Richard. I know for a fact that this and I've seen this Connecticut Boat Club boat row a couple times. They are incredibly impressive. Also, I know that GMS from New Milford, Connecticut, is always has incredibly fast quads and incredibly fast athletes.
And you know what's interesting, Carrie, is historically Connecticut Boat Club is more of a sweep program, right? So to see them out here, out here in a sculling event, it's interesting. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do here today, right? And we're GMS Rowing Center, like you mentioned, traditionally very strong sculling program. You've got a coach there, Gunter Beutzer, a German, comes from Germany, coached the German national team a long time, coached the U.S. junior national team for sculling for a very long time. So they're going to be very technically sound, and coaching sculling and sweeping has some differences, right? Sculling is a very symmetrical sport. You're not rotating your body out to one side, uh, right? You've got you just move. You're always in the way.
Well, no, that's just Ben.
With the women's youth quads coming down now, again, we don't have visibility into where they are or the races. You've got the same visibility as we do on the live stream. It does look like we've got boats coming down the course, though. They are coming.
They are coming. They're coming with a gusto. They're coming with some very strong tenacity.
And they don't care whether there's a headwind, tailwind, or it is flat conditions. They are
No.
going all out.
They are going all out, and I'm guessing here.
I'm just
but
getting a
I
sight here. I'm
think
gonna get in the binoculars and tell
I
you what's
think
going
I
on.
see that GMS crew out in front.
It's GMS out in front, that's for sure, Carrie. And then Connecticut Boat Club is fighting with the boat that is right next to them. Who's next to Connecticut Boat? Row America Rye.
Row America Rye and Connecticut Boat Club are absolutely duking it out here. Connecticut Boat Club in that brand new Vespoli quad with those bright, gorgeous green riggers.
And GMS just pulling away in the last 250 meters here. Their sprint I mean, it doesn't even look like they're sprinting and they're walking away. They are holding something back for tomorrow, Kerry. That is for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. But this race between Row America Rye and Connecticut Boat Club is going to be one of the best races of the day here. Wow, they are going stroke for stroke.
They really are.
They're bow ball for bow ball.
And
It's
this,
going to be so tight.
I think Connecticut's. I'm calling it here,
Connecticut
Kerry.
is a
Connecticut's
little
gonna
bit
call it.
up, but I think it's too early. I don't know. I'm looking at Rye. I think they might have.
No way. I'm calling it for Connecticut Boat Club here, winging to coming through here. And again, it is top 3 to advance.
Wow, wow! Look at this finish. Connecticut Boat Club. You are right. It's GMS, coming across the line right now. Then Connecticut Boat Club. Then Row America Rye. Great job by GMS. Here comes CBC over the line. And Rye right behind him.
In lane 1, we've got Port Jefferson coming in 4th place, bringing up the rate.
Port Jeff looking really strong too.
And then we've got Brookline coming in behind that in 5th place.
Another good quad. What tight racing. I mean, some of the tightest racing that we've seen all morning.
Which is fantastic. And you know, in high school, in the headwind, it accentuates the margins, right? Because the race gets longer. In tailwind conditions, we'd like to see a women's quad going around 6:45 would be a national championship winning time. Here, we're seeing a time of 8:25. That's almost 2 minutes slower. You're looking at times 1 minute and 45 seconds slower than we will see at the national championships in good conditions here, right?
Absolutely. And it's not like these boats aren't going to be top dogs, top contenders for the Youth National Championship this year. They absolutely will be. I expect to see some of these names at the top of the A final when we're down in Sarasota in the next few weeks here.
And kudos to Connecticut Boat Club, primarily a sweep program. Seeing them as scullers, they were technically very sound, clean. I'm very impressed with them, Kerry.
Very impressed, very impressed. Really strong catches, really strong finishes, and doing a great job. And we've got Heat 2 of the women's youth double.
Quad.
Of the women's youth quad, excuse me. Wow. We've got Row America Rye B in lane 1, CRI in lane 2, Maritime in lane 3, Cambridge in lane 4, Saratoga, the home team in lane 5, and Oak Neck Rowing Academy, Amadeus Rowing in lane 6.
Gary, I'm going to go on a limb here and say that Maritime is leading this race. We can't really see it too close, but Jan from Maritime, the director there, I believe, he is one of the best sculling coaches in the country, and I expect a lot of great things from the Maritime program. Their men this morning were incredibly fast, throwing down national championship winning times. The women here I'm expecting as well.
Yeah, Jan always produces incredibly fast boats, fast quads, the fastest quads in the country, year in and year out. He and his wife Olga are fantastic rowing coaches, and row on the Norwalk River in Connecticut, Norwalk, Connecticut.
In that Maritime boat, just cruising down the course right now, it's Jacqueline Manitone, Holiday Pritchard, Jillian O'Meara, and Josephine Williams just powering. Look at those catches, the finishes, the timing. For those of you who don't know, rowing is not an arms-only sport. This is legs, this is back, this is heart, this is arms, Carrie. And that's what Maritime is showing here right now.
Yeah, they are burning and they are going for it right here. Really strong quad. It's always great to watch these Maritime quads. They are fantastic crews. Just absolute beautiful thing to see. And look at them go.
Cambridge right behind them. Saratoga, it looks like, in the third position. Is there going to be a fight there, though? We've got CRI also as well in that fifth place position, it looks like, and Oak Neck in the sixth place position.
Yeah, CRI's looking really strong. Sky Elliott, an amazing coach. Always puts together fast boats.
Carrie, I'm going to have to go back on this. This is not Maritime leading. This is Cambridge opening up here.
Oh my gosh. Wow. That is so impressive. Look at these unbelievable athletes.
Oh my God. So from this Cambridge boat, let me tell you who's in this Cambridge boat. We've got Kylie Lowe, Jacqueline Zatisorsky, Audrey Loeb, and Scarlett Perry absolutely destroying it down this course. Look at that.
Yeah,
it's so clean. That is
so clean. Great finishes. Look at this boat just absolutely eating up the course right now.
I think this is the best rowing crew we've seen so far coming down. Just the cleanliness of the catches, the drive, the release. That is probably the best boat I've seen today.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that Cambridge boat. It's just so strong. I'm thoroughly impressed and incredibly embarrassed that we didn't call it for Cambridge right there early on. I mean, unbelievable.
CRI plowing into the third place position, just really hammering it home, making sure that that boat right next to them in lane 1, that Row America Rye, does not catch up to them.
Yeah, really good job by CRI, putting their mark on today and making sure that they're in a good spot for tomorrow's final.
And Oak Neck Academy coming across the line here. Let's see who's in this boat.
Yeah, Oak Neck Rowing Academy out of Long Island, right outside of New York City. Amadeus, a very well-known sculling coach out there. Those girls are coming across the line just now, and they look great.
Wow, Carrie. Absolutely impressive, and it looks like we still have one boat on the course coming down towards us. The local team here, Saratoga, making their way down here in the women's youth quad. The youngest crew on the course today. The youngest crew in the women's quad. 16 years old. Carly Fay, Abby Brown, Grace Kennery, Jillian Slatch.
Yeah, obviously Richard is definitely butchering these names, but those athletes are doing a great job coming down for the last 250, 300 meters or so here, doing fantastic work. They're going to come in your screen here in a moment. And just looking at backwards a little bit at some of these times, Cambridge throwing down an 809.4. That is
insanely impressive. I think we're probably gonna have to talk to our friends at here now because I don't see a time for that maritime boat. Obviously, the race is still going on and it's unofficial. We had maritime in second. We don't have a time up for them yet. We also don't have a time for Oak Neck up. Um, oh, now we do. Cambridge with an 809.4, Maritime with an 820.0, and CRI with an 840.8. And here comes that Saratoga boat, powering down the course, their home water, right in front of their home boathouse here, coming across the line, looking really strong. Those young athletes gaining a ton of experience against some of these future youth national crews that they just raced against. Some of the fastest athletes in the country for sure, and I guarantee that those athletes next year will put themselves in the same position that some of their older competitors were in today.
And Kerry, the Northeast region, there's a lot of different regions for youth rowing. The Northeast region is notoriously known for the some of the best sculling in the country in the quad event. So if this Cambridge boat does go on to win the Youth National Championships, for Saratoga or anybody else to say, hey, we had a chance to go and race and give our best against the national champions, that's a pretty special feeling.
Yeah, they just race against the what could be the fastest women's quad in the country, and I mean, geez, that Cambridge boat was surely impressive. I mean, like I said earlier, you wouldn't want to compare times from heat to heat, but this one is a real big gap. Cambridge with that 809 compared to Heat One, GMS winning the first one there with an 828. I mean, that's just a super impressive time gap between the. Obviously, the conditions change. The wind is picking up and falling down. We're getting reports of gusts above 20 miles an hour at the starting line. But it's just super impressive out of that Cambridge boat.
Ladies and gentlemen, that race that everybody has been waiting for, the Women's Youth 8. This is a blue ribbon event here. The single and the 8 are the two blue ribbon events of the sport. This is what everybody bets their chips on, right? I love watching this race. You've got the most powerful athletes in the program. For the women, you've got erg scores right around 7 minutes for a lot of these programs, which is absolutely blistering times. The amount of power training that goes into this, a lot of the athletes that you see here definitely train 11 months of the year. They take right after youth nationals. They might take a little break. Some of them might go on to the junior national team and go internationally and compete. But this is probably one of the most exciting events to watch. The power that they put down on every single stroke carried is just absolutely impressive. And they train in the mornings, they train on the weekends. They've got 3 hour long practices. It's just it's cool to see a culmination of all the work come out into the speeder. The headwind is not going to be an issue. It's not something they're going to think about, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think they're thinking much about the headwind. You've got this Real America rye boat in lane three. Really strong crew. I've seen them race this year. Um,
And here, we do know that Greenwich, Row America Rye have paired up against each other before earlier this season. So it's going to be interesting to see what the matchup ends up being here now. There was the Shelton Sprints earlier this year where they raced. Um, And I think Greenwich got the best of him once. I think Ryan might have got the best of him another time, Kerry.
Yeah, yeah. It was some really good racing there in the Shelton Racing Series. You can go on Road 2K and see those results. In lane three, in lane two, we've actually got the Greenwich B boat. In lane three, we've got the Royal America Rye 8. In lane four, Saratoga, the home team, in lane four, and Burton Hills in lane five. This Row America Rye team, they actually are the reigning champions at the head of the Charles last year in 2019, which is a long time ago. That's pretty much the last time that we saw a real championship race.
Oh my God, and we are thrilled to be having some real racing here today.
Yeah, and just coming into our screen here is that Row America Rye boat that we were just talking about, powering down the course, looking really strong. You got any rates available to you there, Richard?
I don't have any rates available to me here, but I'm looking at the bow seat, and she is so incredibly smooth. She's so long.
Who is that bow seat there, Richard?
The bow seat in the Royal America Rye boat. I don't know, but it's either Sophia Coppola or Katie McDermott. One of those two is who the bow seat is there.
Or could even be Kara Cunningham.
She might be.
She
Yeah,
could be
it
the
could
guy
be.
or the coxswain.
Yeah.
We don't actually have boat orders here. But wow, look at this rye boat. They are again.
It might be Katie McDermott.
Katie McDermott. Katie McDermott uh, putting down her imprint on the Saratoga race course. This boat, coxed by Kara Cunningham, doing a great job. She is just going nuts, making sure her crew gets across the finish line as fast as they possibly can. Wow, what a good race. I'm excited to see this time here.
The second boat coming across here is lane 4, Saratoga.
Saratoga, the hometown favorite here. SRA pushing really strong. Really strong. Wow, coming across the line now. Great job from Saratoga.
Saratoga will also be qualifying to the final tomorrow. It's top 3 to go to the final. And Kerry, so in this race here, the Greenwich coxswain here, it looks like you can see the coxswain, their head bobbing back and forth. What's happening here? What's the coxswain saying? What are they doing?
She is calling them up for the sprint. She wants that boat to go as fast as they possibly can across this finish line. They are expelling every amount of energy that they have. She's calling her crew. She's letting them know that they had that last few strokes there. They just came across the line. Actually, it looks like they're still racing a little bit, way through the finish line, which is always a good practice from your coxswain.
No favorites.
Hills. And Burnt Hills coming in strong for their finish. Looking really good. Andy Sales, coaching there, an alumnus, doing a great job. Young boat, working their hearts out, doing everything they got, and they're across the line. Really good job by Burnt Hills.
And in that race, we've got Row America Rye with a time of 7:18, Saratoga 7:38, Greenwich 8:05. Those three will be your qualifier for tomorrow's A final. Moving on.
Yeah, and Burnt Hills getting a lot of great experience today against some really fast crews. We're going to see those athletes getting faster as their time goes on in junior rowing. So they are absolutely going against some of the best teams in the country, and
Looking forward to seeing them get faster and faster every year.
Yeah, in that Burnt Hills lineup, we had it looks like we had Kelsey Weeks, Allison Leclerc, Lauren Scholl, Isabel Sisson, Willow Scott, Faith Rogers McCarthy, Katrina Newell, Emily McDonald, and Sarah Kate Better. Apologies for pronunciation of some names, butchering, but absolutely great job from all the crews out here. And we have a second Youth Women's 8 that has already started, Carrie.
It's going. It's going. In lane 2, it's CRI. Lane 3, Greenwich. Lane 4, Saugatuck, your reigning national champions. And lane 5, Greater Lawrence Rowing.
And it looks like Greenwich might be up with CRI and Saugatuck neck and neck, is what we're seeing here, Carrie.
Wow. Wow. Caroline Schmitz stroking that Greenwich boat, doing a fantastic job. Emma Dodge from CRI working her heart out.
And Olivia Hankey from Saugatuck Rowing Club stroking these boats. Coach Gordon Getzinger. Absolutely terrific. Wow, look at this. Second and third place. Just race. This is the perfect sort of echelon you want to see in racing, Carrie.
Yeah.
A leading boat and 2 boats behind. Right? That's what we're looking for.
2 great coaches, and Gordon Getzinger from Saugatuck Rowing Club and Sky Elliott from CRI. Amazing, amazing coaches. They produce tons of national team athletes, tons of collegiate athletes. They always make some of the fastest crews in the country. And then that Greenwich boat out in front, coached by co-head coaches Heidi Hunsberger and Catherine Starr.
It looks like Saugatuck's starting to edge out CRI here. Just pushing a deck ahead of them, probably about 1,000 meters into the race. And that's usually when people make their big moves, Carrie. In the first 1,000 meters of the race, for people online, there's the start. You take about 15 or 20 very high strokes in the 40s, mid 40 stroke rates. Then you settle it down to around a 36 stroke rate. And you usually kind of coast there, feeling out what the rest of the teams are doing, keeping in contact, trying to get an edge. And at the 1,000 meters, I always like to say that's where the race really starts.
Yeah, have you ever heard that song? It's all about the bass, about the bass, about the bass. I mean,
about
this
the
is
bass.
what's happening right here, right? They just got through the 1,000. They're settled into their base. They're working their hearts out, and then they take a lot of crews are taking big moves at the halfway mark of this race. I mean, that is this race. I think for second and third is still too close to call. It's Saugatuck and CRI battling down the course here,
really
doing a great job.
I'd say Saugatuck is just edging forward. It looks like Greenwich has a race plan of tapping up the rate and power a little bit more as they come down the course in the second 1,000. That third 500 meters, Carry known world round, that is where the race is made, right? If you don't have a strong third 500, you're gonna get let go in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of these coxswains too, they've got to be young. I know. Just looking up the Greenwich lineup here, Francie McKenzie, she's a sophomore. This has to be her first Northeast Regional Championship here. Really excited to watch her power her incredibly fast boat going down the line. But look at this race between
Look at
CRI.
Look at CRI is starting to turn it on.
Wow.
Absolutely. Look at CRI
Bow ball
go.
to bow ball
Look at
here.
CRI
Who do you
go.
have here, Richard? What do you think?
Harry,
I think I've got Saugatuck just a hair up, but CRI is in it to win it.
Saugatuck is up half a length on CRI. Does CRI have something, Carrie? Do you think CRI can come back and challenge here?
I don't know. Knowing Sky Elliott, he's got plenty of messages for those athletes to go incredibly hard through the last 400 here. Wow. And they're just coming into our view. It's Greenwich powering down the course. Olivia Schnurr, 6th seat of that boat. Phoebe Wise, 7th seat, doing a fantastic job.
And again, Carrie, I just want to point this out. Could there be gamesmanship happening here with Saugatuck and CRI? We know those are very, very fast programs.
Yeah,
they have raced recently over the past few weeks. So could they be taking it easy here and letting Greenwich blow all their steam and not have it for tomorrow?
I would say CRI hasn't raced as much as Greenwich has and Saugatuck has this season. So every race they're going to get way faster. Every opportunity that they have, but it's Saugatuck that's taken this second place
the second qualifier here for tomorrow's final, and CRI coming in third. Great job by all these crews, man. Some really beautiful rowing here by all the boats. That Greenwich time just coming into our screens here, 7:22.0. So about 3 seconds behind the Row America Rye crew in Heat 1, but doing a fantastic job. And we've got Greater Lawrence here, also just powering down the course, doing a fantastic job coming here and rounding out the second heat in from lane 5.
And so great for them, right? We said it before, Karen, and it can't be said enough. We don't know the situation that every program is in, right? Because of COVID, the restrictions. This might be a crew's very first race, maybe ever, because
Yeah.
it's been 2 years that
Yeah.
people haven't been out on the race course.
You could have sophomores in this boat that have never been in a competitive race before, and this is their first time. So really excited to see these athletes getting the opportunity to do that.
And just because there's a big margin, like they are going up against CRI, Sagatuck, Greenwich. These are notoriously A finalists at the Youth National Championships.
Yeah,
These
absolutely.
are the best of the best in the country that they're going up against. So this Greater Lawrence crew, they are together. They are catching together. They are driving. They are a good crew. They're moving well, right? So they've got a great, they've got great opportunity. Put them on the stage against a lot of other programs in the country. They'll be right there. But they were going up against three of the fastest crews in the country.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at past historical race results here. Row America Rye in the first heat, head of the Charles winners in 2019. Saugatuck, they've won, I mean, at least the past 5 national championships, as long as I can remember. And Greenwich getting silver the past 2 years, coached by Heidi Hunsberger and Catherine Starr. I mean, these are notoriously some of the fastest teams in the country.
We're moving on to the U17 events now. That is what we have coming up next, Carrie. And it looks like
the future. We got the future in the women's
the
U17
future.
single.
U17 is so fun to watch, Carrie.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. We can have boats flipping. We can have people come out of nowhere and be faster than the U19 events. This is just so unpredictable, and that's why we love it.
It's going to be super exciting to see these young athletes showing their stuff. The U17 category is pretty much, I mean, the U17 single at Northeast Regionals. Basically everything except for the U17-8. All of these U17 events are new for 2021 with the removal of lightweight rowing from this year's event list, both at the regional level and at the youth national level. They have been replaced with U17 events, which is something that is being talked about in the rowing world, in the U.S. rowing world, amongst junior rowing. Whether this is the way to go, we're definitely trying this out for this year. But it is a really exciting new event to see. I mean, we've tried things before in the sport. We're just getting a good glimpse here of some of these singles coming down the course. In the first heat, we've got Northampton lane 2, lane 3 Oak Neck Academy, Amadeus Rowing, and lane 4 Albany. Charlotte Bourne from Northampton, again lane 2. Mika, and I'm gonna destroy this name, Benabaram from Oak Neck in lane 3, and Sharon Bremer and Shannon Bremer from Albany in lane 4. I'll probably never say another name. I'll leave that to you, Richard.
Listen, I'm no better, Carrie. I'm no better. But Shannon Bremer is 15 years old. 15 years old coming down here. It looks like winds are dying down a little bit. We can't quite tell who's up ahead. But we do have a spread out field here, Carrie, as expected in these sort of conditions. And in the U17, you never know what can happen. You've got all sorts of caliber of athletes here. But I will say, Carrie and I do occasionally get a bio here, and for Charlotte Bourne in lane 2 from Northampton, in her bio it says she's very excited to race.
Yeah, that's awesome. I bet she is.
It's great for her to be here. I know Massachusetts has had really strong COVID restrictions, so her only opportunity to race or to row has been in the single. So I'm sure she's pumped to be here and excited to see how she does.
And we can't say this enough. Thanks to all the volunteers. Right in front of us, we've got a bunch. We've got 6 high school boys who are hopping on the motorboard here to go up to the start and hold boats at the stake boats up top. So thank you so much, Saratoga, for volunteering your time, your course, your resources to make this possible. Otherwise, we would not have had a Northeast Regional Championships this year.
Yeah, without amazing coaches and rowing directors like Eric Catalano, who's driving that launch right in front of us. An amazing coach, amazing, just great person in the sport of rowing. He's done so much great
And here,
work.
I think on
There
on,
he
on the
is.
camera,
There he
you can
is.
see
Eric
Eric
Catalano.
Catalano driving that launch there with the 6 athletes. What a great guy. Always helpful, always helping out. He'll never say hi. He'll never take any credit for anything. But he's him and Chris Chase are really the men behind making this happen. So if you're at home, give us that's a round of
Yeah.
applause. Yeah.
Thank
Uh,
you guys. Thank you guys.
thank you very much.
Hey, just looking at this finish line flag here, have you noticed anything, Richard? Is that
Uh,
wind starting to die down a little bit?
It does seem like it's starting to die down here. The U17 events, the younger ones, it looks like they're going to get a little better weather than they did for their older counterparts. Um, so we're hopeful for this, but we still do not have anything about what's coming down in the U17 event, but we will know soon. For those rowing enthusiasts out there, there's another big event happening this weekend in the world, Carrie, in the sport of rowing. Do you want to tell the world a little bit about that?
Yeah, in Lucerne, Switzerland, on one of the almost as beautiful as the Fish Creek. Actually, honestly it's one of the most beautiful spots in the world, Lucerne. I haven't been lucky enough to be there or race there, but I know my colleague to the left of me has. It's the last chance Olympic qualifier regatta.
And they like to call the race course the Lake of the Gods. It's perfectly cut in the mountains, train next to it. There's cows, cowbells, beautiful. And yeah, the last chance qualification regatta is known as the Regatta of Death. It is the very last chance for athletes to qualify for the Olympics this summer happening in Tokyo, which is many of you probably know. It's been very difficult for Olympic athletes to postpone it for a year and not know what's happening. And here at Saratoga, there is the Orion program, and these are athletes training for the Olympics. I know they did get Christy Wagner, who is now in the women's double with Ginevra Stone, who have qualified for the Olympics coming up. So Saratoga, not just a hotspot for junior rowing, but elite rowing as well, and sending an athlete to the Olympics. So kudos to the program here locally. Still, we've got Carrie. Let me put on the binoculars here and see who's coming down the
Yeah,
road
you put
first.
those on and you can give us a good shot. I have a feeling that is Mika from Oak Neck.
I do think it's bound number 1.
Oh, I don't think there's a bound number one in this race, so maybe try that again.
Maybe it's bound number 3.
Yeah, bound number three from Oak Neck. Uh, Mika just crushing it down the course, doing a really good job. Amadeus rowing.
Very good posture, sitting up tall, not slouched over. These are the things you want to see in a good single sculler.
There she is, cruising down the course.
Look at that, great matching. She's got a pink visor. She's got croaker oarlocks, which are pink as well. I love the matching here.
Yeah, she's doing a great job. She's doing a great job. This is a real long race right now with this headwind, making it difficult. But she's got a good rhythm going. Good long strokes, long layback, big strong finishes, getting those blades in together, moving her boat, just thinking about moving her boat every stroke.
And this is the athlete, just to remind everyone who earlier in her bio, she wrote that she's very excited to race. And I know why now. I'd love to win too.
Yeah, actually, that was Charlotte Bourne, who from Northampton.
I think she's excited to race, but I
Oh, this
also
is
think
Mika.
Mika is obviously very excited to race here. And I see this Albany boat, Shannon Bremer, from lane 4. Looks like she's got the second place here. Um, Great job from Shannon. Also, real nice long strokes, getting those blades in together. Guarantee she's learning a lot in this race, learning a lot about herself, a lot about her speed, a lot about her boat, a lot about her stroke. Um, I'm sure all of these athletes are looking forward to the morning row tomorrow. Maybe, hopefully, a little bit less of a headwind. But look at Shannon getting the blades in together, quick catches, bumping up that rate. She's definitely got second place locked up, but she's not slowing down. Nice job out of her.
And then here we have from, is this Charlotte?
This is
Bourne
Charlotte Bourne,
from
who's very
Northampton?
excited to race.
Oh my God, we're happy you're excited to race, Charlotte. We're happy you're here, and we're happy to be announcing your race.
We're so excited to see you coming down the course here.
Oh my God, she's in a beautiful Empacher boat. The boat's yellow, one of the finest boats in the world. It's the German-made brand. Oh my God.
Look at her, cruising down the course.
Charlotte knows that she's locked it up. It's top 3 to the finals tomorrow. She's in 3rd place. She'll be in the finals tomorrow, Carrie. So there's nothing to worry about here. So she's taking it home.
Yeah, she's taking it home, getting a lot of good experience on this water against some other fast single scullers. For a U17 athlete to come out here and show her stuff, getting a great opportunity on a good buoy course with a very strong headwind. It does seem to me that Richard, I don't know how you feel about this, making this assumption, but the wind seems a little bit stronger in those lower number lanes than the higher number lanes.
Lane 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, lane one and two. Seems like there might be a little bit more of a headwind over there. Charlotte looking good at coming across the line. Good for her. So we're just getting the times in for the first heat of the women's U17 single. Mika from Oak Neck with a 10:33. Shannon from Albany with an 11:28, and Charlotte Bourne with a 12:51. Really nice job by those athletes. Excited to see Heat 2 here, which is coming right down the course. In lane 2, we've got Bromfield. In lane 3, Sarah Lauser, who's unaffiliated. And in lane 4, Sophie Olnitsky from the Port Jefferson.
And Gary, I've learned in my experience here, you never rule out an unaffiliated crew. You don't know anything about them. They are always dangerous. I've always been scared of them every time I've lined up and I've seen unaffiliated.
Yeah, when you see unaffiliated USA, that means they're here for business.
Yeah, this is a business trip for them.
Right, totally. They brought their briefcase, they brought their tools, and they're ready to work.
They're coming home with some hardware, with some medals.
Yeah, excited to see how this race goes, and Wow, it looks
this
like we
is a
got a
tight
close race.
race.
We got 3 boats across here, huh?
Wow, this is great, and it's a nice echelon. Look at that in the far lanes. I think you're right, Kerry does have a little bit of a stiffer headwind. Just so that you know, on the left side of your screen right now, that would be lane 2. Liza Strayer, then Sarah Lauser and Sophia. Sophia leading here from Bromfield, but there's about one length. Sorry,
Oh
Sophia
no, yeah. I think that's Bromfield in the near
in the nearest.
screen.
Yep, and then Sophia from Ports is leading here, and you've got second place Sarah Lauser, unaffiliated on her business trip.
Yeah, in lane 2. Uh, this is great. This is great racing. Look at
This
this.
is
This is
terrific
this is the
racing.
closest race we've had all day, right? 3 boats right across. And a singles race to be this close is spectacular.
And it looks like Sophia Olninsky is making a move here, and she's taking along Sophia as well. So you've got Sophia moving out there, and you've got Bromfield passing through Sarah Lauser here. Do you think Sarah from Unaffiliated is going to be able to hang on in the second portion of the race here?
Yeah, anything can happen in the single for sure. But I really love this move from Bromfield, from that Bromfield single.
Yeah.
She is taking really nice long strokes. They're just coming into our view here at the finish tower. Wow, look at this! Look at this racing. In fact, it looks like that Bromfield boat is moving to put herself in a position for first place here. It's going to be close between Port Jeff and Bromfield.
Kerry, I'm here live through the binoculars looking at the finish here, and it looks like Bromfield is pushing for the lead. But again, it is 3 to go through, so there could be gamesmanship
Yeah.
here, right? Like, we know lane 2, Sarah, unaffiliated, she's on a business trip. She might be playing business tactics here. The corporate world is we know about it.
Yeah. She's only U17, so she probably hasn't had her first job yet. But this is all the work that anybody could handle right now. I mean,
Wow,
they are going.
look
Oh
at
my
this.
God, bow
Look
ball
at
to bow
this.
ball. This is going to be a close one. Wow.
Oh my God! And Sophia from Port Jefferson sprinting it in.
Sprinting
over
through.
Bromfield.
Such a close race.
Eliza, and you've got
Well
Sarah.
rode by all 3 of these women. I mean, unbelievable. What great youth athletes.
Kara, your name's Carrie.
Yeah,
Apologies.
it's Carrie. That's what my mom named me.
I always love to look at the athletes here when they cross the finish line, see how tired they are. But look, as young athletes, they've got stone cold faces.
Yeah, they're sitting up.
They're not showing their pain or their fatigue at all.
They're just hanging out.
Oh my God! Look at Sarah from unaffiliated. She just stretched out a little bit just to show off that she's not tired.
Look at the times, Richard. Look at the times. I mean, this heat much faster times than heat 1.
Right.
But super impressive. We're just getting reports from the field, the starting area, that the wind's picking up out there, and hopefully that's not affecting any of our drone flights or our stake boats. So Richard, we've got tomorrow is not yet. Tomorrow's set for the women's single. We've got all these boats going on to a final, which is exciting. And then now we've got the U17 doubles coming up.
I love the double carry. The double's got to be, I think, the hardest and best event out there. Some might say the pair is the hardest event. You've got two oars in each hand. But if you are not perfectly synced in the double, you're kind of going to be fighting each other out there. And it's being in unison with one person is absolutely magical. It's kind of, the pair and the double are kind of like a marriage. You need to be perfectly in sync on the water, off the water, mentally, physically. The power curves have to be right there. So I personally love the double more than any other event out there, and it's also such a fast boat.
Yeah, it is. In this first heat, we've got it's actually only a two boat race. We've got Oak Neck Academy in lane two and Bromfield in lane three. Port Jefferson was a scratch. Um, Richard, I actually heard from some of my sources earlier that this Bromfield double is quite quick. Rachel Walker and Zoe Disler. They are a crew from a public high school program in Harvard, Massachusetts. Excited to see these great athletes come out here and race today. Super excited to get them in view. Can't tell you too much about what's going on, but I think we might.
Right here, we got a beautiful view up the Fish Creek River. So up there, you've got a little bend where the starting course is. And this is actually also where in the fall the Head of the Fish Regatta takes place. And I don't know if you're familiar with it, Carrie, but a lot of people might not recognize it because it's sunny and it's not raining.
Yeah, it's not pouring, it's not cold, it's not snowy, there's no hail or freezing rain, there's leaves on the trees. It's really nice here in Saratoga in the late spring, isn't it?
Oh my God, it's a whole different beast. The Head of the Fish, notorious for some of the worst weather in the country.
Yeah, and even in April, usually around when Saratoga Rowing Association hosts the Saratoga Invitational, it's pretty cold. It's pretty windy. It can get kind of ugly in that early spring race, but just a few weeks later, wow, the weather really changes up here. Nice. I'm gonna have to get a little place for myself up here, Richard.
Listen, I'll go on that with you, Carrie, and we can get something together. Across the way, there's Lee's Park. Maybe we can get like a trailer park or something. Spot out there.
You and I have spent a lot of time together, but I don't think we'll be buying a trailer together anytime soon.
That's unfortunate, Carrie, because I think it's a good investment. Real estate's going up here, like the amount of boats racks that are going in here. It's just impressive. Oh, have you been to the new restaurant, Carrie, across the way up here?
Yeah,
55 water.
55 water. I mean, we had dinner there last night. It was
We had
fantastic. If
some
there
hamburgers yesterday.
any parents in the area, I mean, go check it out.
Right now.
All right, and we're live here. We've got a really close doubles race here.
um, between Oak Neck Academy and Bromfield. Who do you got out in front here, Richard? Is that the Bromfield boat? I can't quite tell.
It looks like it's the greater. Where are we here? It looks like it's the Bromfield boat is out ahead.
In lane 3.
Um, coming down. If the closer lanes are to us, that's going to be lane 2. That's closer to us. So that's Oak Neck.
That is Oak Neck.
So it looks like Oak Neck is up by 2 lengths. By 2 lengths over Bromfield here. Great rowing. Just look at that. You can look at. I mean, Carrie, you can tell how much wind there is by looking at that water, right? Look at the ripples and the waves they're having to go through.
Yeah, it's a strong headwind right now, but still very rowable conditions. Just certainly a little bit heavier there in the rig. Wonder if there were any adjustments made before these crews launched to account for the strong headwind. But it does seem like a very even headwind here. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at these two crews battling it out. It's a close race.
Oak Neck is starting to pull away here from Bromfield, but Bromfield just not letting go. Although both boats qualify tomorrow for the final, Bromfield's not putting it in the bag. Bromfield's still out there.
Yeah, they're pushing hard. They're pushing really hard. They're still in this race. They're a little bit lower than Oak Neck is in terms of rate. Slightly longer strokes, but I think we've got Oak Neck really racing it here and absolutely trying to put some distance between them and Bromfield.
Right. They're we've said this before and we'll say it again. This is the Youth Women's Double Heat 1. Both boats qualify to tomorrow's final. So no issues there. So there might be some gamesmanship going on, but this is a great opportunity for them to be practicing their race strategies here at Carey. And normally in a race like this, you'll have a start, high 20 strokes, you'll settle into the base rate, and the race is 2,000 meters long. So you usually like to spread out some moves at the 500 meter mark, 1,000 meters in, 500 meters left. You'll take some power 10s. Those power 10s are just 10 incredibly hard strokes to kind of move you along. And let me tell you, Carrie, the wind is strong.
Yeah, the wind is just picked right up here. The things are getting crazy in the announcer's booth. We're not yet fortunate to have a full primo announcer's booth here, but I'm sure after everybody hearing our commentary this afternoon that they will be building us a perfect facility here, and I'm sure everybody's going to want us back next year.
That's for sure. And you wouldn't believe it, but this is our first time commentating.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would believe it. And looking at the live chat, I think we'll probably never do this again.
I think it's safe to say that too. But if you do have any requests, throw them in through that chat. We're reading it. We're loving it, and we love all our fans out there. So thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, absolutely. And if anybody does know anybody at NBC, we'd be happy to host the Olympics.
We know a lot about rowing.
Looking at this race, though, it is still Oak Neck Academy pushing out in front of a really strong Bromfield crew here.
But still not Bromfield not letting them walk away.
Yeah,
that is the key thing to look at here, right? Bromfield doesn't have them in sight, so Bromfield could easily just slow it down here and let them fall behind, but they're not doing that. They're staying internal. They've got their own race plan that they're following and they're executing.
Yeah, Bromfield doesn't look frantic at all. They don't look like they're worried about their positioning. They're just trying to have a really good row and go as fast as they can and maintain a good, really solid internal race piece. Right, they're staying in the chute. They're not focused on the other crew. They're just focused on, you know what, let's get to A to B as fast as we can, as beautifully as we can, as clean as we can, and set ourselves up for a great final tomorrow.
Carrie, I'm looking at this here. We're entering the last 600 meters here, and it looks like Bromfield might be clawing their way back into Oakneck.
Yeah, their race strategy of staying long, staying internal, and focusing on themselves seems to be playing out really well for them. We're just trying to get some stroke rates for you folks at home. Bromfield continuing to push, Oakneck Academy continuing to lead. Both great programs, great athletes, great coaches. Different sides of the Northeast. You've got Bromfield from Massachusetts, Oakneck from Long Island, a state of its own. Athletes doing a fantastic job. Great to see these four athletes competing against each other. Yeah, and we're just getting into view ourselves from the finish line tower here at beautiful Saratoga Park. And it's Oakneck Academy coming in the last 300 meters here. Bromfield following closely behind, not giving anything up, focusing on themselves, staying long, rowing cleanly. Looks like Oakneck is taking it up a little bit. They're going for the sprint.
But still have not taken any margin out of that Bromfield crew.
Yeah.
That, like, we cannot express how impressive that is as commentators having no visibility. They're going backwards. They don't see that the Oakneck crew is right there, right in front of them.
Yeah.
So Bromfield is right there.
It's about 2 boat lanes.
Holding that margin the whole entire way down
if
the course.
anything, Bromfield is starting to narrow the lead a little bit. Both crews rowing centered in their lanes. Really clean strokes. I'm sure they can hear that Oakneck boat. Looks like Bromfield's taking it up here a little bit. They're going for a sprint.
Both crews, I've got them
Oakneck staying composed.
I've got both crews here clocked in at a 28 stroke rate, so they both have a lot more to give tomorrow, Carrie.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if it's not as strong of a headwind. I think you're going to see a really close race out of both of these boats. Oakneck just coming across the line there, and Bromfield well rowed by both of these boats. It's going to be close tomorrow. Again, if you're listening to us or you're just joining us, we've got the U17 events for Northeast Youth Championship here. If you'd like to follow along, follow the results, you can always go to herenow.com and click on results for the 2021 U.S. Rowing Northeast Youth Championship. So we've got our next race coming up here. It's going to be the second heat for the women's U17 double. We've got 3 boats in this one. Lane 2, it's Albany. Lane 3, another crew from GMS. And lane 4, CRI.
Gary, what does CRI stand for?
It stands for Community Rowing Inc. And I don't know if you've ever been up to their boathouse in Boston, Richard, but they row in an absolutely gorgeous, state-of-the-art facility right on the banks of the Charles River, named after the late great Harry Parker.
Harry Parker, one of the country's greatest collegiate coaches at Harvard University, graduated from Harvard, left for maybe a year or two, came back as an assistant coach. Head coach had left or passed away back in the 50s or 60s. Harry became the intern head coach and then was the head coach of the Harvard men's crew team from the 60s all the way till his passing year a few years back. One of the greats, and it's really great for CRI to name their boathouse after them. Really awesome program, good people, and CRI have really been the leading example of pushing this sport forward. They were the first ones to really bring in adaptive rowing and push it.
Especially at the youth level as well.
Yeah, they've been pushing the sport at the youth level. So CRI and Saratoga both have really been exemplar programs for diversity, equality, and inclusion all across the board. So we're happy there's programs like them around.
Yeah, CRI, both the men and the women have amazing programs. The men led by head coach Will Congram, the women led by head coach Sky Elliott. Both spectacular coaches, spectacular humans, um, and great leaders of their athletes. Excited to see these three crews coming down the course. Albany, GMS, and CRI. Still showing upcoming here. It doesn't seem like the race is yet active. It might be having some difficulties with the getting locked into those stake boats with this strong headwind. Although down at the finish line, it does seem like it has calmed down quite a bit. That finish line flag's not moving quite as strong.
Gary, don't speak too soon. You know what happens when you start saying the wind's going to die down. The next thing that's going to happen, we're going to have a tornado pop up here.
No tornadoes, not in Saratoga. Never. It would never, absolutely never happen. I mean, the weather here in Saratoga this weekend, we are so lucky. What a beautiful venue. What a beautiful spring day to be here. So lucky, so grateful for Chris Chase, who did call me and let me know how grateful he was for Richard
Commentating.
and I promoting the Saratoga area. I mean, just we're super lucky to have him leading the charge at U.S. Rowing, leading the charge here at Saratoga. All the spectators that couldn't make it but are here online. Um, you are missed, and hopefully next year we'll get you guys back here. But thankful for the opportunity to be here on the Fish Creek in Saratoga Springs, New York.
Harry, I'm gonna try and get in contact with some of our infield reporters over where the trailers are and see if we can get some quotes from some of the coaches over there. See what they're thinking. See what the athletes are coming back with for feedback. Because we're here isolated in a booth. We see just as well as you guys can, so we don't know what's going on, right? There could be screaming, there could be boats falling apart, there could be riggers falling off boats. We don't know the inside scoop.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna see if we can get some of that some of the gossip for you listeners out there.
we're a little isolated here. We're gonna get right back to you and see if we can get an interview with potentially one of the coaches of one of these winning boats here. Hey, just wanted to take this opportunity and thank all of the volunteers here to make an event like this happen, especially in nowadays with COVID restrictions and COVID still present in our communities, especially here in the Northeast. It's been incredibly difficult, and we're so grateful to all of our volunteers, especially our referees.
We have a ton of U.S. rowing referees that are volunteering their time and their efforts. Um, Hoping to pull one in for a moment at some point here. One of our referees, Gail, who I got to speak with briefly earlier this today during the men's racing. I mean, they are all such hard working, dedicated, amazing referees. And if you're ever interested in signing up and becoming a referee or learning more about it, you can go to usrowing.org and find out an amazing amount of information about becoming a U.S. rowing referee, and in fact getting on the water at a race like this. You can be part of the racing.
One of the things that we learned, Carrie, is that the referees, the referees are actually they're in short uh, they're in short store. I'm missing my words, but there's not many of them, and a lot of them are starting to age out. So we are looking for younger referees to start joining the workforce, and it's fun. You can participate in trials events, youth regionals events, local regattas, and you can be a part of making sure like efficient regattas are run fairly and safely. So, for those of you listening out there, we are looking for referees at U.S. Rowing. Please do take a look at it, and we'd love to have you. It's a great group of people.
Really is. We're so fortunate to have such a great referee corps. So, if you're ever interested in helping out the sport, helping grow the sport, helping give back to the sport, go to US Rowing, learn more. You can learn a lot more there about becoming a referee and helping our sport grow.
We are seeing a couple of comments here on the live chat. We want to acknowledge those. It seems like we've got a lot of CRI fans. So thank you very much for shouting out Emily, Beginning Paintings, Henry Darnell, Christine Grimes, Chris Hill, Poe. Shout out to you guys for commenting. We support you. And then we do have a question of link to see results herenow.com, HERENOW.com. Click results, and you can go to Northeast Regionals, and you will see all the results there, real time coming on in. So if you do have any questions, do put it in the live chat. We see everything you're commenting. It warms our heart to see it. We aren't sure what's going on with the racing currently. It does say that there's a race active right now, so we might have the women's U17 double heat 2 with Albany GMS and CRI coming down the course, but we cannot see them from our vantage point right now. So we can't give you anything more than you can defer yourself. All we know is that these kids are going ham. They are dropping the hammer down the course.
Yeah, they're eating those yams up and putting every effort down that they can to make their boat go as fast as possible. Just want to thank everybody for tuning in to the 2021 U.S. Rowing Northeast Youth Championship live stream from Saratoga, New York.
Yeah, buddy.
So this race coming down, we've got Albany, GMS, and CRI, lane 2, 3, and 4, respectively. Know there are a lot of CRI fans. I know there's a lot of GMS fans out there too. A lot of Albany fans, the close by local team. Excited to see these guys come down. Yeah, we're just getting a comment here, responding to a comment on the live chat. It's herenow.com, HERENOW.com. 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 We're getting a Go GMS fan. Any other GMS fans out there? Any Albany fans out there listening to the live stream? We'd love to have you join in on the chat. Root these amazing young U17 athletes on. Some of them probably for the first time racing on a buoy course in their lives. Really excited to see how these amazing young women do here um, in this second heat, which is coming down the course now.
Uh,
Just getting a report from the delay at the in the starting area that we did have with some of the winds a little bit of an issue with our stake boat, our stake boats out there. Just I don't know, Richard, your experience with setting up amazing courses like this. A lot goes into setting up a gorgeous, perfect race course like this, and there are complications at time.
it is super difficult. And we've got a quick announcement we need to make here. If anybody is on site listening to this, if you lost anything on the venue, please visit the U.S. Rowing registration tent here, here on the premises. This is at Saratoga, so this is if you're local and you misplaced something, or maybe you were here this morning and you're at the parents. We are bringing everything to the U.S. Rowing registration tent if you are local here. Don't lose things. It's not nice.
We definitely don't want anybody to lose anything, but we're just waiting for this second heat of the U17 double to come into play. We did have to change out a drone real quick. It is always a little bit complicated when there's high winds with flying little unmanned vehicles. But we're really grateful for our drone operators for doing such a fantastic job today. They're also sitting right next to me, so I have to say that.
Carrie, I do see a boat coming down the course. Racing is coming.
Racing is coming, and we
CRI.
missed it.
CRI is the very first boat that I see for coming down here in the women's.
Wow, I see that CRI double. They're just coming into my viewpoint as well. You can see them a little bit better than I can, Richard.
Yeah, I mean the big red boat makes it so much easier to see them. Oh my God, you've got no idea. So thank you to CRI for having big red boats.
And here's our drone back. Oh, and now we got our finish line camera. So, yep, there's CRI in first place, cruising down the course.
I do not have vantage of the other boats, so I'm not sure where they are or where they are placed.
Heldeman and Sequoia, absolutely cruising against the headwind, doing a really good job.
No bio on the CRI crew. They like to fly underneath the radar. Their bio says period.
It's just a period.
Yeah. Just a period.
Just a period.
So that means they're here for business.
Yeah. They don't need no bio. They just want to go fast.
As a reminder, this is the women's youth double U17 Heat 2. There are not too many races left in the day. Following this, we've got the women's Coxed 4, the women's quad, the women's 8, and then we've got the novice events coming up after that. So we've got about 15 races left in the day. And here we have CRI just powering down the course.
Yeah, look at this double. They're
They are-
absolutely cruising.
They are taking this. They want to rename this CRI River. Look at this. My lord, they are miles out of the competition.
My Lanta, yeah, wow. Look at these amazing athletes. Sky Elliott, coach. I got a good view of that GMS crew coming in second here. Definitely trying to set themselves up for a good race in day 2.
CRI winning that in a time of 9:47. GMS in second place in a time of 11:01. And that's going to round out the women's doubles heats carry. And we've got, following that, the women's U17 Coxed 4. This is a two-boat race. Greenwich versus Greater Lawrence. And the race is already well off. Again, it doesn't look like it, but very tough conditions for these athletes. Strong headwind, and sometimes, Carrie, I've been there. It feels like you are not moving.
Yeah.
You are putting your you're putting your oar in the water, and you were just not moving anywhere, and you're like, "Am I ever gonna finish?"
Yeah, and the women's U17 4 plus, the Cox 4, Heat 1. We got Greenwich and Greater Lawrence, Greenwich in lane 3, Greater Lawrence in lane 4, and in that headwind, as you were just saying, Richard, it can feel like you're walking into a concrete wall a little bit. But I think this Greenwich boat here, which seems to be in the lead, we're just getting a good glimpse of them right here. Greenwich boat with the blue boat with the white oars cruising down the course. That doesn't seem to be pushing them back too much. I mean, they're definitely affected by the headwind, but those athletes work their tails off to get here and are doing fantastic job of setting themselves up for a strong day 2 tomorrow. Follow behind them is that Greater Lawrence boat. Very young athletes in this group, probably their first time on a buoyed course, and getting a ton of experience, a ton of learning happening in that boat every stroke, every moment, and they are going to come back with way more experience tomorrow and getting faster every day. So, great job by this Greenwich boat in first and the Greater Lawrence boat right behind them.
Harry, I'm gonna see if we can get some stroke rates on these people. I love kind of knowing tactics here. I've got these guys locked down at a 34 stroke rate, and that's a pretty good rating. It looks like they are saving their sprint for tomorrow. It doesn't look like they are going all out with a stroke rating like that.
Yeah, you can tell that they're all working really hard right now. But yeah, I don't think that they've bumped it up too far. And they've just come across the line. Greenwich in first, and Greater Lawrence right here in this yellow boat, cruising down, staying composed, staying relaxed, doing a really good job.
I've got them at a 32 stroke rate carry coming here into the finish line.
32. They're just focused on their strategy, focused on what their coaches told them in the trailer park area. You know, keeping their head in the game and getting better every stroke. Yeah, looking really good. They're having a nice finish here. Good race out of them. Good piece.
Is that a Vespoli?
That is a Vespoli.
So there's a lot for those of you at home and not too familiar with the sport. There's a lot of different boat brands out there that are being used. Vespoli is one of them that we just saw. There's some of the big brand names in sweep are Vespoli, Hudson, Wintech, Empacher, Felipe. Empacher and Felipe kind of known as very big brand names. You can consider those like the Ferraris of the sport. Um, but there's a lot of different manufacturers out there that we have. There's Swift Racing as well that we see. So these aren't all the exact same manufacturers. Coaches and crews can select different sorts of equipment that they want to use that they think fits for their program.
Yeah, just like in Formula One racing, you'll have different car manufacturers. In rowing, we have different boat manufacturers, and there's some teams that row one boat exclusively. There's some teams that row multiple boats, multiple different brands. And I can tell you that all of the coaches here are super grateful for all of our boat manufacturers, all of the hard work that they put into to building absolute gorgeous pieces of artwork, and our athletes are just super excited to race this amazing equipment that we're able to get, and it's from people like you that are listening to this live stream that make it possible for amazing programs like Greater Lawrence, like Brookline, like Row America, like Saugatuck, like CRI, like Bromfield, to be able to purchase amazing equipment for these young youth athletes.
We'll have the live stream coming back on. for the drones in a little bit. Currently, they are out of batteries, so no worries there. We do apologize, but we're still going to be here commentating for what we see on the race course as they come down. And the next event is the women's U17 quads in Heat 1 and Heat 2, and it looks like people are getting pretty excited. I'm noticing the amount of users logging in increasing here. These are, this is the future, like we said earlier. U17 is the future of the sport. So we're excited to see what these athletes can bring.
Yeah, new event for the 2021 U.S. Northeast Youth Championship. Are a lot of these U17 events. Obviously, there's always been the U17 8, but adding the small boats into the category has made it really awesome for all of us here coaching and racing. To get an opportunity for these younger athletes to show their stuff in a very specific category, and potentially have the opportunity to go on to nationals in Sarasota.
Gary, I do see we have the camera is picking up here on the feed some quads coming down in the far right. That will be Albany. Just left of them is Saratoga, then Row America Rye, then Greater Lawrence B. We can't quite pick it up. I do know there are oars going in the water and coming out of the water. I do know athletes are pushing hard. Who is winning? I don't know. That's yet to be found out. Will it be Albany? I don't know. Will it be Row America Rye Carry?
Could be.
Everything's up in the air.
And our drones are going to be back up in the air in any minute, any moment.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, Carrie, and say that boat on the right is winning.
Yeah, that boat on the right is definitely winning. I can see. Ooh,
look
at that beautiful shot from our drones.
God. We have flight.
We are up in the air.
This is the Wright brothers moment here.
Yes, we are flying. We're flying. These crews are also flying down the course. Unbelievable speeds. Rowing together.
Carrie, have you ever seen that Mythbusters with 8 dragged a water skier behind it?
I did. Yes.
Do you think we're going to be able to see that here?
I mean, they're going way faster than I ever want to water ski at. But yes, actually, yeah, probably pretty close. I'd water ski behind that CRI boat right there.
That CRI boat is cruising. I'd tie some straps to the back of that boat. Look at them go. They're walking, but who is that boat? Who do you think that is next to them? I don't think that is CRI. We do not have a CRI in this boat. It is red. This is Albany. There's no CRI in this event. This is Fort Jefferson, Greater Lawrence, Row Boston, and Maritime. This
could be Row Boston.
This is super difficult.
We're gonna get up on the binoculars here, getting a glimpse.
It looks like lane 2,
which is Albany.
This is very difficult to call out. It looks like lane 2 is winning, and then we've got an Empacher over here in light green. Looks like lane 2 is winning, Carrie. It looks like Albany is ahead, and then we've got in the Empacher.
No, I'm sorry. I think that's I take that back, Richard. I think that is Port Jefferson.
Lane 5 is also contending. Greater Lawrence.
I think lane 5 is. I think you're looking at the wrong results here, Richard. I think lane 5 is Maritime B.
Yes.
Maritime
Lane
B.
2 is Port Jefferson. You're sorry about that on the
Lane 2, Port Jeff.
And they are going neck and neck. Look at this fight. They're 4 lanes across from each other, and they need to keep focused. But they're coming into the last 100 meters here, bringing up the stroke rate. My lord.
Oh, this is going to be a close finish. This is going to be a real
fight.
Close finish. We got Port Jeff, lane 2.
Maritime.
Fort Jefferson,
Maritime
37
B.
stroke rate.
Wow. Wow. Maritime. It looks like it's Maritime just by a little bit.
Maritime's bringing it up.
Maritime from our angle has it. Yes,
Maritime has got it.
Maritime.
Maritime squeezed out the win
And
with
poor
a big
Jeff
sprint.
right there.
Absolutely beautiful carry. Beautiful racing by Maritime. Experienced scullers pulling it out in the last 150 meters.
And I think this is Roe Boston here. Affiliated, obviously, with CRI. Doing a great job coming down the course.
This is Roe Boston, Carey.
Roe Boston.
And then we've got Greater Lawrence behind them.
Wow, Roe Boston looking really clean here. Nice job by Roe Boston coming all across the line now. And Greater Lawrence. Greater Lawrence in lane 3 doing a good job. Really good job out of lane 3. Focused on themselves, focused on their race plan, focused on getting their blades in together. Really good job out of those athletes.
That stroke seat's giving it all she has. She is going all the way. And a reminder, this is top 3 to advance to tomorrow's final. Top 3 to advance. So Greater Lawrence is here in 4th place. They will not be going to the grand final tomorrow, unfortunately. So they are leaving everything they have out on the field today. Such a great crew. Good for them.
Yeah, great crew. Great job getting a ton of experience again here today. Probably their first time going down a buoy course. First time in a championship race. So many things taken away from these athletes over the past year, but you know, we're slowly getting them all back, and we just want to thank all of our friends at US Rowing for making this event happen. I mean, US Rowing, huge shout out to them, huge shout out to the staff, Sarah, Brett, Chris Chase, um, all of the hard work. Amanda Kraus, the new CEO of US Rowing, who's done a spectacular job in a very tough time, tough situation. All the amazing referees, all the volunteers. We are so lucky to have them. Such a dedicated group of folks working hard for us. I just very grateful for US Rowing for literally doing everything that they possibly could to make sure that this happened. This race at times didn't seem like it was going to happen, and US Rowing would not give up. They were relentless in making sure that that these junior athletes had the opportunity to race here in Saratoga. Um, uh, you know, it was touch and go for a minute, and everybody put in incredibly long hours to make this work. So I'm just so grateful to be here at the 2021 U.S. Rowing Northeast Youth Championship with you, Richard. Watching these amazing crews, I get chances to show their stuff on the Fish Creek here in beautiful Saratoga Springs, New York.
Gary, as we're waiting here for the women's U17 8+ to come down, can you tell us a little bit about what training looks like year round for some of these athletes? What does the fall look like? What do they do in the winter? What do they do to get ready for the spring racing here for this championship season?
Yeah, well, it depends on the program. Some of the programs are affiliated with their schools, and some programs are clubs. And the school programs, some of these athletes may play 3 sports in a year. They may play 3 totally different sports. They may be cross country runners or field hockey players or on the men's side football players. In the winter, they might play hockey or basketball or volleyball or they may swim, and then they all come in
Those
and,
aren't
and
real sports, though. rowing is a real sport.
Oh, we're not going to get into a what's a real sport debate here, but obviously rowing is the best sport. Everybody knows that. Um, and then on the club side, a lot of the clubs do have, some three sport athletes, but most of these athletes are doing are rowing kind of 4 seasons, right? They're rowing in the fall. They're racing longer distances. They're racing in head races, training for 3 miles or 6Ks, 5Ks, 4Ks. Um, Over the winter. They're training on the erg. This year, I mean, a lot of people had to train at home, train in their basements, train in the laundry room or in their bedrooms. Some clubs were allowed to have athletes on site, and some. I know my club that I'm affiliated. We had our athletes erging very late at night in very cold temperatures outside, 20 degrees some days in the dark. Lifting weights has been difficult because a lot of gyms have been closed here in the Northeast. And then in the spring, obviously, we've got our sprint season, and in the summer as well, we've got a sprint season. So racing a 2K distance. So a lot of these athletes are training. If they're 52 weeks in the year, a lot of them are training pretty hard for 48 or 50 of them. I mean, even some programs take some longer breaks and break things in. I know we try to do this that at our club. Um, have a lot of built-in breaks, but every program's different. Every program has different goals. Every program has different agenda, and all those agendas and all those goals and all those things work for those specific programs and those specific clubs and those specific schools. So super impressed by everybody here this weekend.
Yep. And let's be honest here, Carrie. I can't do the sort of training that these kids can. I'm in my mid 30s now, and what these kids do every day, I would never want to do what they do. They train so hard.
Yeah, they do. They really do. I mean, I know I'm past my peak training. But if you are interested in, if you are older like we are, or past our prime of athletics, but would still like to compete, go on usrowing.org. Check out information about Masters Rowing. Go find a club near you. And it's never too late to pick up an oar and get on the water. We've got racing just like this, Masters Nationals this year. I believe is happening in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, later this summer. Novice events for everybody. So if you're interested in competing, just like these young U17 athletes, um, jump in a boat. Go find a local club near you. There's Learn to Row week is coming up. Go find out more information on the U.S. Rowing website. Um, just getting a glimpse of that Row Boston boat coming off the water there. A great race from those athletes, and we're still waiting for the women's U17 8 event, Heat 1 or the only heat to start.
I still think we need the women's U17 quad, which is coming
Oh,
down
yep,
now.
we do
Yep,
need the
that
U17 quad.
that's
Yep,
active at
that's
the
why
moment.
we're rookie announcers here. So
So
excuse up.
you would never realize
You
that.
would never know. You
Nope.
would never know. Hey,
Nope.
if anybody thinks that Richard and I should do a podcast, a weekly podcast on rowing, uh, write something in the chat. Let us know if you think this should be a regular occurrence.
What do you think about racing? Giving weekly updates on race results around the country. Because we do great race analysis. Let me tell you, if we were allowed to get deep into it, it would be interesting. Today we don't have really too many gold medal standards times out there because of the headwind. But what you want to be looking for, Carrie, here, relative to each other? Something I like to do when I look at cruises in the United States. We're very good in the men's and women's heavyweight eight. Our women's eight has won the Olympics in 2016, 2012, 2008, silver in 2004 in the Olympics. In the youth eight, we are notoriously winning or medaling at the World Championships. And they go similar speeds to our programs here. So the gold standard is always the women's eight. So if you want to see how fast your crew is compared to other regions, you can always kind of check the percentage of how fast you go compared to the eight in your region. To see how fast you are compared to others. And that's how I like to gauge myself, because the 8 is always kind of the fastest category. And that's not 100% true, but normally, the United States and
Not
the youth
always, yeah.
category is fast. You also have, like some years, remember when we had Clark Dean in the single?
Yeah,
He was the gold standard that year.
he was.
And I do believe he set the world record 3 times the World Championships, the same
Yeah,
World
the
Championships.
first American junior athlete to win the single at a world championship since Jim Dietz back in the 19. I'm gonna be guessing here.
Yeah.
Jim Dietz, who coached Amanda Kraus at University of Massachusetts. Amanda Kraus, the CEO of U.S. Rowing. Grateful for her, obviously.
She started Row New York, non-for-profit program to help underserved youth
In the New York City
in the New York
area.
City
Yeah,
area.
get out on the water and go and matriculate to college, and what a fantastic program. And if you want to find out ways that you can support the sport, you can go to great organizations like Row New York, like CRI, like U.S. Rowing, and donate. And your own club.
Your own club. If whatever club you're a part of, they need your help. Let me tell you.
Whether it's working as a parent volunteer, or helping with a banquet,
Or if you're, most of you are probably high school athletes tuning in to watch your friends. They need your help because they need you to train more, right? Your coaches need you to train more, right?
Train harder, train more, train faster, train smarter,
Hop on the
eat
erg,
well.
do a 5K, do a
It's
10K.
nothing like a 5K warm up. A 5K warm up. You know what they say? An apple a day makes the teacher happy every day, right?
I thought it was an apple a day keeps the doctor away.
Oh yeah, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Yeah.
And it's a 10K a day keeps the coach away.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Okay, we have got coming down now about 65 seconds or 6 minutes and 50 seconds into the race. Albany in lane 2, Saratoga in lane 3, Row America Rye in lane 4, Greater Lawrence B in lane 5.
Actually, Greater Lawrence B did not start, so we'll have to find out what happened there. But we should have some really strong crews out of Row America Rye, out of Saratoga and Albany here to make up for the missed boat in Greater Lawrence. And it looks like Albany is out in front in lane 2 right now.
Yeah, they've got the orange colors there, so it's really easy to see. Every crew does have their own uniform, their own colors, right? So that's how you can kind of a little bit more easily identify them. So it's great to see the bright orange of Albany just cruising down, representing upstate New York.
Yeah, the capital region. Crew from the capital region really putting in a statement here.
I see Saratoga coming in right behind them.
Their nearby rivals, Saratoga Rowing Association, doing a really good job out of lane 3.
followed by Row America Rye from Westchester County, Rye, New York.
I've got Albany at a 30 stroke rate carry here.
Wow, they're not letting go. Keep moving harder. Keep moving faster. Albany looking really strong. Good catches, good finishes. Legs pushing down together. They're moving the boat incredibly well. Nice job from Albany here. Nice, clean, well-coached crew. And Saratoga here in second place. Nice and tidy. Good front ends.
I've got Saratoga here at a 29-30 stroke rate coming down the course here. They're not like this headwind. It's been brutal on these crews. Carry. Normally you're going to see them in the last 100 meters of the race course like this in the red buoys, coming in the high 30s. But with a headwind like this, crews are just struggling to get the rating up here.
Yeah, the rates are lower than normal. They've got to focus on the getting front ends connection, getting their blades in, focusing on staying long through the water, not missing water, not missing that top quarter. The better that they can do that, the better they're going to be off, the more boat speed they're going to have. This ride crew, to me, just visually looks like they've got a little bit of a higher rating here.
Yeah, I've got them clocked at a 35 here as they come across the line.
Yep.
Just as we say, crews are struggling with the stroke rate. These guys are not struggling with the stroke
No,
rate. They're able to keep it up.
These women are not struggling whatsoever.
Right.
They are rocking and rolling.
Again, we cannot leave this out. This is two heats of the women's quad, top three to qualify. There were only 3 boats in this race, Carrie.
Yeah.
So this is a race where there could be some gamesmanship.
Yeah, there
going
could.
on.
There could. Your favorite word, Richard, gamesmanship. There you go. You know, it's it's great. There could be, or they could be just trying to get down the course right now without headwind and
not
get to
flipping,
tomorrow.
right?
Yeah.
That's,
And we've got back-to-back races here. We're right up into the U17-8. This is great.
God, this is the blue
Great
ribbon
event. This is a fantastic event. We've got Greenwich in lane 1, CRI B in lane 2, Row America Rye B in lane 3, Saugatuck B in lane 4, and Row America Rye A in lane 5. Oh man, this is going to be a good race. This could be anybody. I have no, they're just coming into our sights here.
Oh my God, there is a boat winning.
There is a boat winning, and there's a boat in second place, and there's probably a boat in third and fourth and fifth.
Maybe even 6th.
No sixth place. All right. Cruising down the course. Is that
Carrie,
Saugatuck?
I've got all black. And all black, we got to know that's Saugatuck.
Yeah, that looks like Saugatuck to me, coming out of lane 4. Looking really strong. Gordon Getzinger, coach crew.
These athletes do not look U17. Let me tell you, they're rowing like a varsity U19 crew.
Yeah,
they are
they do.
powering. They're taking ownership. They're in control. Like you said earlier, they are in the chute. Do you want to explain that out a little bit as we're watching this crazy race?
Yeah, this is a great race. It looks like Greenwich and Rye are battling it out for second.
Yup. We've got lane 6 closer to us, which is Row America Rye. We've got Greenwich in lane 1 fighting and out for the top 3 positions. It looks like Rye's snatching up the stroke rating to bring it home.
Yep. It looks like Rye, who's coming in your screen here, is going to take second place. So it's going to be Saugatuck in first, coming across the line now. Wow, great racing by Saugatuck. Nice job. Row America Rye, coming across the line now, second place. And Greenwich crew from Coscob, Connecticut, in third, coming across the line now. And then we got the B boat from Row America Rye coming in fourth. And CRI.
CRI is still coming down the course here in the last 100 meters of the race.
Nice job. Wow, so you were just asking me in the chute versus out of the chute?
What is in the chute and out of the chute,
So
Carrie?
in the chute is when the coxswain on the boat is only talking about themselves, only focused on themselves. They're not talking about other boats. They're not, thinking about where the other crew is next to them. They're just focused on their race piece. They're just focused on their plan, and they're sticking to it.
Carrie,
Out of the chute is when they start talking about other boats, other teams, where they are, what they need to do in that specific situation, that specific race situation. I mean, these coxswains, especially in these big boats, are a lot like NFL quarterbacks, right? They're calling the plays from the starting lot, from the line of scrimmage. They're telling their athletes what they need to do. They're positioning them in a good place and really coaching from that seat. I mean, the coxswain is doing so much stuff, right? Coxswains do not get enough credit. It is one of the hardest jobs in the world, right?
Carrie,
Rowers row, coxswains do 1,000 different things.
Carrie, are you just saying that because you were a coxswain?
Oh yeah, obviously. But I was, it is an incredibly challenging job.
It
You gotta
really is.
steer, you gotta go straight, you gotta make sure you're in an eight. You are managing eight different personalities. You gotta bring them all together in one with your words, with your voice, with your tone. And in a four, sitting in a bow loader,
It
you're
gets cold.
managing. It's terrible. You're getting splashed in the face every stroke, and you've got to manage four personalities that you can't actually see. And just to recap, in that U17-8 Heat 1, we had Saugatuck B. So in that heat, all boats are going to go to the final here for that women's U17-8. Saugatuck B in the lead, winning that race with a 754.4. Row America Rye, second place, 804.5. Greenwich in third with an 814 flat. Row America Rye B with an 824.5, and CRI with a 911.4. So all boats will go on to tomorrow's final. They will be reseated in the order that they finished. So the fastest crew will go to lane 3, and then they'll sort them out on the outside lanes from that.
Now, Carrie, we've got the novice races coming down now. The U17 is completed, so we've got the U19 events done. We just completed the U17 now, and now we've got the novice events. And I can guarantee you that none of these athletes have ever been on a buoyed course like this yet, unless they've been very fortunate to race at another regionals. This is their first time coming down a course. This novice means they're in their first year of racing.
Yeah, their first year of racing, and in this year it means that they probably didn't really get to race much in the fall, if at all. And this is probably their first opportunity really ever showing their stuff. So
Yeah, to go down the course. I
yeah,
mean, these kids are they're learning how to race.
they're
That's what it is.
they're learning right in front of us, and the amount of knowledge gained after today's piece is going to go a long way. Some of these athletes will have learned how to row previously, maybe have taken some strokes for a couple years, maybe done a bunch of other sports, but in
Carrie, I'm gonna
terms
have to
of
stop you here. This bound number one, Brookline. Oh my OMG.
Oh my goodness.
I cannot. They are so good. I have never seen a novice boat row as well as this. Maybe I can't count, but it looks like a number one. That's coming down the course here. And they look so composed. They've got a good stroke rate. They're powerful. Like, look at that leg drive. Like I said it before, this is not an arm sport. This is a legs. This is a leg sport, and they are just slamming it.
Yeah, it could be anybody's race with these novice boats, these novice entries here. Obviously, Brookline is taking this one home easily. But as we move into the novice events here,
Found number 3, Oakneck in second place.
yeah, Oakneck Rowing Academy in second place, Amadeus Rowing doing a fantastic job out there. Huge credit to Brookline. My gosh. In the Northeast region, so each region, it'll be interesting for the our viewers at home to know that each region has a slightly different definition on what novice rowing is, and specifically in the Northeast, our specific definition is that athletes could be any age. They could be U17, they could be U19, but that this will be their first year of racing.
And this Sophia Grossman and Avery Packard from Brookline came across the line. I am very impressed with their novice year, coming out in the doubling conditions like that. Very difficult.
Yeah, obviously, two really strong athletes. They may be athletes in multiple sports, rowing for a program like Brookline, a great school in Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts, doing a fantastic job. This will be their first time. You know, they could be in the fall. They could be field hockey player. They could be star field hockey players. They could be star volleyball players. They could be star swimmers. They could be stars at all three of those sports, right? And this is their first time this year getting into a boat, and obviously they're great rowers.
I mean, Carrie, I'm gonna call it. One of the two of them's going to Olympics.
Wow. We're gonna this. Hopefully, this live stream will be up forever, and we'll be able to go back and
Sophia
and
Grossman, or Avery Packard. If you're gonna listen to this, one of the two of you.
Yeah,
very
great
impressed.
effort.
Very impressed.
Great job.
And also great work with Oakneck, with Giovanni Sherlock and Sophia Rice. Great work coming down the course there. Tough conditions, and just seeing you guys fight at the finish line there. Awesome.
Yeah, we've still got some more boats in this race. Right? Yes. Greater Lawrence and Port Jeff, the Port Jefferson.
And there are 3 heats here, so that is 2 to qualify to the A final tomorrow. 3 heats in the women's novice 2X. That was heat 1 of 3 that we just saw come down the course, and we still have boats coming down the course right now. Greater Lawrence and the Port Jefferson in lane 2 and 4.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something about these two crews coming in third and fourth. Both the Greater Lawrence. Whoa, my gosh, this is a type battle. I think this is where you're just seeing the next race coming down here.
And it looks like it might be Maritime and Oakneck fighting.
And just coming into view here is
one of the best races of the day.
Yeah. We just got so excited. We just saw the drone feed here, and my gosh, bow ball to bow ball in Heat 2. It looks like Maritime and Oakneck Academy. Oakneck Academy in lane 3 and Maritime in lane 4. Also in this race is Greater Lawrence in lane 2 and Saratoga in lane 5. But my gosh, bow ball to bow ball here. Maritime in the yellow boat, Oakneck in the white boat here. They are just crushing down the course. They are absolutely eating the yams, going absolutely nuts, doing fantastic work This is the closest race we've seen in a long time.
This is the closest race of the day. This is the racing you want to see. This is why we're in the sport. You just feel alive when you see something like this. I feel the blood flowing through my veins. I am on fire right now.
Yeah,
Gary.
absolute fire. We're
Look
gonna
at
see
this.
it at the finish line camera here.
Oak Neck
They're
is
coming into the
pushing.
red
Oh
buoys.
my God, you've got Maritime.
Absolutely pushing it.
Maritime bringing up the stroke rate.
What do you got? Who you got here, Richard?
I'm gonna call it Maritime.
Maritime?
Who are you going with, Carrie?
I think I got Oak Neck.
Oh my God.
I don't want Jan to find me in the trailer park, but look at these two crews.
This is unbelievable.
Look at these four athletes. They're so evenly matched.
Both of these crews already qualifying for the final tomorrow.
I know.
Yet
I
they
know.
are
I
still-
can't wait for tomorrow's youth novice double.
They are still
Oh my
fighting.
God.
Look at this. This is going to be a
It's
photo
bow
finish.
ball, photo finish.
Maritime.
Maritime. I think it's Maritime. Just inching their bow out. Yeah, Maritime's got it. Right on top of each other. Maritime in first. Oak Neck in second. Of course, that's unofficial.
We don't know anything here at the finish line. We just announced. Here now does all the timing and results.
Wow.
So we could be completely wrong, but we think we are right.
Wow. What a race. What a race.
And I would just like to say, in that women's novice double, the stroke seat or bow seat was R. Klein, which is the same as my initials. So shout out.
R. Klein.
So shout out.
Was that you? Was that you in there?
I'm not gonna say anything.
Was that you?
But
There was some speculation when we saw that entry that you were actually rowing in the women's novice double. I think she's faster than you.
She
though.
probably
She's
is.
definitely faster.
She definitely
way
trained,
faster. Yeah.
Definitely trains harder than I do. And here we've got a boat coming
Can
across.
you believe those are novices?
I cannot. I cannot believe that was beautiful.
Northeast Youth Championship, and man, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Saratoga just coming across the line in that event. Beautiful racing by them.
I don't quite know what happened to the.
So the Greater Lawrence or the Port Jefferson.
Yeah.
From Gate 1.
I'm not quite sure what happened.
If anyone does know, leave some information in the chat and we'll spread it around.
But a great effort. Wow. That's going to be a great race tomorrow.
Carrie, I'm excited for the future of our sport. The two women's doubles that we just saw coming down. The talent.
Sheesh. Yeah. Wow. Unbelievable.
The absolute talent there. The great the coaching staff that we have in the country is getting so good with the introduction of U.S. Rowing's level 1, 2, and 3 coaching certifications. Has really helped elevate the coaches in the country.
Yeah, I agree. Lots of, with the amount of information that's out there, you don't even have to have rowed in high school or college to be a fantastic coach. I mean, you
So
don't.
true.
There's just so much information out there. We have such a great program being run by U.S. Rowing Education, educating our young coaches, young, old, in the midst,
Middle age.
yeah, doing a great job. I mean,
Midlife
me
crisis.
personally, I didn't even used to coach. I spent the first 10 years of my career doing something completely different, and then I jumped back into coaching because I knew it's something that I love and that I would enjoy. So anybody can do that. If you're watching this right now, you're looking for a life change, try coaching. It's amazing.
And I'm going to tell you this, Carrie. I'm not currently in this space. I help out occasionally, but you don't feel as alive as you do when you're at the race course. You heard our voices. You felt it in our voices when we saw that race coming down. Where else do you feel that alive, right?
Nothing.
You just that sense of just oh my god excitement. I don't need to work out today.
Yeah, I definitely don't need to work out today.
My heart rate definitely got.
I'm gonna sleep like a baby tonight.
Thank you, women's novice double heat.
Yeah,
too.
wow. So we got Heat 3 coming up now. Women's novice double Heat 3. Excited to see these boats. Do you think we're gonna have as good of a race?
Carrie, I can only hope so.
I can't imagine. I can't. We've got
know each other and they know each other's race plans, Carrie.
yeah. I'm pretty sure they do pieces with each other every day.
So
Who we got in the in
let's
lane
see.
2?
In lane 2, give me a name. We've got Abigail Carpenter, 16 years old, and Lucia La Orden Oro, 16 years
Oh,
old
you
as well.
butchered that. I think that's Lucia.
Lucia. And then in lane 3, we've got Leah Petri, Elizabeth Butler, 16 and 17 years old. And then in lane 4, we've got Allegra Bassanez and Katie Brandt.
You got a favorite?
Do I have a favorite?
Yeah.
I'm going for the young ones. I'm going for the youngest crew out there. Lane 4, Allegra and Katie. That's who I'm going for.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
I got to go for the youth.
You got to go for the youth.
Right?
Yeah.
They're gonna have a lot of spirit. They don't know, they're naive. They don't know what they're getting into. Like sometimes you're able to pull something out of the bag on that day.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the slightly older boat. I'm gonna go with Leia and Elizabeth, and you know what's gonna happen?
Lucia's gonna win.
Lucia and Abigail are gonna absolutely crush it.
They're gonna
Yeah.
they're gonna come out.
We're gonna both be wrong.
They're gonna
So
come out of the
we're
woodworks.
sorry, Allegra. We're sorry, Katie. We're sorry, Leia. We're sorry, Elizabeth, that we just jinxed you.
But it's good to see three Norwalk crews duking it out here on Fish Creek River.
Yeah, Norwalk River Rowing, a great storied program. Coop,
Located in Norwalk, Connecticut.
Coop, the famed Coop, running that program, doing such a fantastic job. An amazing coach, amazing person. Everybody in the Norwalk area knows him as a great guy, always eager to help, and those athletes are lucky to learn from
Carrie,
such an
it
amazing
looks
person.
like
Here we go.
We've got something on the screen, and it looks like Lane.
Okay.
Who we got?
It looks like the angle now, it's a little hard to see, but it looks like we've got lane 4 ahead, then lane 2, then lane 3. So it looks like your initial call, Carrie, of Katie Brandt and Allegra. Oh no, my call of Katie Brandt and Allegra.
Oh, I had Leia and Elizabeth.
Yeah, you had Leia and Elizabeth. It's a little fuzzy here, but it seems like lane 4 is the boat on the right.
Right.
The middle lane.
I mean, it's close racing, you know.
Close
if it one's
racing.
the A boat, one's the B boat, one's the C. I mean, they're all super tight together.
The coaches didn't even label them. The coaches might not even
Yeah,
have known. Every
yeah.
day, at the novice level, so the athletes every day can show up and do different results.
Oh, totally. Every day is a learning experience for these young women. So, Leia and Elizabeth.
Leia and Elizabeth.
Allegra crushing it.
Come on,
Katie.
You've got it. Oh, look at this beautiful
Abigail.
view right here. Great job. Great
Lucia.
drone shot. We've got
Wow,
look
bow
at
ball to bow ball here.
beautiful gunning it. You've got the young guns of Katie Brandt and Allegra. I'm good, like the youth. I'm telling you. But can they hold on? Have they made the age-old mistake of going out too early, Carrie?
No, I don't think so. I think they're starting to walk away here. I think they're starting to walk away.
Norwalk versus Norwalk versus Norwalk. You can bet they are not going to hold back their punches.
They're not.
It looks like.
I hope they're having so much fun
Oh
out.
my
They got to
God.
be having so much
my
fun
God.
racing against their teammates.
Leah and Elizabeth right now. They are gritting their teeth. They cannot let the youth of Allegra and Katie beat them.
No.
You've got in the closer to the shot right here. That's Leah and Allegra from Norwalk. And the far side, you do see Allegra and Katie. So Leah and Elizabeth close to us in lane 2, and lane 4 farther away from you.
Come on, Leia. Come on, Elizabeth.
There's Allegra and
Don't
Katie.
let me lose this bet.
Come on.
He's not going to stop talking about it all weekend.
Listen, I've been predicting the right results my whole life. I'm not going to stop
my
now,
gosh.
Carrie. I'm not going to stop
It's
now.
never going to happen. Oh, let's go. Let's go, Leia.
They have entered the last 300 meters.
Yeah, Norwalk.
They're coming close to the red buoys. I see.
Here we go.
They
We
are-
can see him in our
They are
sights.
entering.
This is spectacular racing.
This
Wow.
is youth versus a little bit older.
Look
youth.
at Leia. Look at Leia and Elizabeth going for it. They're moving.
Come
Half a
on.
lane.
Let's go, Allegra. Let's go, Allegra. Allegra bringing it up.
Half a length back.
Norwalk versus Norwalk. This is the Rumble in the Jungle
Oh
right
my
here.
gosh, what a great race!
This is-
Oh,
oh my
I
God!
think
Oh my
Leia
God,
and
look at the
Elizabeth.
move.
I think Leia and Elizabeth
Oh
have
my
taken
God.
it.
They are getting the
I
bounce
think
ahead
they're taking
here.
it. I think I'm gonna be the winner here.
Come on,
You're paying
Allegra.
for dinner.
No way.
Yes.
I am not paying for anything.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Let's-
Allegra and Katie might have gone
Let's
too
go,
soon.
Leia.
They might have gone too soon, Gary.
No. Yeah, Leia. Yeah, Elizabeth.
Oh my God. Leah and Elizabeth Butler coming in strong in the
The
last
old
200.
guns just crushing it here.
But wait, do Allegra and Katie have a sprint here in the last 150 meters?
I don't think they have it.
No, I don't think they have it.
I don't think they have
Can
it.
they?
I don't think they can overcome this.
This-
I think they're too far out. What a great race.
This is beautiful.
What a great race.
This is what we love to see. In lane 4.
Their coaches have to be so proud.
Lane 4. Lane 2, it looks like we are gonna have in lane 2 Ali
Wow.
Lane 2 wins. Wait, lane 2 wins. Lane 2 is Lucia and Abigail Carpenter.
Oh, we got it wrong the entire time. God.
Wow.
It sounded really good.
It sounded good.
We are the worst announcers.
We are. Yeah.
That's had everyone believe in you.
Doc Emmerich is going to be following us up for the 2V and the 3V8 races.
And there is a fourth boat in here, and we are so sorry for not calling them out. Port Jefferson in this race, they were not on our sheet.
They were not on our sheet, but they're doing a great job
They are
finishing
coming down
strong.
the course at such a high stroke rating. They are fighting.
Yeah, I think there might have been a couple mix-ups up at the starting line, with some issues, maybe caused by the wind, maybe caused by some breakage. I don't know, but these two athletes are doing a really good job to finish off strong here.
Great job to Lucia and Abigail, who ended up winning this race. And then second place, I do believe it was the young guns of Allegra and Katie from Norwalk. Third place, Leah and Elizabeth from Norwalk. And then you've got the Port Jefferson. I'm going to see if I can pull up some names here, Carrie. From Port Jefferson with Lauren Dirk and Grace Chambers. And we just got word that there might be someone caught a big crab. That's when the oar gets stuck in the water.
Oh yeah.
And we might. Oh, look at that! We just saw it on the screen. Strokesy catches a crab falling way back, and this is in the women's novice 4. Looks like that Connecticut Boat Club that might have happened to. Now moving out of their lane. And Carrie, this is not uncommon with novices.
Yeah, this can happen. You know, you're just going as hard as you possibly can, doing everything that you can to move your boat. You know, taking each stroke and just pushing your absolute mind off. But it happens. Your blade gets stuck at the finish, and there's nothing that you can really do.
You know what you do? You do exactly what this crew did. They're showing the pedigree of a good crew.
They're still fighting.
They got it back. They are fighting.
They're back in the piece. Focus on getting the blades back in, getting the blades out. Wow. Called the best announcers. Look at us.
Not our first time.
Not our first time. It's definitely our first time.
It is. But again, if you like what you're hearing, let us know if you want us to start a podcast. We will. Like, comment, subscribe on this live feed, please. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that notification bell. Smash that like button. We've got the lingo already.
Yeah, we can do this. We've got this is, if you're just tuning in here, we've got the women's novice 4+ here. The women's novice Cox Quad. There's only one heat of this. So we've got Norwalk River B, Norwalk River Rowing in lane 1, CRI in lane 2, Connecticut in lane 3, Connecticut B in lane 4, and Norwalk River in lane 5. So, Richard, in this race, we have 4 boats that all row on the Norwalk River. You think they've ever raced each other before?
They definitely eye each other on the river. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
they definitely get some looks at each other. And then the Boston favorite CRI in lane two, a Sky Elliott coach crew. So we've got Connecticut Boat Club coached by Liz Tron and her amazing staff. Norwalk River coached by the amazing team at Norwalk, and CRI, coached by Sky Elliott and his squad.
Carrie, it
And
does look like one of the Connecticut Boat Club boats is out in front right now. I cannot distinguish whether it is Connecticut A or Connecticut B, but I'm going to assume that it's Connecticut A.
yeah, I think that's a pretty good assumption. And I do think that it was probably that B boat, that Connecticut Boat Club B boat that caught that crab. But they got a bit
Oh,
back together pretty quick here,
right.
and
Those kids are
are powering down the course.
those kids are going to be uh, devastated when they come off the dock. But they should know that it happens to everybody. And the way they came back and the composure they got it back, they were off for maybe 5 seconds. They got it back and really started hammering back
Right.
on the
They
course.
might be devastated, but after talking with their coaches, I think they'll realize that they've got another opportunity tomorrow to improve and row a little bit cleaner and finish their strokes a little bit cleaner and not put themselves in that position and get faster tomorrow. So yeah, we've got CBC here. Way out in front, doing a really good job, staying long, staying composed.
Laying down a good framework for tomorrow's final, right? And also, it sounds like they're making a statement. They don't want to be novices anymore.
No, no, I think they're ready to move to varsity, and they're gonna want their coaches to be impressed with their body of work here at this year's the 2021 U.S. Rowing Northeast Youth Championship.
Right. Wow, look at this.
Yeah, good catches.
Beautiful catches. And Carrie, I think that boat that caught the crab in the first half of the race is in second place currently.
I know.
They were able to fight through that.
CBCB. CBCB. Say that 10 times fast. Can you do that?
CBCB, 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 CBCB. I can't.
No,
I'm over.
terrible. That was terrible. We just lost like 50 watchers. Nice. CBCA
I
coming
see
across the line right.
Lane 1 is in third place.
Now?
Gary. Lane, or maybe that is.
We got CBCB
Yeah,
in
lane
lane
1,
2.
Norwalk in in third place.
Yep, Norwalk in lane 2. Or lane, sorry,
Lane 1.
lane 1.
Yep, and then we've got CRI in fourth place.
I think that's it for the cruise. So it looks like it was just
I'm looking to see
4
if there's
boats.
another Norwalk boat carry, but I do not see another Norwalk boat on the river currently. I only see 4 boats. Coming across the line here is the second CBC boat. CBCB, congratulations. Great work. Good job fighting back from that big crab earlier in the race.
Yeah, Norwalk really showing their stuff here at the 2021 U.S. Rowing Northeast Youth Championship. Really impressive.
Here comes CRI.
CRI doing a good job. And the stern loader.
Carrie, what does that mean, stern loader?
So some of these Cox 4s, most of the Cox 4s that you'll see these days are the coxswain is in the front of the boat or the bow of the boat, facing obviously forward and away from their athletes. In a stern loader, a stern Cox 4, it's more set up like an 8, and you still see a lot of these boats around, especially novice crews, right? So
the coxswain can work very closely with the crew, see their athletes, tell them about what they need to do better, what they're doing right, and give them encouragement from the stern. Generally, the boats aren't as fast, but with that coxswain there, that can provide a lot of extra motivation to get your crew to overcome the positioning of the coxswain and the stern. So CRI doing a really nice job coming across the finish line. And now we're going to be moving on to the women's novice 8.
The marquee event.
So is this heat one of two heats? This is another great event. I mean, I love the eights. You know, I love the eights.
You've always been a big eights guy.
I'm a big eights
I've been a
guy.
single
You're the
sculler
small guy.
Yeah.
You're the small boat guy. I'm the big boat guy. You
That's why
know,
we
we've
make a
all
good
got our
duo.
favorites. So we've got Saugatuck in lane 2, Saratoga in lane 3, the hometown favorite, and Greenwich in lane 4.
Look at the power in these
Oh
novices.
my gosh, Paul Rugerberg coaching that Greenwich boat. Paul Rugerberg, Susanna Mills.
And who is that? Is that Saugatuck next to them?
That looks like Saugatuck right next to them. These crews have actually seen each other multiple times this year already, and they've battled it up down in on the Housatonic River in Shelton, Connecticut, twice for the Shelton Racing Series. Saugatuck's gotten the better of Greenwich, every time they've seen them. But Greenwich, I mean, they came for business here. So it looks like a really good close race.
Harry, I'm gonna go in and take a look at these bios, see if there's anything specific I should be looking at here. Nope, nothing special. Nothing that calls out here. I do see that the Saratoga bio says that they are cool kids. So Saratoga girls in this event, they're
cool kids. They're cool kids.
They're cool kids.
Look at this
cool
race
cats.
between Greenwich and Saugatuck right now. Paul Rugerberg, coach boat, and that Greenwich boat, that's the blue boat right there. The silver boat, Mike O'Hara, coaches the Saugatuck novice girls. They're doing, oh my gosh, what a close race. This is a great race. This is the closest we've seen these two crews all season. Greenwich with those turquoise shirts on, Saugatuck with their black unis.
The Saugatuck boat, they are trying so hard to walk away.
They are.
And Greenwich is not letting them go.
They're not letting them go. They're countering every move. They're defending. The coxswain there probably calling defend fives. Really making good moves here. Wow, this is going to be a great race. This is a big rivalry between these two crews. They're no more than 20 minutes apart, a stone throws away. Westport, Connecticut, where Saugatuck rows. Greenwich, Connecticut, where Greenwich rows. Wow, these two crews mean business. This is a great, friendly rivalry, of course. But these two crews, they want to make each other faster, and they want to put themselves. They want to win. This may be a heat for everybody at home, but this is business for these two crews.
Right. We talked about it earlier today on this live stream. Girl came here for a business trip. These two crews are here for a business trip, and it looks like
Yeah, they brought their toolkit, and they brought their work tools here, and they know what they're doing. But Greenwich hanging in there. I think that's the big story of this. That Greenwich boat really improved from the Shelton Racing Series. They're working their absolute hearts out. They're staying in contact with that Saugatuck boat.
at this, they are rowing this like a varsity race. Being composed. I mean, look at Saugatuck. They keep trying to move away.
Yeah.
And that is varsity level work. And Greenwich, again, they are not letting it happen.
They're not letting it happen. They're just coming into our sights right now. We see them. They're right in front of us. It's Saugatuck, one lane up on Greenwich. But wow, both of these crews mean business. They are putting themselves in a great position for tomorrow, and I think we're going to see a really tight race tomorrow. Saugatuck coming across the line here. Greenwich not too far behind. Really great novice racing. There's Saugatuck going over. You just heard the buzzer. And a couple seconds behind here is Greenwich. Now,
And don't forget, we've got the Saratoga crew still coming down the course.
yeah, Saratoga here showing their stuff on their home course.
And just a reminder, they are cool kids. We've got Maeve Hamilton, Hannah Szymanski, Julia Cressman, Ava Delori, Talia Winters, Olivia Caruli, Sophie O'Donnell, Hallie Taunton, and Lucia Flynn. A bunch of great athletes here. So thank you, Saratoga, for throwing down. And I'm going to say it again.
Gamesmanship.
Gamesmanship.
I mean, Saratoga already knows that they're going to the final, right? They know. It was a 3-boat race. All boats are going to the final. There's 2 heats in this. Saratoga says, we'll row in lane 1 tomorrow. We'll row in lane 6. It doesn't matter to us. Whether it's our river. It's our lake. This is the Fish Creek. We own this, right? Yep. So they're just putting themselves in a position. So they're not going to show any of their cards, and I expect tomorrow that we're going to see some great racing out of these 3 crews from this heat.
I do as well, Kerry. I mean, I'm going to imagine they're going to go back in. Their coaches are going to say to Saratoga, "Good work today, right? You guys did a good job. You know this river. Tomorrow, we're going to leave it all out there."
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
And we're gonna show something special on this course, and we're going to defend.
Yeah, and you can tell with those Saratoga young athletes right there. They're a little bit lower than the Saugatuck and the Greenwich boats in terms of their rate. And they're saving some stuff for tomorrow, so we'll be excited. We're definitely going to watch this race.
I'm excited for this. So, I'm not going to lie, for all the novice racers out there today, you've given us some of the best racing we've seen all day today. Thank you. Thank you for this.
Absolutely. So many surprises here at the 2021 Northeast Youth Championship. I mean, it's just great to be here. Great to be back racing. Great to be with you, Richard. Great to see all these amazing athletes. I can taste the hunger. Can't you taste it?
I feel like this is the Hunger Games.
This is just yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
I can't wait for season 2 of this.
Yeah. Season 2, I mean,
season 2 of this is tomorrow.
Like literally last year, season 1 was canceled. Right? Can you imagine a Hunger Games without season 1?
I never saw the Hunger Games.
Okay,
but
fair enough.
I cannot.
Just imagine missing one of the. You a big Harry Potter fan?
Oh
you
my
like
God,
the Harry
I
Potter
love
movies?
Harry Potter.
Yeah. Imagine Mighty Ducks. Okay.
Oh
you watch the first, right? Mighty Ducks, great movie, right? What happens if there wasn't a second? You just went to the third. It would have been terrible. It wouldn't have made any sense.
You see them doing the flying V. You're like, what's so special about that?
What's so special about that? Or Back to the Future without part 2?
Oh
it wouldn't. Nothing would come together, right?
Or imagine watching.
And that's what happened last year. That's what happened last year with racing canceled.
Oh my God.
And it's because of U.S. rowing, because of all the people that worked so hard to make this race happen, to get us back rowing. Okay, it's just we're so lucky.
And
we're so lucky.
We're thanking U.S. Rowing, and I want to give a personal shout out. This is Richard Klein here. I want to give a personal shout out to Susan Grumiska. If I mispronounce your name and you're listening out there.
Yeah, our chief domestic officer for U.S. Rowing.
Susan has helped out at Saratoga, and she's taught me a lot about timing, race courses, and so many things. She's also always giving me ice cream. So thank you for teaching me, and big shout out to you. Gary, do you have any personal shout outs you want to make?
Dave Grossman, who just texted me, the head men's coach at Saugatuck, just texted me right this second. I think he wants to do an on-air interview. So Dave, if you're interested in doing an on-air interview, give us a call. I'm also getting text messages from Sky Elliott, the head coach of the women at CRI right now. He says part 2 no go, Back to the Future part 3 legit. Okay, and he also says second Mighty Ducks should have been canceled. The third one was legit. So Sky with an interesting taste in movies. I do agree
I do agree. Back to the Future 3 was amazing, right? How could you not love Back to the Future 3? But don't sell D2 short, Sky. Okay? And Sky, I know you're not too far away from here. We'd love to put you on camera and talk to you about some of today's racing when you get a chance.
Even if it's a short one, too.
Yeah, yeah.
What are your comments? And you can say grateful to be here.
We would love to just have you sit down with us and just real briefly, no more than no more. If we keep it at 10 seconds, we can keep it at 10 seconds. But Sky, I know you're really close. We're right over here at the finish line tower. If you want to come, we'd love to ask you about how you think today's going for all of the crews. We'd love to have you here.
Invite does not just go out to Sky. Any coaches side of the race course out here, we'd love to have you come over to the finish booth, and get just a quick word in with you. Give the people what they want. Right, we're getting a lot of requests. What are the coaches thinking? What's happening out there? Give us an infield interview. And we're isolated over here. We can't get out in the field. We don't have all those capabilities yet. So we need you guys to come to us to give the people what they want.
Can you imagine watching an Alabama football game and not hearing Nick Saban talk in the middle of the like during halftime? I mean, just a quick interview, right? Somebody, please, one of the great coaches that's listening to this, come on over, give me a phone call. You've got my phone number, right? Uh, Come over to the finish line booth. We want to do a quick little interview, a quick little recap of how you think everything's going, and we'd love to have you. Who we got next here? We got Heat 2. It's happening right now. We got Heat 2, the women's novice.
No. This is Heat 1 of the women's novice. Heat 2 of the women's novice.
Yep,
race.
we've got Norwalk River in lane 2, Connecticut, CBC in lane 3, Saugatuck in lane 4, and CRI in lane 5. So super excited to see this race come down. So yeah, this is the women's novice 8 Heat 2.
Neck and neck racing here. Oh my God, this is beautiful.
Looks like Saugatuck and Connecticut.
Connecticut going
Yeah.
at it here.
Wow, bow ball to bow ball here.
Bow ball to bow ball, and that's probably at the 1,000-meter mark that we're seeing that carry.
Yeah, both teams are clearly taking their moves right here.
And it looks like Connecticut is trying to edge forward here in the
Yeah,
lane,
Connecticut's
lane
got a
3.
little bit of an advantage here. But Saugatuck hanging on, maintaining contact, maintaining their composure, and maybe moving right back.
I'm not gonna lie. Connecticut Boat Club has shown really great pedigree in the novice events here today.
Yeah,
Kerry.
they have. They do have strong novices. They always do. So does Saugatuck, though. Look at the Saugatuck boat. They are absolutely crushing it. Mike O'Hara, great coach from Saugatuck Rowing Club, coaches their novices, and wow, we've got a great view here from our drones.
Yeah, great flying
It's
here.
bow ball to bow ball. Connecticut, Saugatuck.
Connecticut up a little bit a deck. Connecticut up a deck on Saugatuck. Look at this.
Wow, Connecticut half a length up. What do you say?
I say Connecticut. No, I think it's the angle carry. Okay, it's not the angle.
Yeah.
Connecticut's
See, I'm always right.
Connecticut's
Just remember, I'm always right. Connecticut half a length up. Saugatuck still maintaining contact. But Connecticut really striding long. Good catches.
Look at this, Carrie. So this is a sign of a great crew. Look at the Connecticut body swinging open.
Yeah.
All together.
They've got really nice swing, really nice hip swing, laying back well. And wow, we've got Sky Elliott walking right up to the finish line booth, coming up for an interview right after this race goes by. So stay tuned. But we've got Connecticut rowing high, rowing strong.
Gary, I think
blades
they're coming
together.
right in view here.
They sure are.
Saugatuck is not done.
Not done.
Saugatuck is still going into the last 250 meters looking for something extra.
No, those Mike O'Hara crews always finish strong. Wow.
Look at this.
CBC.
I've got to give it to CBC though. Look at the
Yeah,
bodies moving
CBC just
together.
got a little bit of open water here.
Beautiful. Even if CBC's got slower ergs than that Connecticut boat, the way they're moving the bodies is beautiful. And I know
Yeah.
nothing about the ergs, but that's some nice boot movement
Yeah,
there.
that is. Both of those boats moving really, really well. CBC across the line first, Saugatuck second,
And we still have CRI
and
and Norwalk
CRI
River.
doing a great job getting their blades in together, working well. CRI.
Stroke seat really reaching out there, getting some length, trying to drive this crew home. Great work, stroke seat.
Yeah, they've got some good catches there,
Wow, look at that. Whoever stroke seat is.
and
Great work.
they're gonna be back tomorrow racing for that championship. And Norwalk River behind them. So CRI's across the line, Norwalk River rowing.
And here in Norwalk River Rowing, coming down the course, Ariana Ording, Ann Taylor, Celia Kennedy, Madison Lawton, Liliana Mate, Kelly Miller, Alexandra Kolevaiko, Liliana Rosario, and Helen Cherichetti.
I'm sure all the athletes at home appreciate you saying their names, but
Incorrectly.
yeah, incorrectly and horribly.
Big apologies, but we are so proud of these athletes.
Hey, and if it wasn't for all the parents out there listening and coming together and pitching in to make this live stream happen, and all this amazing drone footage that we're getting here from beautiful Saratoga Springs, New York, we really appreciate it. I mean, to come together that fast, raise this much money to make this live stream happen, so everybody could enjoy from home. We're just so grateful for all of the communities to come together, all of the different programs, and raise all this money and do it so quickly. I mean, it was like happened in 24 hours.
And Carrie, I'm going to interrupt you there for two reasons. One, thank you. Thank you. Two, we do have a special guest here. We do have a coach that's come in. So I'm going to give up my seat and I'm going to let him come in, say a couple words, and do a quick interview here.
Want it on video? You're doing audio. On video?
Oh, video is my worst nightmare. So I gotta keep this.
Hello.
So I'm here. This is Kerry Wasserman reporting. I'm here with Sky Elliott, the head coach of the CRI women. Sky, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for the quick and surprising invite.
Yeah. Thank you for coming over. You're the first coach to not be too scared to walk over here and join us. How do you think everything's going today?
Well, just point of fact, anything being recorded or being on camera is generally my worst nightmare. But we've been talking a lot about taking risks on our team, and the girls are doing their best to take risks this weekend and get out there and see what they can do in the first 1K. So I figured, okay, if we're taking risks, I might as well take one. The rowing today is pretty awesome. I mean, the Northeast in general hasn't had, I think generally doesn't get a lot of time on the water, and I'm just really impressed with what I'm seeing out there. It's just been really exciting to see all the different crews come across. I know you guys were calling out the Cambridge quad earlier, and I know Abby Knight's their coach over there, and they're just I see them on the river every day doing blade drills and all that kind of stuff, and they just look phenomenal. And I remember when Royal America Rye was like like a four and a quad, and now they're just an amazing team. But we have respect for all these teams, and I think on our side with our girls team, we're just trying to figure out what racing is again. And I think every race we get a little better, and that's been pretty awesome. So I'm pretty proud of how they stepped it up today, and they're hoping to step it up again tomorrow. And we're just going to keep going with that as much as we can. But man, I mean, for how much time all these crews have had off the water, this is just I'm pretty excited to see how the Northeast does at nationals.
Yeah, it's super exciting. I'm here with again Sky Elliott from CRI. Sky, how do you feel about how your specific crews are doing today, and what are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think we're kind of trying to row within ourselves, and I think that the crews are doing what they set out to do, which was trying to go really hard and stay with in the first part of the race. And we're just going to kind of try to keep extending that out. I do think we
we get caught at some low rating stuff, and that's something we haven't figured out. Kind of hitting the 31, 32 middle of the race course, and I think if we can figure out how to get higher rates some point between today and tomorrow, or even a few weeks from now, we'll shave a few seconds off. But the actual rowing part, like I'm pretty proud of them, and the effort has been pretty significant in the headwind considering they're rowing pretty low.
Sky Elliott, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for everybody at CRI coming down. It's so good to have you guys racing again, and we'll let you get back to your cruise. I know you've got a couple more boats coming down the river here. Thanks, Sky. So we've got the first heat of the women's second four coming down.
Carrie, that was a great interview, and I'm excited to see their cruising nationals. Sky gains speed. CRI gains speed throughout the season. They're gonna be fast at nationals.
Yeah, they're going to be really fast at nationals, and Sky is an amazing coach. Will Congram on the men's side, another amazing coach. I mean, you were there at the Shelton Racing series, and seeing CRI racing for their first time back a few weeks ago. Compared to this weekend, I mean,
night and day.
yeah, I think they all showed a great tenacity and hard work, and putting together some great races. But they hadn't raced. They hadn't raced next to another boat for over a year, and just in 2 weeks time, 2 weeks, 3 weeks time. I mean, geez, they've gotten so much faster, so much faster. It's a lot of hard work put in by those athletes, and
Speaking of speed, Carrie, we've got the women's youth second four here, and CRI is coming down the course here, and I'm not sure the placing here, but we did just see CRI go through our field of view here. But in this race, this is the women's youth second four, heat one.
yeah, so it looks like we've got Greenwich B in lane 2, CRI in lane 3, Connecticut B in lane 4, CRI in lane 5, CRI C in lane 6. And it looks to me like that Greenwich boat's out in front right now. Lane 2.
It could be. I don't know if there's any boats to the right of there, but Greenwich. I'm looking in my binoculars now, and Greenwich is out.
Yeah, Greenwich.
Way up in front.
Greenwich absolutely crushing it right here.
Greenwich is taking no prisoners.
No prisoners.
CRI.
Catherine Starr, Heidi Hunsberger, amazing coaches. They've got an amazing program. They work so hard with their girls. Their girls love going fast, and clearly we're seeing it right here.
We've got CRI in second place. We've got Connecticut Boat Club in third place.
Yeah, what great racing. Looks like CRI and CBC are in a very close race for second.
This Greenwich crew, technically not the best crew out there, but definitely moving the boat along quickly. Whatever they are doing is working.
Yeah. They have incredibly strong legs. I mean, they are pushing very, very hard. Look at those finishes, Richard.
I mean, they're accelerating the boat, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And then down here we've got CRI.
Wow, this is going to be a close one between CRI and CBC.
And this is gut and grit of CRI versus the clean technical sharpness of Connecticut Boat Club.
Yeah.
I do think CRI is going to pull it out.
I think CRI's got it here. CRI's got it by about half a length.
I'm going to call it a length.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I think there was contact there, but yes, close racing between those two fours.
And then we've got the CRIB boat coming down here as well, following us.
And CRI's second entry in this race.
Coming down the course here, looking really sharp.
Really sharp.
Really sharp, making moves. Again, Terry, what's the progression for this tomorrow? 2 heats, top 3 to advance tomorrow.
Yeah.
In the heats. So it will be Greenwich, CRI, then Connecticut Boat Club advancing.
Yeah, unfortunately, that second CRI boat won't be going on to tomorrow's final, but they are obviously gaining a ton of race experience here and getting an opportunity to get faster. So for the next heat,
We've got Nobles in lane 2, Greater Lawrence in lane 3, and CRI in lane 4. CRI, a lot of youth second fours
Yeah.
entered here. I wonder
Yeah.
if they've got athletes doubling up in today's racing.
they might have some athletes doubling up. I know the way that the schedule is, it is a little hard to double up in multiple events because the way that the schedule works today is we've got the second fours, and then right after that we've got the second eights, and then the third eight. So for the majority of the athletes uh, that would normally double up, it would be impossible to do that. So CRI just showing their depth here. They're a big strong program, and it's clear by the number of entries that they have there. Just got to go back and give a shout out to that Greenwich boat. I mean, they just absolutely crushed it.
They really did.
Excited to see them tomorrow, and those athletes are spectacular.
I mean, they came out here with real pedigree and they had a mission.
Yeah.
And they showed that they're not to be reckoned with in tomorrow's final.
Yeah. And I think they're gonna show up tomorrow and do the same thing.
Right.
So we've got in the heat 2 here in the women's youth 4, Cox 4 heat 2. We've got Nobles in lane 2, Greater Lawrence in lane 3, and CRI in lane 4. And it looks like we got a tight race between Greater Lawrence and CRI.
Let me make sure.
That could be Nobles. I take it back. I apologize.
It's Nobles. That is
Yeah.
Nobles right there. And
Nobles,
CRI,
the Nira powerhouse.
Coming to Northeast Regionals.
Coming to Northeast Regionals. We've seen them here before. We see them regularly at Youth Nationals. Obviously, this is the 2021 Northeast Youth Championship.
But this, what's the difference between Nero Racing and here? Because Kerry, these crews are coming close, and I'm gonna say in the last 200 meters, this is gonna be tough for Nobles. They're used to racing 1,500-meter races.
Yeah, they're used to racing 1,500-meter races, but everybody had to, adapt and change this year, and they probably didn't have, most of the Nero programs, most of the Nero schools usually race in duels, and then they have their Nero championship on Quinsigamon. That was obviously canceled this year due to COVID restrictions, but Nobles just pouring it all out on the course here, just doing everything. They got a nice little bucket there.
CRI sprinting to try
CRI
and
sprinting.
ground.
This is going to be a tight finish here. Nobles across, and then CRI right behind.
I don't see a Greater Lawrence rowing on the course.
I do actually. They're right there.
There. Apologies, Kerry. I do.
Yep,
see
we
them.
see Greater Lawrence out there, absolutely cruising down the course.
Lane 3 there. It is top 3 to advance to tomorrow.
So a little bit of gamesmanship, you think? You think there's some gamesmanship here?
You never know what could be happening.
I think Greater Lawrence is learning a lot right here, I think this crew is gonna be way faster tomorrow. They're gonna be able to sit down with their coaches, talk over their race strategy, talk over their plan, and they're gonna get a little bit better. Just as everybody is, right? Everybody gets a little bit better every day, right? It's all about taking steps forward, not steps backwards, and these young athletes are going to be doing it tomorrow, and they're going to get a chance to race against some really fast, strong crews, which in turn is going to make them fast and strong too.
Yep. And one thing to note here, Kerry, is I do think the wind is dying down.
I think it's dying down quite a bit.
So times are slow.
Yeah, times are starting to speed up a little bit here.
In these later races.
Yeah, in these later races, I think
in these quads that are coming up here, and you're just seeing Greater Lawrence crossing the line. In these quads, we're going to see some much faster times, and then the second and third eights, we're going to see some blazing fast times, I think.
Carrie, at the end of the day here, we're gonna have to recap what we think our favorite event was. And I'm gonna start thinking about it. But there was that one women's doubles race that was absolutely fantastic. The
Yeah.
Norwalk versus Norwalk.
The Norwalk race was fun.
That
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
apologies going down the line, misannouncing everybody. The crew that neither of us bet on ended up winning.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
And there's those two girls that I've already called for the Olympics.
Yup, in that double, in that U17 double.
Yeah, and the Cambridge quad. Oh my god.
Oh, it was the novice double.
It was the novice double.
It was the race right before that,
Yeah,
right?
it was the
Yeah,
women's novice double.
That was a good one. We're just getting a good shot here of CRI
coming off the water.
Coming off the water.
Racing is slowly winding down. For all of you who have not been to Saratoga, you really should. The horse racing, the lakes, the restaurants. It's got the best of everything in the summertime here. It's just it's beautiful, Carrie.
It is gorgeous. I'm so happy to be here too. And if you know, obviously a lot of people, a lot of parents had to stay at home, let their kids come up here, but come up to Saratoga. Come check out the town here. I mean, it is just beautiful. Amazing restaurants, amazing sights to see. Great hotels. You got the racetrack. It's just
great restaurant community.
Yeah,
oh my god,
fantastic.
And there's a new restaurant built right across from the race course here called 55 Waterview, or some fantastic restaurant.
It's really good.
We were there last night getting dinner and discussing about racing today, and talking about what different race tactics people are going to take in. And we've seen a little bit of everything. We've seen people not sprinting at the end to conserve. We've seen people going down the course at lower stroke rates. We've seen people take it as if it's the World Championships.
Yeah, we have.
So we've seen a little bit of everything today, and the wind has made sure that it's as tough as possible.
Yeah, so we've got the women's second youth quad coming up next. So we've got the women's second quad here. This is the only heat. We've got Maritime B in lane 2. We've got Connecticut Boat Club in lane 3. We've got GMS in lane 4 and Connecticut B in lane 5. So 3 Norwalk, Connecticut boats. Maritime on the Norwalk River and Connecticut Boat Club on the Norwalk River, and then GMS in New Milford, Connecticut, not too far away. So it's a Connecticut race here.
Yep, like we said, Connecticut, the Northeast is very well known for its sculling, and especially Southwest Connecticut, the sculling.
Wow, and we got a great race here, Richard. Wow, we got GMS, CBC, and Maritime all battling it out here.
Again, kudos to Liz Tron, a sweep program notorious for sweep and throwing down here in the sculling territory, going out of unknown. Rose Kelly cheering on GMS. Absolutely wonderful. Great to see the cheering in the live chat.
It looks like GMS just a little bit out front, but CBC and Maritime right there in connection with them.
Look at Bousy to that GMS quad, just giving it everything she has.
She's got everything. She is going for it. She wants this race. She's doing all that and probably steering at the same time.
Probably. She's probably got the toe. You know, in these boats, you steer with your foot, Carrie. Your foot's connected. You can pivot your foot left and right, and there's a rudder, so that's how you can turn. But you can tell the coach probably said, "Listen, GMS athletes, when we get to the 600-meter mark left, we are taking a big move."
Everything you got. So it's bow ball to bow ball, CBC and GMS.
Oh my God! Look at this! Look at this!
Oh my gosh! What a race!
I have it right in front of me.
This might be the race of the day. It's literally bow ball to bow ball. GMS, CBC,
Maritime.
Maritime right behind in the hunt.
I think if CBC wins, I'm going to call it an upset just because they're a sweep program coming into the sculling, competing against two sculling programs.
Yeah, competing against two
Well-established.
well-established national team winning national championships all the time. GMS.
Maritime's
moving back.
Coming on with a big sprint in lane 2.
Wow, what a race. 3 boats across. It's GMS just a little moving too here.
Finish line. Connecticut still not out of it. It looks like Maritime not able to
Wow,
have
what
the
great
juice.
drone photography.
GMS not having the juice in the last few meters.
No, I think GMS has it.
I don't know,
I think
Kerry.
GMS.
This is going to be GMS and Connecticut across the line. Balbo to
Oh
Balbo.
my
We don't
gosh,
know.
it's going to be a photo finish between GMS and CBC. Maritime not far behind.
We don't know. We just
Our
don't
friends
know.
at Here Now are going to have that information for us. We'll see if we can get a photo finish up line.
Connecticut is up on posted first.
Wow,
GMS second.
unofficial Connecticut. Wow, 818.822 for Connecticut and GMS 818.849.
I don't know.
0.822 to 0.849.
300ths of a second, Kerry.
Oh my gosh. We're going to get our friends at Here Now to get us that photo finish. Maybe we can get a link for that posted here. I can't wait to see that photo.
That's going to be a great photo. And Kerry, let me tell you.
Connecticut B also coming across the finish line. Great race by Maritime B. This is gonna be another one to watch tomorrow.
This is gonna be a barn burner. Like I say, this is gonna be a pillow fight.
Yeah, this is gonna be a very hard pillow fight.
Tomorrow, GMS is gonna want that 300ths of a second.
Yeah,
and they're gonna come out firing. And Connecticut is gonna know that GMS is gonna come hungry.
Wow. So we're going right. Our last 2 races of the day here. We got the women's youth second 8 here. We got Saugatuck in lane 2, Saratoga in lane 3, Greenwich in lane 4, and CRI in lane 5.
Direct to final.
So, I think we're going to have another close one here.
I hope we have another close one. But again, Kerry, the word of the day, we don't know what's happening with these gamesmanships. Right?
Yeah,
we don't know what cards they're playing and what cards they're holding in their back pocket.
They could have a bunch of aces there, We might not know, right? They could have some poker chips that we don't know about.
Exactly. Who knows? They might have some Tesla stock sitting back there that they're not releasing.
They could.
Dogecoin.
Yeah. To the moon.
To the moon.
Wow. I can't wait for this photo finish to get posted. And here we go. We got the women's youth second 8 coming into our screen here.
Oh my God! There's a boat winning. Is that Greenwich? I'm seeing blue, so that makes me think Greenwich.
Yeah, I think that's Greenwich out front.
Is that Saratoga in second? That looks like Saratoga might be in second place.
It does look like Saratoga. Yeah. Saugatuck in third and CRI.
And CRI is just out of the picture, so we don't know where CRI is. So we cannot give you any more information than you already have.
Yeah, it looks like a dominating effort by Greenwich here. Absolutely cruising down the course, getting their blades in, rowing beautifully.
Look at them taking the blades out squared, feathering, not throwing water up at the release.
Yeah,
this is technical mastery.
Super clean finishes. Such a well-coached boat by Greenwich crew, by Catherine and Heidi. Helen Feldmuth just chiming in for in the comments section. A great Greenwich oarswoman, now at Georgetown. Won her Dadville championship last weekend.
But listen, Kerry, let's bring it back to this Greenwich Crew 8 with these releases. Absolutely unbelievable. And Saratoga
crushing it.
Really, hosting this regatta. This is kind of a home regatta for them today. To be able to throw down kind of a beating, I'd like to say, against Saugatuck is impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. But Saugatuck is hanging in there, absolutely cruising down the course as well. Look at this Greenwich boat. Just absolutely hammering on it.
And we do have CRI. I do think CRI is in fourth place. I think they're off camera in fourth place. But I'm not fully sure where they are in perspective to Saugatuck. There might be a battle there for third place. And there's only 4 boats in this, so tomorrow there's going to be a fight for the medal. But Saratoga, do they have something carry in the last 250 meters?
They might. They might have a little extra in the tank, and I think Saugatuck is taking a move here.
Saugatuck is known for the last second half of their race.
Greenwich is defending really well here. They're in a good position, but they're not letting anything get past them.
Greenwich here is looking like a varsity 8.
Yes,
they are
do.
rowing very clean. They might be the cleanest rowing sweep boat we've seen today.
Yeah, with the less a little bit less headwind, I mean they are absolutely thriving in these conditions.
They look sharp, my lord. Saratoga, look at them swing, so smooth.
Toga's going for
They're
it.
not letting Saugatuck claw back into them for a second.
Yeah, but Saugatuck staying strong, defending their position. They know that they've got another race tomorrow, and they're gonna come back for a fight.
Here
So
comes
Greenwich coming across the line here, last 10 meters, and over, and Toga on their home course.
We can hear the people cheering around us for Saratoga, and as they should be. What a great
Toga
performance.
Over, and followed not far behind by Saugatuck, who is over.
And now we've got CRI coming through the line, and also carry the pedigree in this event. Good rowing by CRI
really
as
good
well.
rowing by CRI. Look at the bow seat,
Very-
just absolutely crushing
Very
it.
clean. And notice the Hudson, the bow is so long in that boat compared to some of the other boats we saw in front of us. The actual length of the boats.
Yeah.
Real different. Great boat, CRI. And Carrie, I'm going to bring this out. There are a lot of things on the line, right? Not just medals in this event. Clearly tomorrow there's going to be 4 boats, 3 medals on the line, right? But there's the points trophy.
There is the points trophy. You got the women's points trophy, the men's points trophy, the novice points trophy, the sculling points trophy.
The sweep points trophy?
No, there's no sweep points trophy, but there is.
What's the golden ticket?
That's the championship trophy. That's the overall points trophy, men's and women's combined. So
and do you think the CRI coach is going to be talking to this crew tonight about what they can do, what they can do to bring that points trophy back?
Yeah, I think they're gonna be having a long, hard conversation about what they need to do. I think every one of the big programs here is gunning for that points trophy. So it'll be exciting to see what happens tomorrow. I mean, we're all gonna be tuned in on our phones as every race comes by and calculating those points and see who ends up going home big. But
Right.
we have last event of today.
Carrie, have we really made it this far?
We've made it this far. We've got the women's youth third 8.
Can I call out the order here?
You can. It's all you.
In lane 1, Saratoga B is a scratch. In lane 2, Saratoga. Lane 3, Greenwich. Lane 4, Saugatuck. Lane 5, CRI, Community Rowing Incorporated. Listen, you need every single boat here to be fast. We always say, you always hear coaches say, the 1V can't be fast without the 2V. The 2V can't be fast without a 3V. Every single athlete matters on these crews, Carrie. You need the slowest person to make the fastest person faster. Every day you're pushing each other. In the 3V here, we're looking for some ferocity, right? These athletes, they want to be in the 2V, right? They want to show what they're worth. They want to secure that points trophy. You know the coaches are saying that, right? This is the marquee event of the Northeast Regionals Championships, right? That's why it is the last event of the day. People show up for this.
Yeah, people show up for this, and tomorrow, when that points trophy is getting tallied up, it's going to come down to this. It's going to come down to the third varsity 8.
You're going to have the whole entire crew of every program, every athlete out cheering
screaming their hearts out with masks on, of course.
for the third varsity.
Yes, for the third varsity 8. We're so excited.
We see launches coming down. We see boats in the screen, but we can't necessarily tell you what is happening right now. But what we can tell you is that there is a boat way ahead, pushing as hard as they can, trying to win by more.
Yes, there is. And it looks to me...
Harry, I'm going to stand up and use my binoculars.
Yeah.
It looks like Saugatuck.
It does look like Saugatuck.
Saugatuck, then Greenwich.
Saugatuck, then Greenwich. Saratoga. and CRI.
Sagatuck first. Sagatuck first, Kerry.
Okay, and it's coming up on the drone here.
Sagatuck in first, that's for sure. Then we've got Greenwich in second place. And then we've got
Yep.
Saratoga in third, and we've got CRI a little bit back in this race.
So
Kerry.
we've got Saugatuck in this black boat in the near lane, and then you see Greenwich in that white boat with the blue oars and the blue unis, and it's one length.
One length. Anything can happen, but they are in the last 200 meters here, Kerry. I'm watching this race coming down, and Saugatuck, they don't know that they got in third in the last race, but they are redeeming their 2V here right now.
Yeah, they sure are. They are pouring it on right now, and they are making a big statement.
Oh my God! I just saw Greenwich make a shift. Greenwich just went up 3 or 4 beats. They're not out of this, Kerry. They want it.
They're not out of this, but I think Saugatuck's got it wrapped up here. Look at this Saugatuck crew, absolutely just jamming on it. Greenwich is showing a lot of fight and a lot of tenacity, and I think they're going to come back tomorrow wanting some revenge.
And look at Toga coming in here in the third place position.
Toga also very clean, very tidy.
Whoever this 7th seed is in Toga, she is driving this boat. She wants it. She wants more. I can see her just throwing down. Good job, Saratoga.
Great work by Saratoga.
Oh my God.
So we got Saugatuck first, then Greenwich, then Saratoga, and we've got CRI right here. CRI's 3V doing a great job.
And CRI hasn't been able to get on the water until much later than these other programs.
Yeah, they just got in the 8s a couple weeks ago. Can you believe that?
It's crazy. It's crazy. Good for them. And we do have somebody saying Doge to the moon. We agree. But here, this is all about CRI in the third Varsity 8 coming through to wrap up our day of the heats.
Wow.
Absolutely.
And that's our day of racing here.
Kerry, can we wrap this up a little bit?
Yeah, let's do a quick wrap up, Richard.
So what we had racing today, we started off the day with the youth men's events in the morning, right? And in the youth men's events, we saw Row America Rye very, very strong. We saw Greenwich very strong. Saugatuck in the sweep events. We've got GMS very strong. I mean,
Maritime.
Yes.
I
mean, all these programs doing extremely well. But and then in the afternoon, we followed it up with the women's events coming down the course. I'd have felt like varsity, then U17, then the novice, then these second and third boats. For me, personally, we didn't get to watch every men's race, but for me, my favorites were the novice races today.
Yeah, mine too. And I think there's just so much great things to come for those athletes, and they're really gonna get faster, and it's a whole new chapter for those novice crews. So we're excited to see everything here tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in to the 2021 U.S. Rowing Northeast Youth Championship live stream, and we're excited to see you tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and tomorrow morning we will not be your announcers. We believe you will have other announcers, but
if you want us tomorrow, please let us know.
Yeah, hashtag US Rowing, Carrie and Richard. We'll gladly come back. And if you want the podcast, we'll do it. But tomorrow, it's for all the marbles, Carrie. There's medals on the line, and there's points trophy on the line.
There's medals on the line. Everybody's going to go put their absolute best in every piece.
Right.
And
there's going to be drama.
There's going to be lots of drama. I can't wait for it to unfold.
Carrie and Richard, signing out.
Signing out.